In the city of Naxino, America, a Chinese-American student named Kevin Koo was watching the news on television. His face a mask of disbelief in the early hours of last night. Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman, once again uncovered a human trafficking case. Although the Gotham police have repeatedly stated that this case has no connection to Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, who is currently campaigning for mayor, Batman's sidekick. Robin discovered an electronic ledger at Cobblepot's residence. Further developments will be reported by our city's journalists. What has transpired? This was the singular thought racing through Kevin's mind. Just moments ago, he had been in a cinema, engrossed in the latest installment of Kamen Rider build, marveling at the dazzling debut of the rabbit dragon form. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a classroom, watching this absurd news broadcast. Batman, Robin, Cobblepot. If one were to traverse dimensions, there ought to be some semblance of logic. Indeed, Kevin was no fool. Upon realizing he had abruptly transitioned into an unfamiliar environment, coupled with the news playing on the screen, he comprehended that he had crossed over into another realm. To make matters worse, he had inhabited the body of a high school student in a universe far more perilous than Marvel's, namely, the DC universe. Damn it, can someone hand me a cigarette? I desperately need to calm down. Kevin's inner turmoil compelled him to rise and hastily make his way to the classroom door. Hey, Kevin, class is about to start. Where are you going? Called out Kara Danvers, who was seated behind him as he rushed toward the exit. I gotta take a dump, he retorted without looking back, sprinting toward the restroom and sitting in solitude, lost in thought. The school bell rang, yet Kevin remained seated on the toilet, piecing together the fragments of his memory. Despite not understanding why he had been thrust into this unreasonable situation, he realized that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there was no returning to his previous life. Accepting this, he resolved to familiarize himself with his current surroundings. As he focused, the memories belonging to this body surged forth like a tidal wave. Remarkably, this body shared his name, Kevin, and his parents were of Chinese descent, owning a modest business in Naxino. They were well off, possessing both a car and a house, and his parents were alive and well. The high school he attended, Midtown High, was a reputable institution, private in nature, as the educational disparity between private and public schools in America was significant. Unlike many unfortunate superheroes who suffered from bullying before their powers emerged, this body had not endured such torment, that on the contrary. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters with a robust physique, he was a key player on the school's basketball team and pursued photography as a hobby. Although not a prominent figure, he enjoyed a decent reputation and was not ostracized. Well, this isn't so bad. At least I don't have to worry about my next meal. However, I now need to discover my unique abilities, Kevin muttered, massaging his aching temples. A jest. One might ponder how one could traverse realms without possessing a unique advantage. The world in which I find myself is infinitely more perilous than the Marvel universe, residing within the treacherous domain of DC. In contrast to the flourishing Marvel film industry, DC has struggled in cinematic endeavors, particularly with the disastrous Justice League film, which was marred by editing. Failures that that moment. I was on the verge of exclaiming my frustration after so many trailers. This was the final product presented to us? However, the cinematic setbacks do not imply that DC is inferior to Marvel. On the contrary, in the realms of animated films, gaming, and distribution, DC leaves Marvel trailing far behind. While Marvel's universe is often embroiled in grandiose events, DC can aptly be described as deities clashing. From the inception of the Justice League with its 7 titans to the multitude of heroes joining their ranks, they are, for the most part, a congregation of divine beings facing adversaries of equal caliber. Take, for instance, Metropolis, home to Superman, where the challenges faced throughout the year predominantly involve cosmic-level threats, often resulting in battles that span the globe. In comparison, when faced with the Chitauri invasion depicted in Marvel films, Superman could merely proclaim, "They are but mere children." Even within the perilous confines of the city of New Sinnoh, I recall it being a hotspot for calamities. In such a treacherous environment, lacking a unique advantage would render my situation dire. It would be more prudent to procure a firearm from a shop and end it swiftly. Night system activated. Just as I contemplated this grim reality, the melodious notification resonated in my mind, akin to the sound of celestial music. Indeed, a traveler from another realm must possess a unique advantage. Following this announcement, I felt my consciousness fade, and, as I succumbed to darkness, I found myself enveloped in a shadowy expanse. The chaotic luminescence around me coalesced into a series of images depicting the Kamen Riders I had once admired. Kuga, Agito, G3, Ryuki, Knight, Hibiki, Dino, Foi's Kiva wait. Even Goldcaster is here. What does that question mark signify? As I enumerated the figures before me, all the primary and secondary riders from the Heisei era materialized, including the 20th installment, Kamen Rider Zio. Yet, the presence of a question mark image piqued my curiosity. Welcome, host, to the Night System space. An androgynous electronic voice reverberated throughout the void, prompting me to voice my inquiry. System, you have included all the Kamen Riders from the Heisei series. So why is there a question mark image? As you have rightly observed, although the Night System has cataloged all Kamen Rider from the Heisei series, this compilation is not static. You possess the potential to develop new forms, but this endeavor requires your own initiative to cultivate and exchange for points. Points? I seized upon this pivotal detail. System, please clarify how one acquires these points. You cannot expect me to engage in acts of heroism merely to earn points, especially in this world rife with extraterrestrial anomalies. Indeed, the Kamen Rider is fundamentally a clandestine guardian of humanity. IT does not permit you to engage in acts of bravery. For no reason, what else would you do? Watch animated series? The system's rather human-like sarcasm left Kyun speechless. After all, he had been inexplicably transported into this world of special effects. However, the predicament was that he possessed nothing at present. Even if he wished to earn points, his current physique was no match for a mere handful of peanuts. Rest assured, host, regarding your current physical condition. Since you're to earn points, you will not be left empty-handed. Given that this is your first entry into the system space, as per tradition, you will have 10 opportunities for a novice lottery draw. The system understood Kyun's concerns and addressed them directly. 10? Are they all Kamen Riders? Kyun was instantly taken aback. If he had 10 draws, even if he did not obtain the primary riders from the Heisei series, merely acquiring the secondary riders would empower him to confront the heads of criminal organizations. Do you truly believe that? The system retorted mockingly, rendering Kyun momentarily speechless. That AS I previously mentioned. The rider system encompasses all riders from the Heisei era. Likewise, it has cataloged the items and adversaries associated with these riders. Furthermore, this system has also incorporated various cultivation systems and treasures from other realms. If fortune smiles upon you, acquiring something remarkable from your 10 draws will certainly provide you with capital. As it spoke, the previous images of riders vanished, replaced by the visages of bosses and several key figures from each Heisei series. Additionally, there were various pieces of equipment, such as Hibiki's on Jekabu, the Fiza's Excel watch, WS memory, OOO's medals, the incredibly overpowered golden fruit from Game, and the icon from Ghost. Kyun was dazzled, particularly by the golden fruit, which could be deemed the pinnacle of items within the Heisei series. With this in hand, who would need a transformation device that would merely constrain one's potential? Recalling his luck while opening boxes in Overwatch, where he frequently acquired purple and orange gear, Kyun felt confident. He promptly declared, "What are we waiting for? Start the draw immediately. I wish to thrive a little longer in this DC universe. As you wish, host." With that, all images vanished, and before Kyun appeared a spinning wheel of fortune, whirling wildly. Kyun's eyes widened as he gazed at the icons, filled with anticipation. Within the system space, Kyun observed 3 reels adorned with various symbols, spinning rapidly in unison, his heart racing with excitement. Should all 3 symbols align, it would signify that he had secured a reward. Having always believed himself fortunate, Kyun was now at the peak of tension. Should he draw several useless items, he would still be tasked with completing the assignments set forth by the system. Wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? The speed of the 3 reels began to decelerate. As they gradually came to a halt, 3 distinct symbols emerged before him, and Kyun realized he had squandered a draw. First draw unsuccessful. Would you like to continue, host? The system's voice reminded him, devoid of any emotional inflection. Continue. Kyun gritted his teeth, urging the system to proceed with the lottery. The second lottery draw has failed. Would you like to continue, host? The monotonous voice reminded him once more. Continue. The third lottery draw has failed. Would you like to continue, host? Continue. The fourth lottery draw has failed. Continue. After 5 consecutive failures, Kyun was beginning to feel somewhat deranged. His luck had no reason to be this abysmal. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to press on. Gritting his teeth, he truly did not wish to perish prematurely in this world. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Spider Mobile Gaia memory. Finally, during the sixth draw, as Kuwin gazed at the unified spider emblem formed on the three spinning wheels, he nearly collapsed to the ground in sheer exhaustion. This Gaia memory was akin to the equipment used by the Kamen Riders and monsters in Kamen Rider W for transformation. It not only facilitated transformations, but could also be applied to other objects. Although this spider mobile Gaia memory served primarily as an auxiliary tool, it did not merely allow his phone to transform into a spider should he provoke enough. He could directly implant it into his body and become a spider monster himself. Would you like to continue the lottery, host? The system inquired after the sixth draw. Isn't that obvious? How else can I turn my fortunes around? Perhaps the preceding 5 draws had completely exhausted Kuwin's bad luck, for the next 4 draws brought him nothing short of delight. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the G3 Rider armor. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Taka flying can. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Showa Rider Cyborg enhanced physique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Pirate King's 3-color hockey training method. When he heard the system's notification after his final draw, Kuwin was momentarily stunned, double-checking to ensure there was nothing amiss with the lottery wheel, and he instantly became perplexed. The enhancement of the Showa Rider Cyborg physique was straightforward after all. The Showa Riders were known for their rowdy nature, often resorting to brawls at the slightest provocation. However, the notion of acquiring the Pirate King's 3-color hockey training method left him feeling utterly bewildered. Although he understood that the system included training systems from various worlds, as a Kamen Rider inadvertently entangled with the Pirate King's hockey, Kuwin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. System, are you joking with me about the last reward? Kuwin tentatively inquired. Not at all. This is indeed the 3-color hockey training method you have obtained. It will enter your mind through a process of mental sharing. The problem is, you're a rider system. Aren't you supposed to provide me with transformations in a Heisei series riders? What on earth is this Pirate King nonsense? Even if you have incorporated training systems from other worlds, I should still be able to utilize them. Kuwin could no longer contain his frantic tirade. It was one thing to be inexplicably transported to another world, but how is it possible that even the system was so utterly unorthodox? Host, as I have previously mentioned, the Knight system not only encompasses the information of all Knights from the Heisei series, but also accommodates various cultivation systems from other realms. You cannot blame me for the fact that you drew the 3-color hockey training method from the world of pirates. Clearly, the system was entirely indifferent to Kuwin's acquisition of this particular technique. Kuwin, feeling helpless since his very existence was bestowed upon him by the system, let out a resigned sigh. Suddenly, a whimsical thought struck him, and he inquired, do you have any ninjutsu or other forms of training from the realms of Ikudo or Kido? Are you referring to this? The system generated several images within the spatial realm, which left Kuwin exhilarated. Goodness, this system is impressively comprehensive. How can you still claim to be merely a Knight system? Who are you trying to fool? Does your Knight system also incorporate the 3 major cultivation systems of popular manga? Kuwin could no longer restrain his inner urge to critique. Setting aside other matters, he believed that mastering all the Kido techniques from the Death God series would enable him to overpower even Superman. It is well known that Kryptonian Superman possesses 0 evasion and 0 magical resistance, making him an excellent tank. With a single Bakudo number 56, he would likely be brought to his knees, calling Kuwin father. At that moment, the system seemed to have sensed Kuwin's thoughts and mockingly responded. I believe you should refrain from harboring hopes of turning your fortunes around in the DC universe through such techniques. Why not? Do you possess chakra? Are you a Death God or a Quincy by blood? The system's straightforward taunts left Kuwin at a loss for words. Host, while the cultivation systems from these 3 worlds are indeed quite overpowered, among them, only the 3-color hockey training system from One Piece requires the least reliance on bloodlines. You should be grateful that before you unlock the Knight abilities, you have his 3-color hockey training method as a foundation. Unlocking Knights? Please inform me of the points required for unlocking these Knights. Kuwin was somewhat persuaded by the system's explanation, yet he remained curious about how many points are necessary to unlock a Heisei Knight. The system promptly listed the points required for all Knights in the Heisei series, and Kuwin was taken aback. Hey, system, are you kidding me? The points for Kuga and Agito amount to 100 million. Are you trying to make me wish for death? Kuwin gazed at the points for the primary Heisei Knights, utterly bewildered. Among the 20 main Knights, only 555 points were deemed affordable, while unlocking the remaining ones started at 10 million points, and that was merely for their base forms. The most exorbitant were the General Kamen Rider, who consumed the golden fruit, and the villainous knight from Kamen Rider build, both requiring a staggering 100 billion points. Kewin suddenly felt that perhaps self-termination with a gun was a more practical option, considering how long it would take to unlock those two knights. Host, you must understand that both Kongwa and Yaji Tuo require no tools whatsoever. A mere belt suffices for their transformation from base form to ultimate form. Their demand for 100 million points seems quite reasonable, does it not? Moreover, the Heisei series riders inherently possess great potential for development, and the point system will undoubtedly not be a burden to you. All you need to do is fulfill the tasks I assigned to unlock these riders. Cowan, suppressing a torrent of expletives, resigned himself to the situation. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, but he recognized that he had no recourse left and reluctantly consented. Although the points appeared substantial, at the very least, he now possessed the means for self-preservation. The enhancement of his physique, coupled with the Kamen Rider G3 armor and the training methods of the three colors of domination, provided him with a temporary respite in this world of divine conflict. Now that the lottery has concluded, it is imperative for you, host, to swiftly adapt to life in this world. In 15 days, your first task will commence. Best of luck, host, the system declared before lapsing into silence. Cowan felt himself rapidly retreating, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself still in the restroom, the surroundings unchanged. Yet, his mind was now imbued with new knowledge, particularly regarding the training methods for the three colors of domination. In his hand, he clutched a red metallic canister and a black USB drive emblazoned with the Taka can and the spider memory device. It appears this is indeed no dream, Cowan mused, gazing at the two trinkets that had once graced the screen, realizing that the whirlwind of experiences over the past few minutes was all too real. He had been inexplicably transported, with no rationale provided, and to this day, he remained oblivious as to why he had been chosen by this rider system. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I should quickly familiarize myself with the G3 armor and how to utilize it, he reflected. With that, he affixed the Taka canister to his belt and prepared to exit the restroom and return to his classroom. However, Cowan had momentarily forgotten that the system had granted him the physique of a Showa rider. A gentle push on the restroom door caused it to swing open with such force that it flew off its hinges. I seem to have overlooked that detail. No matter, class is of utmost importance, he remarked, somewhat dazed, before quietly making his way toward his classroom. Mr. Kewin, I had thought you would linger in the restroom for an entire class. I shall be more mindful next time, Mrs. Brenna. Upon returning to the classroom, Kewin was met with Mrs. Brenna's furrowed brow as she continued her lecture. He offered no further response, simply returning to his seat, having already endured a great deal that day, leaving him little inclination to explain his restroom visit. Fortuitously, his university training had not been in vain. His proficient command of English allowed him to communicate even in a foreign land, sparing him the embarrassment of being unable to articulate a single word. Hey, Kewin, why were you in there for so long? Is your stomach unwell? As Kewin sat, absorbed in Mrs. Brenna's cryptic explanations on the blackboard, he felt a gentle poke from behind. The girl seated behind him, Kara Danvers, inquired with genuine concern. Perhaps I ate something that disagreed with me, he replied, not turning around, as he instinctively recalled the name of the girl behind him. Kara Danvers, a radiant spirit, attended Mid-City High alongside her sister, Emile Danvers, with whom she shared no blood relation, being adopted. Nevertheless, the Danvers family treated her as one of their own, without any distinction. Lost in contemplation about his forthcoming actions, Kewin suddenly sat upright, as if struck by a revelation. National City, Kara Danvers, Supergirl. The sister seated behind him appeared to be one of the most formidable forces in the DC universe, Supergirl, the cousin of Superman. Goodness, what extraordinary luck. I can't believe I'm classmates with Supergirl. This is perilous. As a connoisseur of American comics, Kewin had perused numerous tales across comic books, animated films, and television series. Initially bewildered by his abrupt transference, he now recognized that he resided in the territory of Supergirl, who would one day become the guardian of this very city, and here she was, sitting behind him, contemplating this. Kewin felt an overwhelming urge to ask, is it too late to transfer schools? Having just arrived in this new world, he was thrust into a daunting challenge, one that could escalate to an insurmountable difficulty. The presence of Supergirl, a being whose strength was akin to that of her cousin Superman, loomed large. What fortitude must he possess to survive high school, let alone graduate and attend university alongside such a powerhouse? Kara found herself puzzled by Kewin's demeanor. Her innocent inquiry, stemming from a place of friendship, seemed to trigger an accelerated heartbeat that resonated in her superhuman hearing. As her sister had informed her, a boy's heart rate quickens only in the presence of someone he admires. Could it be? The thought made Kara's cheeks flush with warmth. Should Kyun have been privy to Kara's musings at that moment, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "My sincerest apologies for the interruption. I shall transfer immediately." As he sat in class, the young man found himself under the weight of an extraordinary presence beside him, a supergirl. He pondered the fleeting nature of life, wishing for longevity while contemplating whether his enhanced physique could withstand the might of the strongest Batman. The notion of dating a supergirl seemed far beyond his reach. His sole aspiration was to navigate high school and survive until graduation amidst such extraordinary company. Other concerns were simply beyond his contemplation. The following day, anxiety gripped him as he realized he was seated next to his supergirl. He worried that while they attended class, a calamity might strike. With a heavy truck careening in from outside, potentially wreaking havoc on their group. In cities where Kryptonians resided, accidents were a frequent occurrence, and he felt compelled to safeguard his own life. Unbeknownst to him, Kara was acutely aware of his elevated heart rate, which remained at a steady 145 beats per minute throughout the day. This awareness rendered her hesitant to engage with him, despite her remarkable abilities. She was still merely a blossoming young woman, possessing a gift that set her apart from others. The revelation of having an admirer stirred a sense of vanity within her. "Kevin, I believe your residence is located at 56 Central Avenue, is it not? Would you like to join me?" Kara mustered her courage to invite him when she spotted him at the school gates after class. However, to her dismay, Kevin suddenly trembled and bolted away, his speed akin to that of a sprinter in a 100-meter dash. This left Kara feeling somewhat disheartened. At the same time, Emil, in another classroom, exited to witness the scene of his sister scaring Kevin away. "Kara, have you been bullying someone again?" Emil, well aware of his sister's capabilities, sighed in exasperation. "No, I merely wanted him to come home with us. Our homes are in proximity," Kara replied, feeling unjustly accused. Was it really necessary for him to react with such astonishing speed? "Are you truly not bullying anyone?" Emil pressed further. "Oh, must you inquire so? Let us go," Kara retorted, taken aback by her brother's curiosity. Embarrassed, she stepped out of the school, with Emil reluctantly following suit. Having distanced himself considerably, Kevin glanced back at the school, now a mere silhouette on the horizon, and sighed in relief. The thought of riding home with a supergirl seemed like an invitation to disaster, especially considering his novice status in this new life. He believed himself unworthy of such a fortune. It could very well lead to peril. Recalling the memories of his new body, Kevin ventured to the house that was now his own. It was a modest 2-story villa, a strange place that he had unwittingly claimed, usurping another's life. He felt a sense of aversion as he entered what was referred to as home, for it was not the abode he once knew. However, retreat was not an option. After a moment of internal conflict at the door, he finally retrieved the key and opened the door. "Welcome back, little Kevin. Hurry, dinner is nearly ready. Go wash your hands." A middle-aged woman greeted him in a familiar tone, urging him to freshen up. I find myself rather fatigued and unable to eat. I think I will retire to my room for a bit," he replied. Xiao Yun, the mother of this body, looked at the woman before him, whose face radiated maternal affection. Yet, Cohen found himself unable to utter the word mother, for the soul inhabiting this body was no longer the original. He did not wish to disregard the kindness of this woman, so he feigned a few words of comfort before ascending the stairs. He tossed his backpack aside and lay down on the bed, seemingly intent on expelling the day's experiences through slumber. Xiao Yin harbored little suspicion about her son's unusual demeanor. Instead, she encouraged him to rest first, promising to call him down for dinner once it was ready. Meanwhile, Kuan lay on his bed, unable to find sleep. He closed his eyes, contemplating the images of the Kamen Rider G3 armor and the 3 colors of dominance training methods stored within his mind. The Kamen Rider G3 armor, a creation from the Heisei era's second wave of riders, was developed by human law enforcement to combat monsters. As a synthetic knight armor, it was heavy and burdensome for its wearer. Donning this armor essentially meant sacrificing agility, though it compensated with enhanced defense and firepower. Gazing at the blue, technologically advanced G3 armor in his mind, Cohen silently intoned the word transform. Instantly, he felt the weight of the armor as it materialized around him. Indeed, it can be summoned through mere thought, he mused, feeling the substantial armor enveloping him. Given his modified physique, the weight that would be considerable for an ordinary person merely made him feel slightly heavier, without significantly affecting his agility. Through the wardrobe mirror in his room, he reveled in the sense of power the G3 armor imparted. Enhanced jumping ability, and it comes with firearms. It can even auto-replenish, taking 5 minutes? After donning the G3 armor, information regarding its capabilities naturally surfaced in his consciousness. The G3 armor was equipped with a specially designed dagger and a unique handgun, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, requiring insertion into a slot for a 5-minute reload. The armor could withstand impacts of up to 10 tons. Exceeding this threshold would result in significant damage, causing the armor to revert to the system's space, necessitating points for repairs. Having gleaned the essential details of the G3 armor, Kuen focused his thoughts and withdrew it back into his awareness. It seemed that for the time being, his efforts would need to be concentrated on mastering the G3 armor and the three colors of dominance. He hoped that the system's first task would not prove too arduous. Muttering to himself, Kuen understood that to survive and thrive in this DC world of celestial battles, he must complete the tasks assigned by the system. The three colors of dominance, however formidable, required time to master. In the short term, he would rely on the security provided by the G3 armor, hoping that the system would not prove overly burdensome. After a moment of contemplation, he felt his stomach protest, and with a wry smile, he opened his door and made his way downstairs for dinner. As Kuen descended the stairs to dine, he encountered his father in this body, Kuen, or more aptly, Jonathan Kuen English, an utterly ordinary middle-aged man. Yet this very individual owned 3 hotels and a farm in Nishino City. It is difficult to fathom how Jonathan could achieve such success in a country like America, where racial discrimination is conspicuously evident. As a member of the upper class in Nishino, Jonathan gazed upon Kuen, the interloper inhabiting his son's body, with profound affection. Jonathan understood that his relentless efforts in a foreign land were solely for the purpose of providing a better life for his wife and children. His ancestors had been sold as indentured servants, and after much struggle, he had finally established a foothold. There was no reason to abandon the legacy he had built and return home. Thus, over time, Jonathan had set aside thoughts of returning, though the memories ingrained in his blood remained unforgotten. In addition to his status as an upper-class citizen of Nishino, Jonathan also held the honorary position of president of the Chinese Association in the city, using his influence to provide work and shelter for fellow Chinese immigrants. Even within the complex social fabric of Nishino, his reputation commanded respect. However, Jonathan had no intention of sharing these details with his family, not even with Kuen, the child destined to inherit his legacy. Kuen, unaware of his adoptive father's considerable influence in Nishino, was preoccupied with his dinner, anxious that any unusual behavior might attract the attention of his body-as parents. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than the father. And Kuen was determined not to reveal any hints of his predicament to Jonathan Kuen, lest he jeopardize his refuge. Striving to align his actions with those of the original Kuen, he engaged in the mundane conversations with his adoptive parents. After a dinner that left him feeling somewhat awkward, Kuen retreated to his room and began to explore the items he had obtained through the system's lottery, the spider memory and the taka cans, both props from Kamen Rider W and Kamen Rider game, respectively. Inserting the spider memory into his phone would endow it with the appearance and abilities of a spider, while the other could serve as a reconnaissance unit. He pulled out the phone belonging to this body. To his surprise, it was an iPhone 6S. This was an unexpected boon, as it was relatively contemporaneous with the era of his previous life. However, Kuen was puzzled, unsure where to insert the spider memory into the phone. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that smartphones from the latter half of the Heisei series were mostly custom versions, not ordinary ones. Could it possibly be inserted directly into the charging port? Kuen scratched his head and tentatively attempted to connect the spider memory to the phone's charging port. At that moment, something extraordinary occurred. The memory, which initially did not fit the interface, extended a small connector that seamlessly linked to the charging port of the phone. Then, the Apple phone in his hand transformed into a palm-sized mechanical spider, greeting him with a certain charm. Observing this mechanical arachnid, which bore a striking resemblance to its organic counterparts as it scuttled along the wall, Kuen felt a profound connection with it. Uttering the command spider, return would summon it back to his palm. Spider, return, he tried, and the mechanical creature promptly descended from the ceiling, its 8 metallic legs clasping around Kuen's wrist as if forming a protective gauntlet. He aimed the spider at the wall, silently commanding it to shoot web. A slender, finger-width strand of white silk erupted from its mouth, and as if attuned to Kuen's thoughts, the spider retracted the web upon a slight movement of its mandibles. Incredible technology. My friend, this is somewhat impressive. Witnessing this transformation from a mere phone to a mechanical spider, Kuen was left in awe, realizing that with his enhanced physicality, he could easily masquerade as a high-tech version of Spider-Man. Unsure of how to articulate his current emotions, Kuen attempted to open the taka can, which, originating from the Kamen Rider series, morphed into a petite mechanical bird in his hands. Well, I am utterly impressed. These creations from the system are truly exquisite. This would be considered advanced technology even in the DC universe. Indeed, the world of Kamen Rider is filled with remarkable innovations. Reflecting on his serendipitous fortune, Kuen began to access the last reward nestled within his mind, the training method for the 3 Haki from One Piece. This is a matter of life and death, he thought, and activated the final reward. The method for cultivating the 3 Haki was unlocked, and since the host lacked the innate potential for Conqueror's Haki, the system initiated a transformation process. The familiar electronic voice resounded in his mind once more, and a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Kyun, overwhelmed, succumbed to unconsciousness on his bed. When Kyun opened his eyes the following morning, it was already 8 o'clock. After a night of slumber, he felt an immense heaviness in his head, inundated with knowledge about the observation Haki and armament Haki, alongside the transformation for the Conqueror's Haki. It felt as though he had endured 3 sleepless nights. However, the infusion of knowledge regarding observation and armament Haki had heightened his senses to an extraordinary degree. Even from the 2nd floor, he could vividly perceive the movements of his parents bustling about on the 1st floor, as if he were present among them. This sensation was novel and exhilarating. This is observation Haki. It truly exudes a commanding presence. I wonder how to wield armament Haki, he murmured, raising his right hand. Kyun channeled the heat within his body into his arm, enveloping it in a layer of black sheen as per the knowledge imparted to him. Grabbing a fruit knife from his desk, he drew it across his arm. To his astonishment, it merely left a white scratch, with no injury ensuing. This peculiar phenomenon filled Kyun with unexpected delight. Although his observation Haki and armament Haki were merely in their nascent stages of development for Kyun, who had spent the previous night fretting about his survival in the DC universe, this was nothing short of a monumental surprise. At the very least, he now possessed a modicum of self-defense capabilities, alleviating his concerns about the potential harm that might befall him in the volatile city of Naxanor, where celestial battles could erupt at any moment due to the presence of Supergirl. He also felt equipped to safeguard his beloved adoptive parents. I apologize, he murmured to the essence of the body he now inhabited. Although I am uncertain why I have come to this world and taken over your life, your parents are now my parents as well, and I shall take good care of them. With a tinge of regret, he spoke these words. And though he was unsure if any consciousness lingered, Kyun needed to reconcile with this inner conflict. Strangely enough, after uttering this phrase, he sensed a lightness in his previously foggy mind, as if a weight had been lifted. What a curious occurrence, he thought. After a brief musing, Kyun descended the stairs and, following breakfast, bid farewell to his parents before heading off to school. In the ensuing days, Kyun gradually acclimatized himself to the intricacies of this DC universe. Given that DC had not significantly expanded its cinematic universe, he was left pondering which realm he had entered. Was it the comic book universe, the television adaptations, or perhaps a DC universe that had yet to develop a film franchise? Was it the old 52 or the new 52? After dedicating 10 days to understanding the overarching narrative of this DC world, Kyun grasped its general trajectory. Firstly, the Justice League had been established, indicating that Darkseid had already graced Earth with his presence, likely around 2 years prior. Presently, the original members of the League remained the same 7 Titans: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Cyborg, and Shazam, with Aquaman being the most recent addition. As for the Teen Titans, they were still but a shadow. With only Robin from Gotham and Red Arrow from Star City making media appearances, the remaining young heroes were largely absent from the spotlight. It appeared that he had indeed entered the New 52 universe, a timeline so convoluted it left him with a headache. Gazing at the tangled web of connections laid out on his desk, Kyun felt overwhelmed. This was one of DC's shortcomings whenever the narrative faltered. The official response was a dramatic reboot, wiping the slate clean and restarting all stories from scratch. Consequently, Kyun, a comic book aficionado, found himself utterly confused about the significant events that lay ahead. In essence, his prophetic abilities could not be awakened, leaving him with nothing but an empty canvas of the future. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. The 15-day novice protection period has concluded. The first task is now available. As Kyun grappled with the intricacies of his DC timeline, the system informed him that the time had come to undertake his first mission. In a state of disbelief, Kyun felt an intense urge to curse upon hearing the system's notification echoing in his mind. The audacity of this mechanism was beyond comprehension. Not only did it impede the prevention of 10 criminal acts, but it also demanded the capture of 6 robbers without revealing his involvement. This was utterly insane. He was not endowed with the talents of an assassin, capable of eliminating targets discreetly. Was it asking him to silence witnesses? Faced with the tasks imposed by the system, Kyun was left speechless. Yet, as he observed the countdown timer ticking away in his mind, he realized there was no room for negotiation. He had no choice but to accept the mission. Losing 10,000 points was trivial compared to the prospect of randomly erasing one of his 3 abilities, the 3-color Haki, his enhanced physique, or the G3 armor. The removal of any one of these would leave him at a severe disadvantage. Rather than lamenting the inhumanity of the system, it would be wiser to contemplate how to complete the task within the stipulated 48 hours. Shaolin, hurry down. You're going to be late for school. Kuwen's mother, Chiao Yun, also known as Scarlet Chiao, called from downstairs. "Coming," he replied weakly, gathering his belongings to head to school. As he packed the spider memory card and the Taka canister into his bag, he suddenly froze. He then opened the Taka canister, and in his hands, the silver-red container transformed into a petite mechanical bird, chirping at him. "Little Taka, seek out the whereabouts of the criminal gang hiding in Xin Nua City and report back to me tonight," Kuwen commanded. The small Taka nodded gently before taking flight from his palm and soaring out the window. With this task complete, Kuwen felt a modicum of relief and descended the stairs. After finishing breakfast, he set off for school. Had it not been for the need to pack, he might have forgotten that the Taka's primary function was to serve as a scout for enemy reconnaissance. Equipped with a degree of artificial intelligence to discern human actions based on universal moral standards, with the assistance of little Taka, he would not have to search aimlessly like a headless chicken. Moreover, the existence of a criminal gang implied that these individuals were likely to be seasoned offenders, presenting Kuwen with the potential opportunity to resolve the situation in one fell swoop. With a hint of opportunism in his mind, he proceeded to school. At the entrance of his classroom, Kuwen paused briefly before extending his observation haki to sense the atmosphere inside. After 15 days of acclimatization, he had begun to notice the enhancements brought about by the three-color haki. He had not experienced much with Conqueror's haki, at most. He felt he was attracting more attention. However, he had effectively mastered the applications of observation and armament haki, which were specialized training systems for countering ability users in the world of pirates. His range of observation haki was approximately 300 square meters, while his armament haki could withstand blunt impacts up to 100 kilograms and cuts from sharp objects. Beyond this threshold, his defenses faltered. As for how he discovered these limits, let us just say it involved a fair share of tears. At the entrance of the classroom, the reason for activating his observation haki was rooted in the peculiar habit he had developed ever since he discovered that the Supergirl was a fellow classmate. It is indeed strange. The high school curriculum in the United States is elective, unlike that in his home country. Yet, Kuwen never anticipated that his current body would share the same course selections as Kara Danvers, the Supergirl, making it inevitable for them to be classmates. Consequently, Kuwen felt that if he were not to usurp another's place, the original consciousness of this body would undoubtedly have found Kara intriguing. Alas, as fate would have it, his interest in Kara led to his demise, allowing Kuwen to inhabit this body. Understanding that becoming a classmate of a superhero required a certain destiny, Kuwen decisively chose to activate his observation haki before entering the classroom each time, surveying the safety of his surroundings. Thanks to Kara, the frequent use of observation haki expanded Kuwen's perceptual range slightly. Kara hasn't arrived yet. It's safe. I should quickly change my seat, he thought. Having assessed the classroom layout, with a sense of reassurance, he entered and took a seat by the window, opting not to sit directly in front of or behind Kara anymore. After all, sitting at the edge minimized the risk of being caught in any unforeseen events. When the bell rang, the future protector of the city, Supergirl Kara Danvers, entered alongside her sister, Emile Danvers. Noticing that the familiar seat was now occupied by someone else, Kara furrowed her brow as Kuwen settled by the window. Kuwen, whom she regarded as a suitor, began to leave a rather unpleasant impression on her. In foreign lands, students tend to be quite bold in matters of romance. They express their affections openly and avoid unnecessary entanglements if they are not interested. Having lived on Earth since childhood, Kara had naturally been influenced by this culture and found Kuwen's seemingly timid behavior rather displeasing. After all, as a bright and sunny girl, did he really need to sit so far away? Emile, observing Kara's furrowed brow and the direction of her gaze, couldn't help but shake her head. Emile's beauty rivaled that of Kara, and as the elder sister, she exuded a mature charm that attracted many admirers in high school. Understanding that Kara's frown indicated her feelings, Emile, being a woman of experience, could see that Kuwen was hardly concerned with Kara. It was merely her own overthinking. Nonetheless, this was a relief, as it spared her the worry of her sister accidentally injuring her boyfriend in a fit of excitement. Naturally taking Kuwen's original seat, Emile gently guided her sister back to her place, leaving Kara's thoughts to be her own concern. Meanwhile, Kuwen, lost in thought at the window seat, was keenly focused on Kara. His observation haki allowed him to perceive the actions of everyone in the classroom without needing to turn his head, akin to possessing superhuman hearing, vision, and X-ray capabilities like a Kryptonian. The sensation of being on Earth as a Kryptonian was a revelation for Kuwen. His ability to perceive the hidden actions of others through his observation haki was unparalleled. He was acutely aware of the clandestine activities around him, just as he believed Kara, as a fellow Kryptonian, was. However, Kuwen held a slight advantage over Kara. While Kryptonian's X-ray vision merely revealed the bones and flesh beneath the skin, He had the peculiar ability to glimpse the landscapes concealed beneath others' clothing. Though it might seem wicked, Kewin rationalized that he hadn't truly crossed any lines, merely indulging in his secret pleasures, unbeknownst even to Kara. Goodness, I had no idea Supergirl possessed such a remarkable physique. And her sister isn't lacking either. Oh dear, I feel a nosebleed coming on. I must stop this, Kewin concluded. Realizing his capacity for such indulgence was limited and promptly deactivated his observation hockey. Meanwhile, Kara, simmering with an inexplicable irritation, felt a sudden chill and turned her head in suspicion, yet detected nothing amiss. The day quickly slipped away. After concluding his classes, Kewin rushed home, where his little companion Taka awaited him by the window. So, Taka, did you manage to locate those nefarious individuals? He inquired, extending his palm for Taka to perch upon, his nerves palpable. Taka nodded and turned to the wall, projecting an image of their day's patrol in the new Nova City. The scene depicted the industrial zone of 6th Street, predominantly inhabited by African Americans and undocumented Mexican immigrants, a hotspot for criminal activity. In Taka's projection, a group of armed individuals was seen entering and exiting a dilapidated building. Well, you've certainly delivered a hefty revelation right off the bat. It seems the G3 armor will be put to good use tonight, Kewin mused, recognizing the urgency of the situation. With 10 hours having passed, the time-sensitive mission needed to be addressed promptly. Taka's arrival instilled a degree of confidence in Kewin regarding the impending task, yet he remained unhurried. It was only 5 p.m., and such undertakings were best conducted under the cover of night. Thus, he resolved to prepare meticulously. Mother, I'm stepping out to play some basketball, he announced after dinner, gradually acclimating to his new life in this body. He spoke casually to Scarlett, who was busy washing the dishes. All right, but don't stay out too late. And don't wander too far, Scarlett replied without turning her head. Jonathan, engrossed in the newspaper, had no qualms about his son's basketball outing. Given his status, both the underworld and law enforcement of New Nova City afforded him a measure of respect. As long as Kewin exercised caution, he was unlikely to encounter danger. After all, those who delved into the criminal underbelly knew one vital truth. Understanding whom not to provoke was essential, lest they find themselves in peril without a clue as to why. After exchanging greetings with his thrifty parents, Kewin stepped outside with a basketball in hand. Once he had distanced himself from his home and noticed the absence of passers-by, he activated the small Taka, now resembling a tin can, transforming it into a mechanical bird to lead the way while he followed below. Pursuing the aerial path of the diminutive Taka, Kewin jogged from 5th Avenue in the city center to another district of Nishino City. Compared to his previous residence, this area could be characterized as the most lawless in Nishino City. Robberies, thefts, and gang conflicts frequently occurred. Albeit the city's crime rate was relatively tame compared to Gotham in the renowned DC universe, most incidents were mere burglaries, with armed robberies averaging no more than 3 per day, and gang confrontations were exceedingly rare. For Kewin, who had acclimated to this environment, such a level of disorder was precisely suited to his preferences. Following the trail of the small Taka, Kewin quickly spotted the dilapidated building previously projected by Taka. Amidst the surrounding darkness, this abandoned structure flickered with light. Kewin did not recklessly don his G3 armor and charge in, as a soul with mature reasoning. He subscribed to the adage that caution is never misplaced. Inserting the spider memory unit into his phone, he transformed it into a mechanical spider and commanded his 2 electronic companions, Small Taka, Spider, search the vicinity and obscure any surveillance that might capture this dilapidated building. The 2 creatures nodded in understanding, and soon, the spider leaped onto Taka, allowing the mechanical bird to guide it on a reconnaissance mission. Meanwhile, Kewin concealed himself in the shadows, heightening his awareness to remain vigilant of his surroundings. 15 minutes later, the duo returned leisurely, chirping at Kewin before reverting to their original forms. Once he had secured the 2 petite companions, Kewin commenced the transformation by silently uttering transform in his mind towards the G3 armor residing within. The entirely blue G3 armor manifested around him, enveloping Kewin and transforming him into a warrior clad in azure. Uncertain if the surveillance had been effectively obscured, he resolved to proceed regardless. With his armored hands clasped together, Kewin surged towards the dilapidated edifice before him. The substantial armor did not significantly impede his speed. He charged at the wall with the intensity of a 100-meter sprint. In an instant, shattered stones flew in all directions, and the assembled gang members inside were caught off guard, enveloped in a cloud of dust. What the hell? The sudden commotion left the gang members caked in debris, eliciting a chorus of expletives. Simultaneously, Kewin, clad in his G3 armor, emerged into the illuminated space, his presence now unmistakable. Good evening, everyone. Are you prepared? Bang. Before Kewin could utter a few words to set the stage, The sharp report of a gunshot abruptly interrupted his speech. He stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the blackened marks on his armor, before turning his attention back to the gangsters before him. To his dismay, he was met with a row of ominous gun barrels aimed squarely at him. The cacophony of handguns and machine guns reverberated through the dilapidated structure, while Kyun found himself rooted in place, rendered immobile by the sheer force of the recoil. Alas, how naive he had been. The cinematic portrayals had proven deceptive. When one can act, one ought not to speak. Kyun shielded his head with both arms, berating himself for his earlier thoughtless actions. Under normal circumstances, he would have surged forward at the first sign of a breach, catching these ruffians off guard, rather than attempting a theatrical descent akin to a superhero, expecting them to surrender in fright. In truth, when superheroes first emerged, they often faced the same plight as Kyun. Few in the criminal underworld are easily intimidated. Upon encountering a superhero, they would typically unleash a barrage of gunfire, only to realize that their bullets would bounce off a steel frame. As the superhero's notoriety grew, however, the same lowly criminals, upon seeing the emblem of Superman, would think, "Goodness, it's Superman. We cannot contend with him. Let us surrender." But what was Kyun in comparison? Even with the emergence of superhumans following the establishment of the Justice League, he, clad in his armor, bore no resemblance to Superman. Thus, upon laying eyes on Kyun, the gangsters wasted no time in opening fire. After all, they were all seasoned in this line of work. Who were they to be intimidated by someone in blue armor? Kyun braced himself against the barrage of bullets, but it did not last long. These thugs, relying solely on sheer bravado and faith rather than skillful shooting, quickly exhausted their ammunition. Realizing they had inflicted no harm upon Kyun, they began to fumble in a frantic attempt to reload. "Now it's my turn." Kyun's roar echoed through his visor, transforming into a resonant sound. After enduring a hail of gunfire, he charged toward the nearest gangster. There was no need for any flashy combat moves or grappling techniques. The formidable weight of his G3 armor was Kyun's greatest asset. With a simple collision, the gangsters, who had barely managed to load a few bullets, only succeeded in producing a few sparks against his armor. Kyun's brute force sent one thug soaring into the air, who then fell back down with a sickening crack of bones, losing consciousness. As Kyun plunged into the fray, he required no elaborate tactics. With each punch he delivered, another petty criminal fell, unable to withstand his might. Within mere seconds, Kyun had vanquished the opposition, leaving a sea of spent shells and a number of unconscious thugs strewn across the floor. System, check the progress of the mission. After utilizing his observation skills to confirm that no one else remained in the abandoned building, Kyun finally spoke, slightly winded. The system, equipped with a sharp tongue, promptly critiqued Kyun's recent endeavors. Given that the task remained unfulfilled, the system seized the opportunity to ridicule Kyun's prior foolish actions. Kyun expressed his desire to disregard the system, lamenting that he had been inexplicably transported to another realm without seeking its counsel, yet it was the system that chose to mock him first. However, upon hearing the system's assessment, Kyun felt compelled to inquire, "How is it that I merely prevented one incident? These individuals are thugs. By incapacitating them, they have lost their capacity to commit further crimes. Shouldn't that equate to completion?" "Ah, a fallacious argument. Can one penalize someone who is yet to err?" The system retorted, "Host, cease your attempts to be cunning. This system is more astute than you realize and is aware of your thoughts. It would be prudent to focus on completing the remaining tasks. A friendly reminder, your G3 armor is running low on power." "What?" Kyun, caught off guard by the system's revelation of his innermost thoughts, had no time to retort. Following the system's alert, he noticed the battery, which he had assumed was merely ornamental, at the waist of the G3 armor, its power level flickering ominously. Once the red light extinguished, the G3 armor would vanish, returning him to the confines of the system's space. "This contraption is powered by a battery? I thought it was just for show?" Kyun continued to grumble. The knight armor produced by this system is indeed authentic, and thus it possesses the inherent flaws of genuine products. The system replied with unwavering seriousness. "Then why on earth do you need a one-click transformation feature? Why not simply provide me with a belt?" Kyun exclaimed in frustration. If you were to engage in combat with a superhero, would you have the luxury to don a belt? Kyun fell silent, realizing that this system was nothing short of a master of sarcasm, adept at pinpointing his vulnerabilities and effectively terminating conversations with a single remark. "Then tell me, how long does it take to recharge, and how long can it be utilized?" 2 hours to charge, 5 minutes of combat. You're even less reliable than Ultraman. At least he can fight for an entire episode when the red light is on. Yet Ultraman requires a full day to recharge, the system coldly concluded, bringing their banter to an abrupt end. Kyun found himself thoroughly defeated, unable to muster any counter-arguments. He kicked a nearby unconscious thug and disposed of several packets of heroin from the table into the toilet, then begrudgingly made his way home. Having endured a barrage of scathing remarks from the system, and now lacking the G3 armor that could lend him an air of superiority, Hyun had no intention of lingering outside. After all, his current state of preparedness was limited to withstanding a knife. This was a country where firearms were prevalent. Should he encounter an armed robber, would he capitulate or offer money? With this realization, Hyun hurried home, inevitably subjected to the system's taunts about his cowardice. To this, Hyun remained noncommittal. As a civilian with no combat skills, being transported to another world was already a dismal fate. Even with a system at his disposal, his humble nature could not easily adapt. It was unrealistic to expect him to act bravado simply because of a fortunate twist of fate. Without the necessary skill, one should not attempt to handle delicate matters. Ah, I have returned. After a long run from the northern district back to my residence in the eastern area. Even though Kevin possesses the physique of a transformed individual, he is undeniably exhausted. However, it is not entirely unfavorable, at least this way. He genuinely appears to have just returned from a game, sparing Scarlett and Jonathan at home from any suspicion. After ascending the stairs and refreshing himself, Kevin glanced at the system notification in his mind, which indicated that there were still 22 hours remaining, and then he succumbed to a deep slumber. There was no choice. Even if he was anxious, sleep was imperative. After all, there was still time, no need to rush. Little Taka, your task is rather demanding this time. Please conduct an all-day patrol of New Nova City. Should any thieving troubles arise, pinpoint their locations for me, and I shall deal with them properly tonight. Upon receiving Kevin's command, Taka nodded and promptly soared into the skies, while Kevin donned his attire and descended to commence his daily schooling. He had already formulated a plan. The task deadline was set for 8:30 p.m., and his school concluded at 4:30 p.m., leaving him with a mere 4 hours of active time. Kevin had no expectations of finding luck through chance encounters. Instead, he preferred to experiment with his own theories. Generally speaking, crimes such as theft or robbery follow a certain procedure. After acquiring stolen goods, one must have avenues for disposal. Converting the items into currency to complete the crime, cash being the only exception. Thus, Kevin decided against tempting fate and instructed Taka to patrol the entire city, identifying those individuals who had completed the act of stealing or robbing but had yet to dispose of their loot. He would then confront them, incapacitate them, and alert the authorities, thereby effectively thwarting the crime. Naturally, he would not limit Taka to just 9 targets. The more, the better. Who knows if they would have managed to dispose of their stolen goods by the time he arrived. Second crime thwarted, 8 remain. While aboard the bus to school, accustomed to using his observation hockey, Kevin sensed an unsavory individual preparing to commit an indecent act amid the bustling crowd. With his physical advantage, he decisively struck the man's head, perfectly preventing an incident of harassment. To his surprise, this action also accomplished a task. Bravo, Kevin Ko. As Kevin disembarked from the bus and prepared to enter the school, he felt a tap on his shoulder from Kara behind him, causing him to jump forward in fright. He turned to look back at Kara, who was smiling at him, his expression tinged with anxiety. What the hell? Why the sudden shoulder tap? Are you out of your mind? Despite having activated his observation hockey, he wondered how Kara was aware of his actions on the bus. Kara was equally astonished to witness such a scene while attending school with her sister. As a Kryptonian, even without the rigorous training that Superman underwent, she had naturally mastered the abilities of Kryptonians living on Earth after 12 years of habitation. Even without sharing the same vehicle as Kevin, her supervision, combined with X-ray vision, was sufficient to observe everything transpiring on the road. Yet, why did Kevin regard her with such trepidation? Was she truly so intimidating? Or perhaps his increased heart rate was not due to affection for her, but rather fear? Kara's mind wandered through these thoughts, and her once sunny, sweet smile gradually faded. Oh my! Kara, could you refrain from suddenly appearing from behind and tapping me on the shoulder? I am rather timid. Observing Kara's smile gradually fade, Kevin realized that his reaction might have been somewhat excessive and hastily offered an explanation. Is that so? Yet, aren't you quite fierce during competitions? By the way, I called you Kevin Koo. Why did you not respond? I recall you emphasizing in class that I should address you by your Chinese name, Kara remarked, her brow furrowing. Upon hearing Kara's words, a peculiar memory flashed through Kevin's mind, leading him to understand that his behavior today was indeed rather strange. Oh, it doesn't matter, after all. Kevin and Koo sound quite similar, so it makes no difference how I address you. Furthermore, being fierce in games does not equate to having a bold character. Your perception needs some adjustment. All right then, calling you Kevin is more fluid. My apologies. Kara accepted Kevin's clumsy excuse, surprisingly not questioning it, and even offered him an apology. So, there's nothing more to discuss, right? If that's the case, I shall take my leave. See you later. Kevin had no intention of engaging in a conversation with this girl, who, despite her delicate appearance, possessed formidable inner strength. He merely uttered a quick farewell and hurriedly dashed into the school gates, leaving Kara momentarily speechless, unable to respond. He is lying, Kara. He is quite afraid of you. Have you recently revealed some of your abilities that he witnessed? As Emil, who had secretly joined the superpower investigation team, assessed the dialogue between Kevin and Kara, he concluded that Kevin was indeed lying. Knowing his sister well, it was easy for him to attribute the cause of the situation to Kara. How could that be? You have always walked to and from school with me. You know what I am capable of, Emil. But how did you discern that he was lying? Kara inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Nothing much, just instinct. Hee. Their brief conversation soon came to an end. Kevin continued to maintain his observation hockey, treating it as a form of training. After all, he knew the training methods for armament hockey, but lacked a suitable venue for practice. Thus, honing his observation hockey seemed more beneficial. Observation hockey was indeed a powerful asset, particularly in terms of early warning and detecting opponents' movements. It would be illogical for Kevin to abandon it. Watching the time indicated by the system ticking away in his mind, Kevin felt increasingly restless. As the bell rang to signal the end of the school day, he bolted out of the door, eager to leave the premises. Meanwhile, the small Taka, who had been waiting at home, began leading Kevin towards the locations of those who had committed petty thefts throughout the city. Still in the northern part of the city, the first individual Taka guided Kevin to was a rather intimidating figure, evoking an instinctive urge to steer clear. Kevin leisurely trailed behind, releasing his observation hockey, and sensed that this individual's bulging backpack contained some women's undergarments, causing his expression to grow peculiar. Why is it that the two crimes I must intervene in both involve such unsavory characters? Could it be that I possess some latent affinity for such individuals? Some individuals, brimming with audacity, swiftly advanced, executing decisive motions. Before the unsuspecting gentleman could react, they forcefully pressed his head against the wall, producing a resounding thud that rendered him unconscious. They then scattered women's lingerie from his backpack over his body, departing without even notifying the authorities. For they understood the complexities of such incidents were often beyond the police's grasp. As for any potential misjudgment, a system prompt would clarify matters. After all, a man burdened with a backpack full of women's undergarments was surely no upstanding citizen. Thus, the deed was done. 3 incomplete crimes thwarted, 7 remain. Upon hearing the system's notification echo in his mind, he realized his suspicions had been validated. He promptly addressed the hovering Taka, urging, "Little Taka, lead me to the next target at once." In the ensuing hours, he adeptly utilized Taka's built-in facial recognition system, successfully preventing the remaining 7 crimes before 8:30 in the evening. Taka had identified a total of 28 individuals, and after confronting each one, he managed to avert the final 7 offenses, all while ensuring he remained unseen. Returning home, somewhat fatigued, he dined and then reclined on his bed, ready to absorb the acerbic evaluations from the system. Street night mission completed. Points earned. 10,000. Reward. 1 spin of the lucky wheel. Mission evaluation. As a novice masked rider, completing the task in the final hour is quite lazy, and your intelligence appears underwhelming. Your journey as a masked rider still has a long way to go. Evaluation grade. E. Second mission issued. Mission title. Street Vigilante. No time limit. As a knight committed to secretly safeguarding humanity, petty theft is no longer your concern. Maintaining peace on the streets is the vigilante's duty. Mission requirements. Prevent 3 heinous crimes, such as burglary, murder, or sexual assault. Mission rewards. 50,000 points, a training facility for armed combat, and expertise in martial arts and firearms. Listening to the system as it continued to assign tasks, he couldn't help but smirk. It truly allows no respite. With a silent complaint, he closed his eyes, concluding a day of arduous endeavors. Chapter 008. This proud system, perhaps due to his daily practice of observation hockey, Cohen awoke long before dawn, at precisely 4 a.m. Despite the early hour, he felt invigorated and entirely devoid of any desire to return to slumber. "Ah, host, how remarkable that you are awake so early," the acerbic system remarked as soon as Cohen stirred. "Hey, I'm not trying to play tricks on me again, are you?" Cohen retorted, a hint of suspicion in his tone. "I assure you, I lack the leisure for such antics. The reason for your early awakening lies within yourself. Observation hockey is inherently a skill that enhances one's perceptual range and predicts opponents' attacks. Additionally, it also contributes to the mental fortitude of the practitioner. You have been utilizing observation hockey almost continuously for the past fortnight, naturally augmenting your mental strength. This advantage manifests here, allowing you to forego prolonged sleep for mental rejuvenation." Kuwin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that observation hockey possessed such a benefit. which effectively meant he could no longer indulge in lazy mornings. Could you not muster a bit of ambition, host? Shouldn't your natural reaction be to view this as an opportunity to grow stronger? As a system embedded within Ku-Wen's consciousness, the nightly system was acutely aware of his psychological fluctuations and could not resist delivering a sarcastic remark regarding Ku-Wen's thoughts. But I already have a system. Why should I still strive? If effort truly mattered, what need would there be for a golden finger? The system was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Ku-Wen's retort. After a brief pause, he finally delivered a notification, given the host's authenticity. You are awarded a D-grade Death God outfit and a pair of illusory masks, pseudo. Really? Such generosity. Why not just hand me a soul cutter while you're at it? Ku-Wen exclaimed, startled by the sudden reward. Heh, you must be capable of using it. That weapon requires spiritual pressure, and you simply do not qualify. Besides, this system is a nightly one. Providing you with such items is already beyond the scope of its purpose. What more do you wish? The system responded sharply to Ku-Wen's dissatisfaction, offering no leniency. As for Ku-Wen, he brushed off the system's biting remarks with ease. His thick skin and resilient spirit were his sole virtues. Even if the system were to threaten his life, he would merely shrug in indifference, perhaps muttering a curse, and chose to accept the system's reward. A luminous white light enveloped him, and Ku-Wen discovered that his sleepwear had transformed into a sleek, pure black robe. The upper portion clung closely to his skin, while the lower part billowed out elegantly. A dark red sash adorned his waist, complemented by matching trousers. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a mask adorned with ghostly patterns, fitted tightly against his face, as though it were a natural extension of himself. Given that the host's G3 armor has a mere 5-minute usage limit, this outfit can be donned once the G3 armor is removed and can be summoned at random, possessing partial bulletproof, stab-resistant, waterproof, fire-resistant, and friction-resistant capabilities. The Phantasmal Mask, as its name suggests, not only conceals the host's identity and voice but also serves as a deterrent to timid criminals. Ku-Wen had become indifferent to the system's subsequent notifications. This ensemble, both aesthetically pleasing and practical, perfectly met his current requirements. He had initially worried that with the G3 armor's limited duration, should he encounter a superpowered criminal, he might fail to subdue them in time and be left vulnerable, risking exposure and potential demise. However, with this new outfit, he no longer had to fret about his identity. He had even contemplated commissioning a Spider-Man costume to disguise himself, reasoning that since he was in DC, Old Man Stark would not dare confront him. Feeling the comfort of the Deathbuster suit enveloping him, Ku-Wen recalled the system's earlier remarks and couldn't help but inquire. System, did you not mention that the items from the 3 major comic worlds, Death and Naruto, are essentially useless to me? I recall that the Deathbuster suit is a manifestation of the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure. There are also artificially created variants, like the one you provided. Do you really think I could exchange for one that utilizes my own spiritual pressure? The system, once again activating its sharp-tongued property, left Ku-Wen speechless, making him realize that considering the system as merely a tsundere was indeed a misconception. Nevertheless, having fortuitously acquired an outfit suitable for heroics, Ku-Wen decided to utilize his reward from completing his first mission. System, please use my lottery reward. I wish to see if I can obtain something even more advantageous. Acknowledged. The 3 lucky wheels representing the lottery spun rapidly in Ku-Wen's mind before coming to a halt, followed by a system notification. Acquired swordsmanship mastery skill. A torrent of complex information surged into Ku-Wen's brain. Having experienced this once before, he did not faint but instead paused for 2 seconds before growling softly, at the very least, you ought to provide me with a sword. You could easily procure a broadsword for yourself. The system once more left Ku-Wen without retort. After claiming his reward, Ku-Wen stood before the dressing mirror, repeatedly transforming into the Deathbuster suit the system had gifted him. The thrill of possessing an item from anime materialized in his hands was exhilarating. He indulged in this back-and-forth transformation until dawn broke, finally preparing to head to school. Perhaps due to Ku-Wen's somewhat outrageous behavior in front of Carla the previous day, she, initially eager to converse with him, had her interest waned after her sister Emile's explanations. Ku-Wen reveled in the tranquility of his existence, with Carla not seeking him out. The safety of his own life had considerably increased. As for the tasks issued by the system, he intended to procure a mountain-cutting knife before venturing out. Donning his dual-colored imposing attire complemented by 5 minutes of G3 armor, Ku-Wen felt emboldened to confront a gang in the northern district of Naxino City at the Hellfire Bar. A venue that operated round the clock, it had miraculously remained unscathed amidst rampant crime. This establishment was the property of the Hellfire Gang, a criminal organization that dominated the northern sector, responsible for a quarter of the region's criminal activities, thus deterring anyone from causing trouble within its vicinity. Conversely, Many who had just committed a heist preferred to frequent the Hellfire Bar to launder their spoils, exchanging cash for goods and vice versa. The bar also provided ample private rooms for gamblers, addicts, and sex workers, offering them sufficient space for entertainment. Today, John Middle, the leader of the Hellfire Gang, glared with fury at a group of injured members sprawled on stretchers before him. Who can explain how 10 armed men were bested by an individual whose identity remains a mystery, whether human or machine? Moreover, we lost 600,000 in high-purity heroin. What is worse, the surveillance footage reveals nothing of this individual, only your descriptions. His voice echoed in the office as he raged. If it were not for your long-standing loyalty and your current state, you would already be buried in cement. The loss of 600,000 was trivial. The gang's annual cut from laundering was tenfold that amount. However, the sheer fact that a group had been so severely beaten without any knowledge of their assailant was unacceptable. Each person offered a different account, one claiming it was a man, another a robot, and yet another insisted it was a superhuman. If it truly were a superhuman, Middle would cease his tirade and expedite his escape with his valuables. Regrettably, inquiries thus far yielded 10 conflicting descriptions of the assailant's appearance. Boss. The focus now should not be on this sudden instigator, but rather on the business with Colbert from Gotham in 3 days. If we fail to maintain confidentiality, the police investigation could be detrimental. We may fare well, but disrupting Colbert's dealings would spell disaster. Heeding his subordinate's counsel, Middle recognized the gravity of the situation. With a dismissive huff, he ceased his outburst. Spread the word and investigate when a vigilante arrived in Naxino City. Compile and disseminate descriptions of the 10 individuals' accounts. I refuse to believe he can truly vanish without a trace. Unbeknownst to Kewen, his random act of aggression had marked the inception of his burgeoning reputation in Naxino City, simultaneously propelling Carla's emergence as a superwoman ahead by a full 5 years. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. You all have a week's holiday. I hope you dedicate yourselves to completing your extracurricular assignments diligently. Furthermore, the teacher remarked that the upcoming semester would herald the nationwide SAT examination. While I am aware that your parents have paved the way for you, it remains paramount that you exert effort in your studies. After Mrs. Brenna assigned the final task before the week-long holiday, Kevin gathered his belongings, preparing to return home. As a temporary traveler in this realm, he had inherited the memories, life, and relationships of this body, yet found himself utterly disconnected from anything beyond that. Previously, this body had achieved grades of A or B at Central High School. But under his peculiar influence, it had dwindled to AB, were it not for his foundational grasp of English and the aid of his observational prowess. It would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to receive a D or even an F. This predicament was unavoidable. Kevin had undergone 9 years of compulsory education followed by 3 years of examination-centric schooling, which bore little resemblance to the educational system here. The same English text appeared to him as a wholly different perspective compared to others. While his observational abilities expanded his horizons, they did not assist him in reading comprehension. Having packed his belongings, Kevin reluctantly made his way home. What could be more arduous for a traveler than to navigate an alien world while also contending with the rigors of study? Learning? What a farce. At 11 o'clock. Once he verified that his somewhat indifferent parents had succumbed to slumber, Kevin gently opened his window and leapt from his second-floor room, landing gracefully on the grass below, which absorbed the impact silently. The night was dark, the winds howled, and the moon hung high in the sky. Gazing up at the celestial orb, Kevin uttered an old saying without reason. He then sprinted towards the northern district of the city. His enhanced physique allowed him to maintain a speed akin to a 100-meter dash for extended periods. Moreover, Kevin sensed that the forced augmentation of his body had bestowed upon him greater potential, though he remained uncertain about how to harness it. Setting that aside, after 10 minutes of nearly solitary running through the desolate streets, Kevin arrived at the northern district, panting heavily. Even for a modified warrior of the Showa era, sustaining a 100-meter sprint for 10 minutes would be a trial. Puff. This is exhausting. I cannot fathom how those mundane superheroes manage to maintain such composure while battling foes. He wiped the sweat from his brow and made an official quip. 10 minutes of sprinting, and I'm in this state. Were you a sloth in your past life, host? The acerbic system continued to berate Kevin's disheveled state. You, who lack a corporeal form, should refrain from casting aspersions at this juncture. Spider, take me up. Disinterested in arguing with the voice in his mind, Kevin activated the memory device known as Spider, which transformed into a mechanical spider that clung to his wrist. He then shot a web towards the rooftop of a nearby building, securing it firmly before being pulled upward by Spider. Upon reaching the rooftop of the towering building, feeling the biting wind that could almost send one into a fit of discomfort, Kewen promptly unleashed Taka to patrol the area. Do not inquire why he did not undertake the search himself. It boils down to sheer laziness. With such an excellent reconnaissance tool at his disposal, he had no intention of scouring the vicinity like others. Lacking the capability to handle emergencies, he deemed it far more prudent to await opportunities. Standing atop the building, Hewen donned the system-provided D-grade Death Dominator attire and a pseudo-invisibility mask. As the fierce winds whipped around him, the black hem of his outfit billowed dramatically, momentarily making him feel rather dashing, until the caustic system interjected with a rather critical question that shattered the ambience. While I understand that you wish to survey the expanse, might I pose a question? How do you intend to descend? An awkward silence enveloped Hewen once more as he gazed down at the ground, which made him feel somewhat dizzy. After a prolonged pause, he silently twisted open the rooftop door and retraced his steps down the fire escape to the ground level. Upon returning to the earth, Taka, having completed its circuit, circled above Hewen's head, seemingly having made a discovery. With scarcely a moment to berate his own system, Hewen hastily followed Taka toward the North District South 6th Street. In the 6th Street enclave, the notorious leader of the Hellfire Gang, John Middle, was personally engaging in discussions with one of Cobblepot's subordinates from Gotham regarding a human trafficking transaction. Long time no see, Kawa. Please extend my regards to Mr. Cobblepot. The burly Middle greeted the Gotham guest with a customary embrace. Certainly, Middle. I heard you suffered a loss of goods recently? The slightly stout Kawa inquired. A newcomer, whose origins are a mystery, incapacitated 10 of my men and made off with my shipment. Upon hearing Kawa mention this embarrassing incident, Middle's tone grew somewhat abrasive. He retorted, I've heard that Mr. Cobblepot has been entangled with Batman. How is he faring? Ha ha ha. Middle, you must understand Gotham. In Gotham, money can resolve all matters. As long as Mr. Cobblepot isn't caught in the act alongside those he has trafficked, we have professional lawyers ready to justify his actions. Kawa boasted about their dominion over Gotham, a city with the highest crime rate in the nation. The political and police systems, top to bottom, were fundamentally corrupt. Yet this city remained an exceedingly vital trade port. Both legitimate and illicit transactions flowed through here, rendering the nation indifferent to Batman's violent methods of dealing with criminals in Gotham, since they found it challenging to take action. And given the rarity of someone willing to act, they would naturally refrain from targeting him. Moreover, should any issues arise, they could easily shift the blame onto him. What a splendid arrangement. Listening to Kawa's self-congratulatory remarks about his city, a glimmer of envy flickered in Middle's eyes. Yet it remained mere envy. He harbored no desire to venture into the criminal haven that Gotham represented. In the underworld of America, a saying circulates, if you love him, send him to Gotham. If you hate him, send him to Gotham. In Gotham, as long as one possesses a sufficient degree of ruthlessness and madness, coupled with a modicum of luck and a sharp mind, one can undoubtedly thrive. However, if one lacks the requisite ferocity, insanity, and insight, one might find themselves discovered by the police in the sewers by the afternoon of their first day in Gotham. Middle is acutely aware of his limitations. He is neither sufficiently ruthless nor mad. In Naxenor City, he merely controls a few blocks, adhering to his own set of rules. Yet, in Gotham, he would have to heed the whims of whichever crime lord held sway, a lifestyle he does not desire. Enough idle chatter, Kova. Send someone to accompany my man to verify the goods. Once confirmed, you will pay, and I will deliver, Middle stated, forcing himself to focus on the transaction at hand. He intended to collect his money and depart swiftly. The logistics of delivery were Kova's responsibility. He had no desire to entangle himself with Gotham's dark night. Very well, Hyde. You take care of this, Kova nodded, signaling one of his subordinates to step forward. Middle dispatched one of his own men to lead Kova's assistant to inspect the goods. They awaited news from their subordinates, and after approximately 5 minutes, both returned from the warehouse. The subordinate named Hyde gave Kova a nod, indicating that the cargo was in order. Only then did Kova signal for his assistant to bring forth the briefcase he had been holding. I am pleased to cooperate with you. The money is yours, Kova remarked. And I am equally pleased to collaborate. This key is yours, Middle replied, handing over a key. Sealing the transaction. The following tasks were straightforward. Kova's men drove away with the truck laden with goods. Once Kova and his entourage were beyond Middle's line of sight, he and his men prepared to leave with the money. Boss, this briefcase is so thick. How much do you think is inside? One of the excited drivers exclaimed. At the very least, 5 million. But don't get ahead of yourself. Drive carefully. You'll have your fun back at the bar, Middle replied. Understood, the driver exclaimed, exhilarated by Middle's assurance, fully aware of his duty to drive steadily. Meanwhile, Middle sat in the back seat, cradling the briefcase, leaning back to rest his eyes. Suddenly, a forceful object erupted from the roadside, intercepting the moving vehicle with tremendous energy, bringing the car to a sudden halt at 70 miles per hour. Middle, fortunate to be secured by his seatbelt, avoided being thrown from the car, but the abrupt stop caused him to hit his head. "Damn it! What is happening? Joey, how are you driving?" Middell bellowed. However, the driver, overwhelmed by the impact, had his head slumped and lost consciousness. Before Middell stood a figure clad in blue armor, with an orange-yellow facial mask, staring back at him. Chapter 010. Subsequent tasks unlocked in the northern district of the city of Naxino, on the 6th Street. The vehicle occupied by Midler was abruptly halted by Kewin, who burst forth from the intersection. Clad in G3 armor, Kewin exhibited a remarkable enhancement in both strength and agility. He collided forcefully with the front of the speeding car, nearly overturning it. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the vehicles trailing Midler, prompting them to hasten to his aid. Kewin, acutely aware of the rapidly approaching vehicles behind him, understood that he had only 5 minutes of combat time left. Without further ado, he seized the moment. He grasped the edges of the car window and, with a mighty pull, wrenched it open, reaching for the briefcase that Midler clutched tightly. "Shit! Get away from me!" The suddenness of the encounter startled Midler, who, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly drew his firearm from behind and aimed it at Kewin's face, firing a quick shot. The bullet sparked against Kewin's visor, failing to penetrate, ricocheting instead and striking one of the nearby henchmen. Unfazed, Kewin grasped the briefcase Midler held so tightly and yanked it, forcibly extracting Midler from the vehicle. "Damn it! I've encountered a reckless one," Kewin muttered under his breath as he observed Midler's unyielding grip on the briefcase. At that moment, the pursuing vehicles had caught up, with henchmen already unlocking their weapons, aiming them directly at Kewin. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Kewin knew he could not afford to linger with Midler any longer. The G3 armor had already been donned for nearly 3 minutes, and he needed to vacate the scene before being ensnared by these armed thugs. In a decisive move, he delivered a powerful punch to the briefcase. The force of a ton, combined with Kewin's enhanced physique, punctured the case. He reached inside, seizing a handful of its contents, and drew his sidearm, the GM-01, aiming it at the briefcase and firing. The explosion ignited the briefcase containing cash from Midler's illicit transaction, flames erupting from it. Kewin then fired several shots at the encroaching vehicles, but none found their mark. "Damn it, human outlines," he cursed, seizing the opportunity to dart into a nearby alley, leaving Midler behind, disheveled and frantically attempting to extinguish the flames consuming the briefcase. His henchmen rushed to assist, dousing the flames, but by the time the fire was quelled, the briefcase, once brimming with cash, had been severely charred. "Release the word, I, Midler, am placing a bounty of 500,000 on this man's head. Alive, 1,000,000. Infuriated, Midler seethed. He had never suffered such a substantial loss before. Having already lost a 600,000 deal due to Kewin, now a significant portion of his funds from this transaction had also been incinerated. Such losses are of no concern to Kawa, who is engaged in personal transactions. After all, the exchange is clear-cut. If one cannot safeguard their own finances, it is of no consequence to him. Initially, Middle had contemplated returning to discuss the division of earnings, but at this moment, his mind was elsewhere. Just moments ago, he had been dragged from the vehicle like a lifeless dog, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon him. The subordinates who had gathered were acutely aware of their leader's anger, and none dared to intervene. They merely nodded in agreement before promptly pulling out their phones to issue commands for their respective districts. Meanwhile, in the streets leading from the northern district to the eastern sector, Kewin, stripped of his G3 attire, was sprinting at full tilt, the system's notification chiming in his mind. Prevent 3 severe crimes. Completion rate 13. Disrupted a nefarious underworld transaction. Derivative task. Gain notoriety. Having thwarted the dealings of the Hellfire Gang, you are now marked for death. The leader of the Hellfire Gang has issued a bounty on your head. Task requirements. Dismantle the Hellfire Gang and bring its leader, John Middle, and his henchmen to justice. Task reward. 500,000 points, exclusive motorcycle TRCS 2000, 5 random draws, and 3 night training cards. The alarming notification caused Kewin to stumble as he sprinted, realizing he had stirred a hornet's nest. Was it merely for burning some illicit money that they would go to such extremes and place a bounty on his head? No wonder the system offered such lavish rewards. Nevertheless, Kewin was not swayed by the allure of riches. Clutching a handful of cash he had extracted from a briefcase, he dashed to the entrance of a children's welfare institution. He effortlessly leaped over the gate, meticulously arranging the bills and securing them with a brick before quietly departing. The events of the night had been sufficiently eventful. There was no need to prolong the chaos. He stealthily scaled the wall to the 2nd floor and returned to his bed, finally deeming his exhilarating and tense night to be at an end. At 1 a.m. this morning, a traffic accident occurred on 6th Street in the Northern District, involving a black Mercedes that sustained damage. However, No injuries were reported at the scene, nor were any images captured by surveillance. As Kyun sat in the living room enjoying breakfast, he caught wind of the news report and scoffed dismissively. It would be a wonder if they could uncover anything. The surveillance footage had been hacked by his own spider. Otherwise, they would not dare to brazenly commit robbery in such a manner. After finishing breakfast, with nothing pressing to attend to, Kyun used basketball as an excuse to venture out once more. There were still 2 tasks remaining from the system, along with a derivative mission. He believed it prudent to complete the initial tasks swiftly, eyeing the potential reward of 50,000 points. Coupled with the 10,000 points he had previously amassed, he could explore the possibility of acquiring other intriguing gadgets. After all, the auxiliary functions of the items from the Kamen Rider universe proved to be exceptionally useful. At least he would not be wandering aimlessly in his crusade against crime, hoping to avoid a chance encounter with a superhuman who could easily subdue him. I also need to customize a wooden sword. Otherwise, my mastery of swordsmanship would be rendered futile. After much contemplation, Kyun deemed it necessary to procure a sturdy and durable wooden sword. He lacked the audacity to wield a real blade against another, so a wooden sword would suffice, especially when enhanced by the power of Haki, capable of shattering bones with a single strike. As for the GS-03 destruction sword worn with the G3 armor, Kyun had no intention of utilizing it. He had previously experimented with it, cleaving a 5-centimeter thick stone slab into several fragments with one swing, should it strike a human. The carnage would be unimaginable. Having resolved his next steps, Kyun hurried to a workshop, where he spent $500 on processing fees to acquire a piece of white hardwood. He devoted an entire morning crafting it into the likeness of a Tang sword, applying paint, polishing, and finally layering it with wax. In a rather mischievous manner, he etched the words Lake Toya into the hilt. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Lake Toya sword. Would you like to convert it? The sudden voice from the system caught Kyun off guard, prompting him to cautiously inquire, Convert? How many points? 5 points. Such a miserly offer. I shall not exchange. You are quite the penny pincher. Do your parents know? The system retorted after a brief silence. Kyun replied, My system is ruthless and speaks little. Chapter 011. The surprising battery replacement. Congratulations, host, for rescuing a woman from robbery. Task completion progress is now 2-3. Congratulations, host, for solving a murder case. The task is complete, and rewards are about to be distributed. Kyun sat in the police station's office, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected fortune. This incident traced back to 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he had just collected his custom-made pseudo Lake Toya from a small workshop. After enjoying his lunch, he wandered around with a wooden sword, intending to find an open space to practice the swordsmanship skill imparted by the system. Without practice, even the possession of such a skill would be futile. While aimlessly strolling, he fortuitously encountered a robbery in progress. With no immediate task in sight, Kyun boldly intervened with a strike from his wooden sword. The assailant fell to the ground without a sound, and Kyun promptly notified the authorities. Little did he know that the man had a criminal record and was a wanted fugitive. His timely intervention inadvertently aided the police in apprehending the criminal, leaving Kyun astonished by his own luck. While superheroes patrolled the city, he stumbled upon such events merely by wandering about. Hey, kid, if there are no issues, please sign here, said the officer taking his statement, who was quite amicable, recognizing that kind-hearted, seemingly capable high school students like Kyun were a rarity. Oh, may I leave now? Kyun inquired after signing, feeling like a law-abiding citizen who had done no wrong. Completing his statement, he expected to depart. But the officer appeared intent on keeping him for tea. Hold on, kid. You're gearing up for the SAT next year, right? Any schools in mind? The officer's casual demeanor reminded Kyun of the uncles and aunts he had encountered in his previous life, who would inquire about his well-being and personal life during festive seasons. This peculiar sense of familiarity made Kyun feel as though he had returned to a known realm. Maintaining his composure, he sipped his coffee, signaling for the officer to continue while he feigned defeat in the conversation. The officer, surprised by Kyun's calmness and lack of engagement, glanced at the address and name Kyun provided in his statement. Understanding dawned upon him. This was the only son of a prominent family in Naxanor City, far removed from the dangerous life they led. My apologies. You may leave now, the officer said with a wry smile, allowing Kyun to depart. Watch yourself, officer. Kyun cautioned as he stood to leave, deftly evading an imminent collision with his elbow without turning around. The officer, having received the warning, said nothing further. Placing a document on the spot where Kyun had sat before handing a cup of coffee to a colleague. What happened, Brown? Did that kid commit any wrongdoing? No. He merely happened to assist us in capturing a fugitive, the one just interrogated in the room. Frenzied Dog Brown? That fellow has taken the lives of an entire family. Can such a person truly be apprehended by a mere novice? Who can say? One can never underestimate an individual who appears harmless. They may possess the prowess of Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan. Perhaps you ought to watch fewer films. By the way, my informant has relayed news that a newcomer has arrived in our city of Naxino, who last night disrupted a transaction of the Hellfire Gang. A newcomer? Is it yet another individual akin to Gotham's Batman or Metropolis's Superman? It seems unlikely. According to the Hellfire Gang, this individual is clad in blue armor. We should remain vigilant. It's not that simple. Ever since the global invasion 2 years ago, peculiar individuals in outlandish attire have become commonplace. Naxino has been relatively sheltered, but it appears we are soon to follow suit. Enough of this lamentation. Let us focus on our duties as officers. The young officer jested with Brown before preparing to attend to his responsibilities. Oh, Dick. The captain has asked me to inform you that a partner has been assigned to you. Brown called out to the departing Dick. A partner? I have no need for one. Please convey my gratitude to the captain for his consideration. Come on, I recognize your capabilities, but you've only just arrived. Don't make this difficult for me. Besides, your partner is a rather commendable female officer. I believe you will appreciate her presence, especially after leaving the oppressive confines of Gotham. Oppressive, you say? Perhaps you are correct. Very well, I understand. I shall consult the captain shortly. Reflecting on Brown's words, Dick acknowledged that as a newcomer, it was prudent to forego any airs and agreed before departing. Meanwhile, Brown picked up the documents Dick had handed him and began to peruse them. As for the departing Kewen, he settled onto the subway, closing his eyes to engage in dialogue with the system within his mind. Following the completion of his street vigilante mission, Kewen's points had amassed to 60,000, along with a chance for a random draw, 2 skills, and access to a mental training chamber, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Armed Color Mental Training Chamber. Daily usage time, 8 hours. Given that the host has yet to unlock the spatial cultivation function, the Armed Color Mental Training Chamber allows the host's consciousness to enter and practice armed color techniques with feedback to the host's physical body. Note, this only pertains to techniques. It cannot enhance the host's physical attributes, which still require personal training. As Kewen perused the system's description of the Armed Color Mental Training Chamber, he found little to critique. It was quite satisfactory. At the very least, he could bolster his defensive and offensive capabilities with Armed Color. As for improving his physical attributes, he would defer that until he could access the spatial function of the system. After all, his current physical strength was sufficient to contend with typical criminal gangs composed of ordinary individuals. For those with superhuman abilities, he still possessed the G3 armor. System. Activate the lottery function. Very well, let us commence the drawing. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new G3 battery pack. As the latest generation of battery packs, the G3 liberates you from the awkward predicament of charging for 2 hours only to engage in combat for a mere 5 minutes. The G3 boasts an extended usage duration, allowing for 20 minutes of battle time with a charging period of just 1 hour. Commencement of equipment setup is estimated to take 15 minutes. Listening to the system's prompts, Kewen was pleasantly surprised to have drawn a battery pack in the lottery. It was indeed a fortunate turn of events that greatly improved his circumstances. After completing the lottery selection, he proceeded to click on the additional 2 gift packages bestowed by the system: Combat Specialization and Firearm Specialization. The familiar sensation of expansion washed over him once more, compelling Kewen to close his eyes and gradually acclimatize to the skills being imparted by the system, as well as the subtle adjustments to his physical form. As for the upcoming tasks, he realized he would need some time to thoroughly adapt to his current physical condition before proceeding. Fortunately, there were no time constraints, allowing him the freedom to take things at his own pace. Chapter 012. I am Nightwing. Just as Kevin decided to take a temporary respite after receiving his task reward, Middle, who had previously been dealt a blow by Kevin, found himself in a foul mood. Logically speaking, one would assume that a volunteer officer's life ambition would be to combat crime. Yet, for him, the situation appeared starkly different. With such a substantial bounty placed upon his head, the lack of any leads felt almost as if it were a personal vendetta against him. Are you telling me that this individual, who has wreaked havoc costing us millions, has evaded capture for an entire week? Middle questioned darkly, his expression grim as he surveyed his subordinates within the confines of the Hellfire Bar's office. Boss, we know Wesley was attacked by him. And there was that incident a few days ago, but beyond that, there has been no word on the streets. Could it be that we crossed paths with an enemy? One of the subordinates replied helplessly. Both incidents targeted the Hellfire Gang, yet others in the underworld had not faced such misfortune. What were they to do? Once could be chalked up to misfortune, but twice suggested they were being specifically targeted, though the identity of their adversary remained a mystery. I care not whether this man is a volunteer officer or a foe we've inadvertently provoked. All I desire is to know who he is, what his name is, understand? Middle roared, incensed by the report from his subordinate. You cannot even manage this trivial task. The others in the underworld are now laughing at us. If we do not reclaim our honor, our Hellfire Gang will struggle to maintain its reputation in the Northern District. In the underworld, ruthlessness reigns supreme. His ability to command such a significant territory in the Northern District stemmed from his greater ferocity than others. He was benevolent to his subordinates, merciless to his enemies, and adhered to a code of conduct that attracted many to their bar for illicit transactions. Yet now, having been disrupted twice by the same individual, suffering immense financial losses, a failure to retaliate would tarnish the Hellfire Gang's reputation in the Northern District. His subordinates remained silent, aware that their ineptitude warranted their leader's ire. After venting his frustrations, Middle regained his composure. Raise the bounty, double it. Boss, isn't that a bit excessive? His subordinates gasped, astonished at the escalating price. Such a lucrative bounty, as a group of underlings prepared to leave and continue relaying the information regarding the bounty notice. The brightly lit Hellfire Bar was suddenly engulfed in darkness. What was happening? Had there been a power outage? The abrupt loss of light sent the Hellfire Gang members, gathered within the bar, into a state of panic. In the ensuing darkness, the sound of guns being readied filled the air. Midler, who had been sulking in his office with a drink, was also disturbed by the blackout. His instincts ignited. He grabbed an Uzi submachine gun and burst out of his office. Hearing the chaotic voices from the bar, he immediately fired a volley into the ceiling. The sudden gunfire drowned out the clamor, and the flash of the discharge guided the bewildered crowd to focus on Midler's position. What's the fuss? A few of you, go check the power room and find out what's going on. Damn it, you fools, move. Midler cursed as he watched his subordinates still reeling from the sound of his gunfire. Finally, a few of them scrambled towards the power room to investigate, while the others cautiously disengaged their weapons, preparing to return their guns to their holsters. A sharp, brief scream erupted from the crowd, only to be abruptly silenced, sending the previously relaxed Hellfire members back on high alert, their weapons raised once more. Who just screamed? It sounded like Kyle. Another short, piercing scream rang out, and the gang members, now enveloped in darkness, began to grow increasingly anxious. Hey, something's off. Where are the ones who went to the power room? Why is there no response? Who just brushed past me? Damn it, Richard, what are you doing touching me? Get lost. I'm right here. Damn it. The door is locked. Who the hell did that? A cacophony of frantic voices echoed within the confined bar, compounded by the occasional screams from comrades, further unsettling them. The darkness, an ever-present fear for humanity, concealed unknown threats, and each scream signified a comrade's assault by an unseen enemy. They were rendered powerless, unable to flee, with doors and windows sealed shut. Unbeknownst to them, one after another, their companions fell, and even individuals vanished from their midst. This bizarre situation led these seasoned criminals to a singular conclusion. It must be Batman. Only he could lurk in the shadows to combat crime. Damn it. Isn't he supposed to be guarding Gotham? For these underworld denizens, if they were to rank the current superheroes in their minds, Batman would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Even Superman, revered as a god among men, did not instill as much fear as Batman. They understood this Boy Scout in his blue spandex. His formidable prowess rendered their reliance on firearms utterly futile. Thus, when Superman confronts ordinary armed robbers, his mere presence compels them to surrender without resistance, and he subsequently hands them over to the police without further ado. This is true for most heroes in the world. However, Batman stands as a stark exception. Even outside Gotham, tales of Batman's methods for dealing with criminals circulate through mere whispers. Once he sets his sights on a target, no matter how well they hide in the farthest corners of the world, he will unerringly locate them and return them to Gotham for judgment. Batman exhibits no mercy towards wrongdoers. Those who encounter him find themselves subjected to severe consequences, at best, a lengthy hospital stay, and at worst, confinement in Arkham Asylum. He emerges from unexpected shadows, interrogating his prey in the most terrifying manner imaginable, leaving no secrets concealed in his presence. What they now face mirrors the accounts of those who have previously crossed paths with Batman, an onslaught of darkness and unknown tactics instilling a profound psychological and physical terror that could shatter anyone's resolve. Come out. I know you're here. Show yourself. Middle bellowed, fully aware of Batman's ominous reputation, especially after just concluding a transaction with Kova from Gotham. He understood all too well that Batman's arrival signified the compromise of his own identity in this deal, heralding an inevitable descent into an interminable prison nightmare. Fear can drive one to madness. Middle, brandishing an Uzi, unleashed a frenzied barrage towards the noises emanating from the ceiling, yet aside from splintered wood and scattered debris, he found nothing. In the crowd, the once sporadic screams escalated into frantic cries. The air was pierced by the shrill whistle of sharp objects slicing through. and the panicked wails overwhelmed the psychologically fragile individuals, causing them to lose control over their limbs, indiscriminately firing in every direction, whether amidst comrades or in solitude. Amidst the flickering gunfire, a robust figure soared and plunged through the chaos, each rise and fall resulting in one or more adversaries collapsing. At this moment, Middle could no longer rein in his men, as their mental fortitude had crumbled. Stray bullets ricocheted wildly in the bar, and Middle himself was struck in the shoulder by a random shot, grunting in pain as he took refuge beneath the bar. The sporadic gunfire outside the bar faded into a haunting silence. The dimly lit bar was suddenly flooded with light, causing Middle to instinctively shut his eyes. At that moment, a powerful hand firmly pressed down on his injured shoulder, gripping the side of his gunshot wound with force. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Middle, and then a masked face loomed close to him, clad in a dark blue and black combat suit, adorned with a white eagle emblem on the chest. The visage beneath the mask appeared exceedingly youthful and filled with fury. "My name is Nightwing. Remember the words you just uttered, for I shall seek you out again if you do not." With that, Nightwing delivered a sharp blow to Middle's head, rendering him unconscious. Having accomplished this, Nightwing approached the bar, scavenging through the shattered liquor shelves until he found a surviving bottle of tequila. He took a glass, added a few ice cubes, and poured the dwindling tequila into it. After sprinkling a fine salt along the rim, Nightwing ignited the surface of the drink, the blue flames dancing atop. He downed the fiery concoction in one swift motion, then took a sip of the salt from the rim. To hell with Batman. He cursed at the absent hero before leaving behind the chaotic scene, striding away. Note: Superman is referred to as the Blue Boy Scout by the underworld due to his upbringing, which emphasized kindness and understanding. Even when confronting criminals, his priority is to disarm them swiftly, a task he finds effortless. Consequently, those criminals encounter little fear when facing Superman, perceiving him as a simple-minded individual shaped by his childhood training in benevolence. Chapter 013. E-Class Villain Training Card Task. Rise to fame due to unforeseen circumstances. The Hellfire Gang has been completely eradicated. While the host is, in principle, deemed to have fulfilled the task, the rewards have been annulled, leaving only a consolation prize of 40,000 points and one E-Class Villain Training Card. The task has been revised. Task Title: Rise to Fame, Part 2. Task Requirements: The host must dismantle 3 or more criminal organizations in the city of Naxanor within a month. As a masked rider safeguarding humanity from the shadows, you are to etch your legend into the fabric of the city. After a week of vacation, Coven submitted a hastily compiled outdoor report to Mrs. Brenna on the final day, only to drift off to sleep at his desk. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, he was momentarily incapacitated. The sudden stroke of fortune left him flabbergasted. He had barely contemplated how to confront the troubles posed by the Hellfire Gang when the entire faction was dismantled. Although the previously substantial rewards were now diminished, 40,000 points still held value, and acquiring an E-Class Villain Training Card was certainly no loss. However, Coven found himself intrigued by the circumstances surrounding the complete annihilation of the Hellfire Gang. Was it a gang war, or had they incurred the wrath of a formidable enemy? As this thought lingered, he instinctively glanced at his neighbor, Kara, observing the carefree girl joking with others. Coven dismissed the notion. Kara was unlikely to have swiftly transformed into a superwoman. She was well protected by the Danvers family and remained blissfully ignorant of the darker undercurrents of society, making it implausible for her to have obliterated a criminal organization. Never mind, why ponder so deeply? The news will reveal all shortly. He brushed aside his chaotic thoughts and shifted his focus to the newly assigned task. In light of the Hellfire Gang's downfall, the system had granted him a month to complete the assignment. Nevertheless, Coven felt a twinge of apprehension. While he could manage covert actions, the prospect of boldly confronting adversaries was daunting. At the Naxanor Police Department, the newly transferred detective from Gotham, Dick, was engaged in a discussion with his captain regarding his partner, Claire. Claire was renowned within the precinct for her striking beauty, blonde hair, long legs, and an alluring figure. Many envied Dick for being paired with such a captivating partner, though he remained indifferent to their admiration. "Hello, Detective Dick. From this moment forth, we are partners. I hope for a fruitful collaboration," Claire expressed, showing no aversion to being assigned to the new recruit. She understood that being transferred from Gotham, a city rife with crime, signified that Dick was not among those corrupted officers who colluded with criminals. There were 2 types of officers assigned to Gotham: those lured by its lawlessness and lavish lifestyle, and those determined to combat evil. The former thrived in Gotham, while the latter often faced 2 fates: succumbing to corruption or being ostracized and reassigned to another city. In Claire's eyes, Dick belonged to the latter category. Moreover, as a partner, Dick's appearance was commendable. Standing at 185 centimeters, his physique was well proportioned, making him a versatile figure who could carry any attire with grace. With raven black hair and striking blue eyes that seemed to possess a voice of their own, there was an air of mystery about her that compelled Claire to delve deeper. I can manage, as long as you don't hinder me. You needn't worry about that. What are your thoughts on last night's ambush by this fellow against the Hellfire Gang? This fellow? Dick was taken aback, unaware that Claire had uncovered something significant. Take a look at this. Claire unfastened the folder in her hands and revealed several enlarged photographs. The images clearly depicted Dick, transformed into Nightwing, pinning middle against the wall, along with several shots of him leaping amidst the Hellfire Gang members. It seemed that even in the darkness of night, the erratic gunfire had aided the hidden cameras in capturing Dick's movements. The latest news on this guy is from a year ago in Blahaven. I never imagined he would venture here. For what purpose? Perhaps it is a matter of fate. Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. By the way, the police chief is convening a meeting regarding this individual shortly, so don't be late. Claire reminded Dick before turning to leave, while Dick gazed at her retreating figure. An inexplicable darkness clouding his expression. At home, Kevin lay on his bed, his consciousness sinking into the realm of the system, since it had assigned him a time-limited mission. He had no choice but to accept it, regardless of his feelings. To confront 3 or more criminal organizations, akin to the Hellfire Gang, he needed to enhance his strength. System, I wish to exchange for the Armament Hockey Training Room. The Armament Hockey Training Room is now open, usage duration, 8 hours daily. Please be mindful of your time. No sooner had the words fallen than Kevin felt the space around him gradually dissolve, reminiscent of Tetris as it reassembled. Soon, he found himself enveloped in a void. An invisible burden inexplicably weighing upon him. The requirements for armament hockey training are well known. It is a formidable skill in the world of One Piece. Designed to counter elemental abilities, it enhances the destructive power of 1's attacks and provides formidable defensive capabilities, allowing survival even in extreme environments. Currently, the gravity in the armament hockey training room is set to 2G, and the host may adjust it at will. We hope the host takes heed. The system, unusually devoid of its usual sarcasm, clarified the present conditions for Kevin. The 2G gravity reverted Hansen's enhanced physique to that of an ordinary person. After jumping a few times to gauge his height, Kevin began his regular physical training in the room, running, push-ups. Although he knew these efforts would not translate to his physical form, the sensation of sweating profusely was a long-lost feeling for him. Would you like to activate the E-Class Monster Training card? Just as Kevin lay on the ground gasping for breath, the system interjected. Can these 2 items be used in tandem? Certainly, the host must understand that this is a mental training room. Only through various high-intensity battles can the strength and defense of armament hockey be enhanced. The training card is specifically designed to enhance the host's mastery of armed color. You truly possess the traits of a cunning merchant, dear system. Kevin could not help but feel a tinge of annoyance at the system's bundled usage. Yet he had no choice but to comply, for it was a tool for his empowerment. Let us utilize the Monster Training Card. E-Rank Monster Training Card unlocked. Duration of use, 48 hours. Creature, random minion from the Kamen Rider series. As the system's words echoed, a card emblazoned with a question mark spiraled in the air. And with a flash of light, before Kevin could discern the nature of the minion, he heard a collective shout. Hey! Before him appeared 15 figures wielding machetes. Clad in a striking black and white striped attire, their masks revealing only their eyes, nose, and mouth, striking a salute reminiscent of the SS paying homage to their leader. These were the Shocker Minions, the specialized foot soldiers of the nefarious organization defeated by the first-generation Rider. They were failed transformations, fearlessly enduring pain. With physical prowess slightly superior to that of an ordinary human, a reasonably armed squad could easily dispatch them. Upon making their classic gesture, the Shocker Minions lunged forward with their machetes towards the gasping Kevin, who lay on the ground. Damn! As the blade approached, Kevin, having just regained some strength, executed a nimble roll to evade the impending strike. Observing the minions encircling him, he dashed away. Curse you, system, you've led me into a trap. Why does it have to be a group assault right from the start? Even while fleeing for his life, Kevin could not refrain from critiquing the system. Oh, foolish host. When have you ever witnessed Shocker Minions engaging in a one-on-one duel with a rider? Are minions not meant to swarm? The system's series of rhetorical questions left Kevin speechless. Gritting his teeth, he halted, turned, and charged towards the Shocker Minion wielding the machete that was aimed at him. Chapter 014, The Mask in the Night. Ouch, that hurts. Kuwin exclaimed as he abruptly rose from his bed, his body writhing in agony. During the 8 hours of slumber, he had endured a grueling tower chase in the mental training room, relentlessly pursued by 15 formidable Shuka soldiers wielding knives. The visceral pain of their blades cutting into his flesh resonated vividly within his mind. Even upon awakening from this surreal nightmare, he could still feel the lingering sting. Under a gravitational force of 2gs, Kuwin, despite possessing the abilities of observation haki and armament haki, found himself no different from an ordinary person. Confronted by 15 Shuka soldiers, each endowed with superior physical prowess, he relied on his haki to sense and defend against attacks. However, due to being suppressed to a normal state, even when his observation haki foresaw impending strikes, his reactions lagged behind, as he had yet to master the full-body application of armament haki. Amidst the onslaught from the 15 Shuka soldiers, Kuwen gradually grasped the swordsmanship and martial arts skills imparted by the system. In subsequent skirmishes, he began to gain an advantage, though being overwhelmed was somewhat disheartening. The experience honed his combat techniques, for the Shuka soldiers were competent in both fighting and tactics, albeit often encountering the likes of the Seven Flow gangs, who were hardly a challenge. The specialized skills in martial arts and swordsmanship bestowed upon Kuwen by the system led to a remarkable transformation within a single night of combat. He realized that, when engaging with criminals, he need not don the G3 armor recklessly. Wasn't the tradition of the Kamen Riders to confront foes with their bare hands? Transformation? That was a last resort. After enduring a night of trials, Kuwen felt prepared to spar with certain DC mortal heroes, albeit without the knightly armor. Upon awakening, Kuwen could only vocalize his frustration for a moment. Duties awaited him. The system had issued a time-sensitive task, and idleness was no longer an option. How many Taka cans can I exchange with my current points? Currently, the host possesses 100,000 points, capable of redeeming 500 Locust cans, 500 Octopus cans, and 500 Eagle cans. The system promptly relayed this pleasing information to Kuwen. Help me exchange for 10 Locust cans, 10 Octopus cans, and 9 Eagle cans. Received. Commencing exchange. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light illuminated the desk, and 30 mechanical cans began to bounce cheerfully upon its surface. Awaiting Kuwen's commands. You lot, pair up and patrol the city. Identify any nefarious individuals and keep me informed. One shall observe, while the other returns to report. The little companions nodded in acknowledgement, and soon, the eagle soared into the sky, accompanied by the octopus, while the locusts divided into 5 groups, bounding off in various directions. With these tasks accomplished, Kuwen prepared to head to school. At noon, in the school cafeteria, Kuwen sat alone by the window, enjoying his lunch. Although having taken over this body, Kuwen had no intention of usurping his life entirely. He still participated in the school basketball team. Yet when it came to dining and socializing, he had largely severed ties. At school, he found casual banter inconsequential after classes. He preferred solitary strolls and even relished dining alone. Hey, is anyone sitting here? May we occupy this space? Kuwen glanced up from his plate of braised pork knuckle to see Carla and Emile standing before him, holding their plates. Someone is, me, he mumbled, returning his attention to his meal. In such an empty area, why bother asking if it was occupied? If they wished to sit, they could do so without hesitation. Did they assume that Kryptonians brought their own intellect-diminishing aura to Earth? Kuwen found it incomprehensible that Carla would pose such a foolish question, continuing to gnaw at his dish. Carla, momentarily taken aback by Kuwen's disjointed response, hesitated, unsure whether to sit or not. However, Emile decisively pulled Carla down beside him. The two sisters, neglecting their own meals, simply observed Kuwen as he voraciously devoured the pork knuckle. Having endured the ordeal of traversing dimensions, was he truly apprehensive about the scrutiny of 2 girls? Absurd. Not only could he eat, but he relished every bite. Even Carla admired the manner in which Kuwen extracted every morsel of meat from between the bones, consuming it with remarkable thoroughness. Why must we sit here? Carla inquired, perplexed, as she turned to her sister Emile. If you prefer to sit with those boys who fawn over you, I am perfectly content to remain here alone. Then so be it. Every girl enjoys the attention of admirers, as it signifies popularity, but there are appropriate times for such attention. It felt excessive to have admirers encroach upon their meal. Lately, Kuwen had developed a penchant for dining alone. Those who knew him were well aware of this habit and refrained from seeking him out at mealtimes. Consequently, when Carla and Emile chose to sit at his table, many boys halted their approach. While the notion of romantic freedom holds merit, context and timing are essential. Approaching someone during mealtime is merely a recipe for trouble. Did they not observe Kuwen's complete indifference? I'm finished. You may continue, Kuwen said, licking his greasy fingers before turning to leave. Only then did the boys make their move, gathering around the table where Carla and Emile were seated. In the presence of this group of sycophantic boys, Carla and Emile suddenly found Kuwen's earlier, unrefined demeanor far more comfortable. That night, after his parents had fallen asleep, Kuwen stealthily slipped out from the 2nd floor and raced through the deserted streets, perhaps due to the 8 hours of torment he had endured in the mental training room. He felt as though his running speed had increased, and his stamina had significantly improved. Following the path illuminated by the Taka beacon in the sky, Kuen located his target within a warehouse, ready to take action. This is a warehouse for storing timber, once the property of the infamous Hellfire Gang. Following the dissolution of the gang, this warehouse swiftly fell into the possession of other factions, now overseen by the unhinged Abik from the Northern District, who manages the third block, utilizing it for the storage and trade of illicit goods. Kuen, en route, had donned his Death Tyrant suit and phasing mask, prepared for any eventuality. Little Taka, what is the situation inside? The Taka in Kuwen's grasp projected an image, transmitted in real time from the octopus can. It revealed 5 automatic rifles, several handguns, and 15 guards stationed, a formidable array that dissuaded Kuen from storming in with reckless abandon. Although the Death Tyrant suit was bulletproof, there were still vulnerable points, such as the back of the head. And until Kuwen's reflexes reached a state capable of dodging bullets or his armed color could envelop him entirely, it was prudent to avoid such risks. Who said a main rider couldn't transform at the outset? Murmuring his transformation, the blue G3 armor enveloped him entirely, and Kuen charged directly toward the warehouse entrance. The guards quickly spotted him approaching, the sight of his blue armor causing a palpable unease. For they had heard tales of a man in blue armor disrupting 2 Hellfire transactions. In an instant, they opened fire with their automatic rifles. Yet Kuen's G3 armor transformed its chest into black as he surged forward. A volley of bullets met him, producing mere sparks against his armor, failing to hinder his advance. In mere seconds, he traversed the short distance, confronting the 2 guards directly. With swift precision, he seized their collars and hurled them to the ground. The sound of breaking bones was swallowed by the cacophony of gunfire in the night. A powerful kick shattered the locked door, and the occupants within, alerted by the commotion, scrambled to find hiding places, returning fire toward Kuen at the entrance. The power of Kin Bunshiku Haki manifested, allowing him to anticipate the trajectories of the bullets aimed at him, enabling evasive maneuvers. Although he could not evade every shot, he was at least able to maintain his footing against the force of the recoil. He charged toward the nearest adversary, delivering a punch that echoed with the sound of fractured bones, shattering the weapon in his grasp as the guard collapsed. 1 down, 14 to go, he thought. Moving swiftly to the next foe, the seemingly weighty G3 armor did not impede his speed. Another adversary fell under his powerful fist, and the sight of 2 fallen comrades instilled fear among the remaining guards. Gazing at Kuwen's armored fist, they recoiled at the thought of being struck by such a formidable force, particularly after witnessing the dent in their comrade's chest. What value is guarding compared to preserving one's own life? The timid individuals contemplated fleeing, when suddenly the hidden octopus canister sprang into action, spewing a cloud of ink at those preparing to escape. Blinded, they could only fire wildly, and several unfortunate souls misstepped, tumbling down from the upper floor, sparing Kevin the effort of engaging them. The skirmish concluded within 10 minutes, with none of the guards managing to escape. All were subdued by Kevin. He seized the phone of one of the assailants and dialed the authorities before departing. 15 minutes later, the arriving police were greeted by a warehouse replete with contraband and a group of incapacitated miscreants. What the hell? The operation was led by Dick and Claire, who, upon surveying the warehouse filled with illegal goods and the groaning culprits, could not help but utter a curse. Hey, who attacked you? Dick demanded, gripping one of the still conscious individuals. A knight in blue armor, came the simple reply. Stunned by the account, Dick loosened his grip, causing the already injured man to experience a renewed agony of broken bones, leading him to faint from the pain. Chapter 015, The Mischievous Child. Thanks to Kevin's report to the police, they swiftly resolved the remaining threads of the case. Witnesses and evidence were abundant, and the culprits were a group of repeat offenders. There was no doubt, they were promptly detained, sentenced, and sent off to serve their time. The process was straightforward and clear-cut. However, for Dick, who possessed a dual identity, he found himself intrigued by the masked knight clad in blue armor, a figure that seemed to exist solely in the realm of the underworld. This persona bore a striking resemblance to his mentor, leaving no trace of existence except in the accounts of those who had been attacked. The methods employed, albeit somewhat unrefined, resulted in minimal injuries to the criminals, the worst being a few broken ribs, hardly consequential. He was well aware of the dark history of his own mentor. While he proclaimed a code of non-lethality, eschewing firearms and refraining from killing, Dick pondered how many of those who had crossed paths with his mentor were able to live normally thereafter. Physiologically, they bore some form of defect, and psychologically, the state of their minds was even more disconcerting. Arkham Asylum was on the verge of forming a fan club for his mentor, and yet a multitude remained for his mentor to contend with. Hey, partner. What are you lost in thought about? Claire's voice broke through Dick's reverie, drawing his attention back. Nothing much, just contemplating whether this figure we keep hearing about truly exists. He admitted candidly. Do you think they made him up? Claire raised an eyebrow, incredulous at the notion that her partner would entertain such a thought. No. I'm merely pondering the motivations behind this individual's efforts to combat these criminals. His actions lack a discernible logic. What? Claire was momentarily taken aback. To her, these vigilantes seemed rather uniform. They acted without regard for consequences, attacking anyone identified as a villain with little hesitation. Thieves and murderers were one thing, but the organized crime syndicates had a web of interests that went far deeper. Removing one would simply lead to another taking its place. The cycle of villainy was endless. Yet, Dick was asserting that superheroes acted with purpose, a notion that perplexed her. I understand your line of thinking. How could these masked individuals possibly have a strategy to confront wrongdoers? But we must ask ourselves if we can conceive of such a strategy. Why would we assume they could not? None of us are foolish, after all. Before taking action against someone, they invariably research that person's social connections. In today's information-rich society, gathering such intelligence is far from arduous. However, consider the individual they speak of. He disrupted the Hellfire Gang's operations twice, and then ceased his actions, only to confront the deranged Obik. As if he were merely wandering aimlessly, tackling whoever came his way. That sounds quite amusing, Dick. It's almost as if you were the one donning the blue armor. Claire jested. Huh, I'm merely engaging in perspective-taking. You must have seen my credentials. I possess a psychological profiling certification. I'm aware. But I'm curious as to who imparted this knowledge to you, Dick. A man I consider a father figure taught me all about it. At this juncture, a sense of nostalgia flickered in Dick's eyes. His adoptive father? Had he passed away? No, he was very much alive and thriving. Yet it was precisely due to him that I chose to come to this city. Why? Because I had become too much like him. As he spoke, Dick's expression grew increasingly complex, a blend of relief and frustration. Claire, sensing that she had inadvertently touched a nerve, wisely refrained from further probing and took her leave. Dick, in turn, composed himself and picked up a ballpoint pen, sketching on a blank A4 sheet. He meticulously gathered the testimonies of those who had been attacked by Cobain, both from the Hellfire Gang and this recent incident. Through the reorganization of their words, an image began to emerge on the page, a figure clad in blue armor, closely resembling Cobain's G3 suit in its physical details. However, when it came to the facial features, Dick found himself at a loss. Staring at the image, which was notably devoid of facial armor, he murmured to himself, "Who exactly are you, newcomer?" Night had fallen over Gotham Harbor, a pivotal economic trading port in the United States, perpetually bustling with activity. Within this harbor flowed thousands of billions in legitimate trade, while clandestine dealings of a far darker nature reached trillion-dollar proportions. As the guardian preventing the complete descent of this city into chaos, Batman was a frequent visitor to Gotham Harbor. In a city that rarely saw the sun, the skies over Gotham were perpetually shrouded in gloom. Near the harbor, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating two figures, a large one and a small one, standing atop a gargoyle-adorned building, their capes billowing ominously in the wind. Observing a truck emerging from Gotham Harbor, the two figures silently prepared their grappling hooks, poised to pursue the departing vehicle. Look what our Kovac has brought us. Well, quite the shipment. The truck halted in front of a derelict apartment building, where two burly men expertly swung open the back doors, peered inside, and promptly shut them. Commenting to Kovac, who was seated in the driver's seat, "Be cautious, this might be our final batch. I've heard that middleman has fallen. Until they disclose the supply channels and buyers, you'd best conserve what you have." Kovac, understanding the temperament of the guards, offered a word of caution. I know. We'll be careful. A few won't hurt, right?" One of the guards replied with a forced smile. "Ideally just one or two. If it exceeds that, I can pretend not to see it. But as for Mr. Cobblepot, you'll need to handle that yourselves." Kovac, aware that he could not intimidate them, invoked the name of the formidable Cobblepot. The guards, recognizing the nature of their boss, did not press further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before summoning their subordinates to assist in bringing the truck inside. Kovac then departed in a separate prepared vehicle. "All right, gentlemen. Let us all exercise restraint with this shipment. If you find it unbearable, come to me for cash and seek alternatives." The guard, aware of the significance of the cargo, reminded his busy subordinates inside the room as they prepared to unload and inspect the goods. The subordinates responded in unison and continued with their tasks. As the truck's cargo door swung open, they were met with a harrowing sight. A group of young girls, of various ethnicities from around the globe, were bound and confined within, their tattered clothing emitting a foul odor mingled with excrement. These girls, who should have been blossoming like flowers in the prime of their youth, now gazed at the approaching villains with terror in their eyes. These scoundrels had the audacity to treat human lives as mere commodities for trade, even indulging in their base desires at their expense. As five figures approached, the bound girls found themselves unable to mount any significant resistance. Days of starvation had sapped their strength, making even the act of remaining conscious a struggle. Upon realizing the fate that awaited them, the girls erupted into screams. "Hurry up! Get the sick ones out for Jack to treat, and lock the others in the cellar. Just ensure they aren't left to starve," admonished the two guards in charge, frowning as they directed their subordinates. At that moment, the lights went out, and an unseen force slammed the door shut. The 5 figures in the cargo hold were seized by invisible hands and propelled outward, the cargo doors slamming shut behind them. What followed was a brief chorus of screams and the sickening sound of bones snapping. When the lights flickered back on, the guards and their cohorts lay incapacitated, their limbs grotesquely twisted. The assailants revealed themselves, clad in black combat attire with a bat-shaped cowl. The Dark Knight of Gotham, Batman, stood before them. Beside him was a smaller figure in a red and black tactical suit, a hooded cape billowing behind him, wielding a katana, his forearms adorned with protective gear resembling Batman's. The letter R emblazoned on his chest identified him as Robin. "Even if we imprison these men, such atrocities will persist," Robin remarked to Batman, lacking much reverence in his tone, as he surveyed the sealed cargo hold. "Let Gordon handle it," Batman replied tersely, outlining the next steps without further elaboration. "Perhaps we should capture that middleman to uncover his suppliers and distribution channels. However, I've heard he has already been dealt with. It's uncertain if he'll hold up," Batman continued. "Just do your job. I will manage the rest," he instructed. "Why? I could resolve this myself." "As you said, without guns, without killing," Robin shouted defiantly. "Because I said it's not permissible. Your task is to assist me, not to act independently," Batman retorted. With that, he pressed a button on his utility belt, causing the Batmobile, which had been lurking in the shadows, to surge forward and come to a stop before him. He then turned to face Robin, who stood sulking with crossed arms, clearly displeased. Robin's countenance was considerably perturbed by Batman's indifferent demeanor. Yet he dutifully took his place in the passenger seat. With a swift acceleration, the Batmobile surged forth, creating a tempest as it sped away down the street. Inside the vehicle, Robin observed Batman, who remained resolutely silent, gripping the steering wheel with unwavering focus. "Allow me to drive," Robin suggested. "No," Batman replied curtly. "I can drive," Robin insisted. "No," came the firm response once more. Chapter 16. How to Handle Mischievous Children. The Batmobile, swift as the wind, had whisked away from Gotham's outskirts, heading towards the secluded hills behind Wayne Manor after a brief exchange between Robin and Batman. As the vehicle approached, a man-made lake parted, allowing the Batmobile to soar gracefully through the air, propelled by a burst of flames from its rear, landing steadily upon the ascending platform. With the platform descending, the water of the lake converged once more, undiminished in volume. Within the depths of the Batcave, Alfred Pennyworth, the steadfast butler who had served the Wayne family across 3 generations, awaited his masters in casual attire. "Good evening, Master Wayne, Master Damian. It appears you have completed your tasks admirably." Having watched Bruce Wayne grow, Alfred could sense the dynamics between Bruce and Damian simply through the atmosphere. "Thank you, Alfred," Bruce Wayne replied as he accepted the towel from Alfred's hands, removing his cowl and striding towards the Batcomputer, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Meanwhile, Damian, having discarded his uniform, made his way towards the training room. It was only 2 in the morning, and there was ample time left to rest. "Alfred, please take Damian to his quarters." "I do not need rest," Damian retorted fiercely at Bruce. "You have school tomorrow. What can those teachers possibly teach me? Discipline, self-restraint, respect." The calm and measured response silenced Damian, while Alfred, adhering to Bruce's command, stood ready to escort Damian upstairs. With a disdainful huff, Damian followed Alfred to the main floor of Wayne Manor. He felt empowered to speak freely to Bruce, for since the moment of his birth, Bruce had neglected his paternal duties. The indifference Bruce displayed upon their meeting only fueled Damian's disdain for the man who was biologically and ethically meant to be his father, despite being hailed by his mother and grandfather as the smartest and strongest man in the world. Yet, with Alfred, who treated him as a beloved grandson, Damian found himself unable to act in defiance. As Alfred led Damian upstairs, Bruce remained at his computer, diligently entering the files of abducted girls into the database, beginning his search. "What do you intend to do, Cobblepot?" "Tell me," Bruce murmured, chin resting upon his hand, as he observed the computer's retrieval process. In the early morning, Alfred approached Damian's room, carrying a breakfast prepared by the staff, and gently knocked on the door. "Master Damian, you should have come down for breakfast 15 minutes ago." "Master Damian?" After knocking twice without receiving a response, Alfred, sensing something amiss, pushed open the door only to discover the bed was empty. The absence of warmth in the blankets confirmed his fears. Master Wayne, young Master Damian, had departed. He realized that Damian had even taken Robin's uniform. Bruce, still clad in his battle attire, gazed at the now vacant glass case that should have held the Robin costume. Where could he have gone? To Gotham City, undoubtedly to confront the architect of his troubles. Bruce understood his estranged son all too well, and he was resolute in his intention to prevent Damian from acting recklessly. Alfred, please cancel today's board meeting. I must go to Gotham City. Perhaps I should call Master Dick. Bruce contemplated. What did you say? Bruce, still in his uniform, prepared to board the Bat Lane, but Alfred's words halted his advance. Master Dick was the first Robin you trained, as someone who has undergone your tutelage. He might share more common ground with young Master Damian. You have no idea how dangerous Damian is, Alfred. But you equally fail to comprehend what it means to be a true father, Master Wayne. You see only the peril in young Master Damian. Yet you neglect to consider the reasons behind his actions. Sometimes, a simple conversation between a parent and child suffices. Perhaps you might attempt that, Master Wayne. As an elder. Alfred's words resonated deeply with Bruce. Those simple phrases caused him to pause in his intentions. Observing Bruce's hesitation, Alfred decided to take decisive action. I shall call Master Dick at once, while you must attend today's board meeting. Do not forget how your current resources are sustained, Master Wayne. With that, Alfred calmly walked away. Bruce, after a moment of silence, ascended to Wayne Manor, donned his suit, adjusted his demeanor, and drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards Wayne Tower in the city center. Meanwhile, in Gotham City, Dick's pocket vibrated as he was reviewing a case. Noticing the familiar name on the screen, he hastened to a secluded area to answer the call. Yes, Alfred. Upon receiving the call, Dick listened intently as Alfred recounted the details of the situation, his brow furrowing in concern. Finally, he replied, I will handle it, Alfred. Rest assured. I will ensure that boy returns safely. As the call ended, Dick cursed softly, realizing he could never escape Batman's shadow, even in another city. Damn Batman. Damn. Night enveloped Gotham City, where armored Kevin pursued a speeding car racing recklessly down the street. As for the reasons behind this situation, it is indeed a result of my own oversight. Given that the system provided a stipulated time frame, I believed it was sufficient to complete my tasks within that period. After all, the small drones patrolled the city daily, assisting in my location tracking. That evening, having rested sufficiently, Kewin followed Taka to confront their target for the night. Accustomed to recklessly donning his G3 armor and charging into battle, he failed to notice that among their adversaries was a superpowered individual. Although merely a simple enhancement of strength, it proved to be a minor setback for Kewin, who had anticipated an easy victory with a single punch. Instead, he was met with a kick that sent him crashing into a wall. By the time he extricated himself, the culprit had already fled in a vehicle. For the system, as long as the adversaries were not entirely incapacitated, the task remained unfulfilled. Thus, Kewin had to rely on Taka's aerial maneuverability while he sprinted on the ground, pursuing the frenzied car. Just as he was closing in, the vehicle ahead suddenly had a tire burst, causing it to lose control and flip over a dozen times before coming to a halt. Observing the car in a state of disarray, Kewin couldn't help but feel a sense of mourning for the unfortunate soul inside. Such misfortune was beyond remedy. Just as Kewin prepared to approach and ascertain the fate of the hapless occupant, a bat-shaped shuriken struck the ground before him. A figure, larger than Kewin, descended from the sky, landing atop the vehicle and gazing down at him. So, you are the newcomer to this city? You don't seem impressive at all, came the voice of Damian, still undergoing the changes of adolescence, his tone youthful, yet slightly raspy. Nevertheless, his overbearing demeanor exuded an unmistakable aura of youthful arrogance. Dear readers, please advise me on how to deal with unruly children. I am in urgent need of guidance. Regarding the relationship between the four heirs, Damian Wayne and his father, Bruce Wayne, one may refer to the animated film Batman, Son of Batman, which elaborates on their origins. Chapter 17. I've encountered a major issue, Robin? You must be in Gotham, Kewin mused, recognizing the figure of Damian standing beneath the streetlight. Yet, Kewin was uncertain which incarnation of Robin stood before him. Everyone experiences a phase of youthful exuberance. He himself had once aspired to emulate the protagonist of animated series he admired. Who can say which Robin this was? Do you know me? Damian inquired, his brow furrowing with a hint of delight upon hearing Kewin acknowledge his identity in Gotham. He had always believed his fame was confined to that city, merely regarded as Batman's aide. However, as someone groomed from a young age to be the heir of the League of Assassins, he possessed a myriad of skills, having taken many lives, albeit currently tempered under Batman's guidance. Nevertheless, despite his formidable abilities, he remained a mere 15-year-old boy yearning for recognition. Hearing Kewin utter his moniker brought him joy, and his attitude toward this newcomer softened slightly. To Damian, Kewin was undeniably a novice. Well, I am not isolated from the world. With television and the internet, it's not difficult to know about you. Kewin's voice resonated through his mask. Though Kewin's reasoning was sound, it only served to darken Robin's expression. It seemed his fame was not solely due to personal effort. Kewin was puzzled by Robin's inquiry, feeling somewhat awkward since the person he intended to apprehend had been intercepted by Robin. Yet, for the sake of his mission's progress, he could not let this unfortunate soul escape. He approached slowly and asked, "Although you captured this individual for me, could you allow me to hand him over to the police?" "Absolutely not. I still have use for him. Besides, I didn't assist you in capturing him. Rather, you failed, and I merely took over," Damien corrected him. "Well, I could hand him over to the police, and you could take him for interrogation afterward, couldn't you?" Kewin paused, realizing that the boy was rather obstinate, struggling to grasp the simple logic of the situation. Could he not see that he was on the verge of catching up? If not for that confounded Batarang drawing attention, Kewin would have been the one to apprehend their quarry. "This is quite troublesome. I detest complications," Damien stated. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Kewin pressed. "None whatsoever," Damien replied firmly. "Oh, then good luck," Kewin retorted dismissively before turning to leave, leaving Damien momentarily bewildered, his intention to confront Kewin thwarted. Is he really that easy to deal with? Damien thought, somewhat incredulous. Hey, if you turn around, I might reconsider. In truth, Kewin's affairs had little bearing on Damien's mission. He was simply a Robin fortunate enough to escape Gotham, reveling in the opportunity to act in a distant city. Damien's pride was stung by Kewin's casual dismissal, prompting him to shoot back a few sharp words. He had not ant as the observation hockey activated. Kewin deftly tilted his head to evade the short stick thrusting from behind, witnessing its impact leave fissures on the nearby lamppost. Only then did he turn to face Damien. "With such force, are you attempting murder? How ruthless. What is the matter? Aren't you clad in armor?" Damien retorted, visibly annoyed. "So you believe that grants you license to strike with such vigor? Has Batman not taught you properly? Don't drag Batman into this." Damien snapped back. The implication of disrespect towards his father ignited his fury. "I can insult my old man, but no one else is permitted. Clearly, Batman's teachings have not been sufficiently absorbed by you. It seems this little bird of yours isn't very obedient," Kewin quipped, stoking the flames of Damien's ire. "Do you wish to engage in combat, rookie?" Damien's demeanor hardened, recognizing that even if he was at fault, Kewin's words were uncalled for. "I am no rookie. You should refer to me as Kamen Rider," Kewin declared defiantly. "I couldn't care less." With that, Damien swiftly unleashed a flurry of bat-shaped projectiles, hurtling towards Kewin at an astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Kewin activated his observation hockey, preparing to evade. However, he was unprepared for the projectiles to alter their trajectory mid-flight. Caught in the transitional phase of shifting from old strength to new, Kewin endeavored to dodge. Yet two of the bat projectiles left their marks on his armor. Remarkably, the G3 armor, which had withstood bullets without a trace, bore scars from Damien's human-thrown bat projectiles. Anger surged within Kewin. "I was speaking to you civilly, yet you resort to violence. Is it unreasonable to voice my discontent? Just because you have Batman backing you doesn't make you invincible. I have a system of my own." Even the typically calm and composed Kewin could no longer contain his frustration. After evading Damien's bat projectiles, he charged at him with reckless abandon. This was the very purpose of the G3 armor. Yet, the damage inflicted by the bat projectiles revealed to Damien that this armored newcomer was no pushover. Despite the seemingly cumbersome armor, Kewin displayed proficient evasive maneuvers. Hence, Damien opted against a direct confrontation, performing an aerial roll to evade Kewin's outstretched hand, which left an imprint on the car roof. Kewin, undeterred, pursued Damien. The weight of the G3 armor posed no hindrance to him, save for slight limitations in his agility. As Damien landed from his roll, he unsheathed the long blade from his back and turned to strike at Kewin. In his mind, Kewin silently invoked, System, Lake Toya. The highly replicated Lake Toya materialized in his grasp. To Damien's astonishment, Kewin, now facing him, brandished a wooden sword that materialized from thin air, swiftly shifting from its natural wood color to a deep black. The clash of the wooden sword against his long blade from the Assassin's League resonated with a metallic clang. This peculiar phenomenon left Damien astounded. Although the long knife in question was not an indomitable artifact, it should not have been incapable of severing even a wooden sword. Such a notion seemed utterly illogical. Naturally, Damien connected this occurrence to the layer of black substance manifesting upon the wooden sword, which he surmised to be a form of advanced military technology not available on the market. The two combatants swiftly separated their blades, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. As a trained member of the Assassin's Guild, Damien was well-versed in various weaponry techniques, and his swordsmanship was certainly commendable. Meanwhile, Kevin, specializing in sword techniques, though not a master, possessed fundamental skills and could rely on his G3 armor for additional resilience if necessary. As for the swordsmanship specialization skill that the system had instilled in him, Kevin was at a loss for words. He could not help but recall that after he had made a disparaging remark about the system while creating the Lake Toya, the petty system had promptly replaced all his swordsmanship specialization skills. By the time Kevin attempted to engage with the newly assigned skills, their content had transformed into a manual on various methods of swiftly dispatching foes, categorized into sections such as forceful strikes, rapid slashes, and meticulous cuts. Kevin was utterly bewildered by the system's grotesque sense of humor. Fortunately, he still wielded a high-quality replica of Lake Toya. Although the swordsmanship specialization skill had devolved into a mere proficiency for hacking at adversaries, it mattered little to Kevin. At least he could still hold his own against Damien. Damien was equally surprised by Kevin's tenacity. The enigmatic wooden sword, coupled with a robust layer of armor and an inexplicable ability, made for a most vexing opponent. Damien detested such adversaries, as he found it impossible to comprehend them, especially when their prowess in both swordplay and combat was nearly on par with his own. With Damien feeding him techniques, Kevin began to genuinely master the art of combat. Engaging with the likes of Damien was a far cry from battling mere minions. The DC series mundane heroes, when brought into a knightly universe, were formidable in their own right. Enough. Just as Kevin and Damien were locked in their relentless struggle, Nightwing descended from the building above, his retractable staff striking the ground between them and propelling both men away. Upon landing, Nightwing glanced at Kevin, who ceased his aggression at the interruption, and then turned to Damien, who seemed poised to advance. He approached Damien, firmly grasping his shoulder, and inquired, "Is this not enough commotion? Robin, who the hell are you?" Damien retorted, "My name is Nightwing, the first Robin." Kevin, listening to the exchange between Nightwing and Damien, was utterly taken aback. Before him stood a prominent figure, and based on the chronological context, it was impossible for him to be the second Robin. The second Robin had undoubtedly heeded the words of Batman during his tenure, and given the age difference between him and Nightwing's, it was clear that he could no longer be Robin. Moreover, it could not be the third Robin, who was indeed a well-behaved individual with a commendable disposition. From this deduction, the Robin currently engaged in a heated argument must be none other than the most troublesome problem child under Batman's wing, Damian Wayne, the fourth Robin. That arrogant brat who constantly boasts about inheriting the Dark Knight's legacy has truly landed himself in deep trouble now. Watching the intense debate between the towering figure and the diminutive boy, Kewin could only think one thing: this is serious business. Chapter 018. Fighting is not my concern. Well, it's quite pleasant. Kewin, well-versed in the exploits of these two renowned heroes within the DC universe, was rather taken aback by the appearance of the illustrious Nightwing in his city, accompanied by the yet-to-debut Supergirl. He pondered whether it might be prudent to simply find a place to sit and await his fate, believing that completing missions was less important than indulging in the present eating, drinking, and savoring life's pleasures. Meanwhile, Nightwing, Dick Grayson, was engaged in a rather enlightening discourse on education with the impetuous Damian Wayne. "So, you were the one who chose to leave, Dick Grayson?" Damian remarked, arms crossed, a hint of disdain in his tone. Upon hearing Damian reveal his name so brazenly, Dick's brow furrowed. Though he had heard from Alfred about the challenges posed by Batman's biological son, he had not anticipated such a direct confrontation. Each time he reminded himself to be cautious, the moment had arrived to mock him. Aside from sharing Bruce's striking features, this child possessed little else worthy of commendation. "I believe we need to discuss the importance of maintaining our identities during field work," Dick stated, glancing at Kewin, who was not far off. "I hardly require your guidance, coward," Damian retorted, swatting Dick's hand away and attempting to circumvent him, disregarding the unfortunate soul lying in the limousine, a casualty of circumstance. He deemed it sufficient to leave this matter to Kewin, the new masked rider. Dick seized Damian's shoulder with an irritable tone. "We need to have a serious conversation, Robin." "Very well, let us converse," Damian replied with a smirk, delivering a swift sidekick to Dick. Dick evaded, swinging his staff toward Damian, who retaliated with his own blade. Kewin stood by, exhilarated as the two engaged in a spirited clash before him. Hey, they're actually fighting. This is so thrilling. Wow, Damian is really going for it. Almost got him there. Watching this authentic display of heroism unfold before his eyes was more exhilarating than any cinematic experience, causing him to temporarily forget that he had completed two-thirds of his mission, with only one more criminal organization needed to fulfill the requirements for his burgeoning reputation. It seemed the system had automatically acknowledged Dick's concealed identity as a police officer as part of Kewin's accomplishments. However, he was too captivated by the rare spectacle of Nightwing battling Robin to notice. After several intense minutes, Damian, caught off guard, found himself ensnared in an exceedingly humiliating position. Suspended from a lamp post by Dick's staff, having paid the price of numerous cuts from Damian's blade. "Hey, Alfred, it's me, Dick. Yes, I've found the boy and given him a lesson. He seems to have absorbed it, but I'll need a few days before I can return him." I hope you don't mind. Leaning against the roadside, Dick retrieved a mobile phone from seemingly nowhere to call Alfred, who was far away in Gotham. After casting a glance at Damien, who was still struggling on the streetlight, he ended the call and approached the engrossed Kewen, who was enjoying the spectacle. Finished? Not going to continue? This is a bit unsatisfying. Kewen's retort left Dick feeling somewhat vexed. Did this kid really consider our fight as mere entertainment? Suppressing his irritation, Dick clarified, I am Nightwing. As for my identity, I believe you've already heard. If possible, could you accompany me for a moment? Where to? My base. Oh, no. With that simple response, Kewen abruptly concluded the conversation, nearly pushing Dick to the brink of exasperation. It became clear to him why Damien had clashed with Kewen. The latter's knack for stifling conversation could easily provoke a desire to strike him. Triggered side quest. Invitation from a humanoid mobile cannon. Assist Nightwing and Robin in completing a pursuit task. Task reward, 30,000 points, along with an E-grade original training card for minions, with no time limit on usage. Additionally, side quests can be undertaken alongside the Rising Fame mission. Just as Kewen was about to depart, the system sent him a notification, causing him to halt in his tracks. He anticipated the system would throw a wrench into his plans, but he hadn't expected it to happen so abruptly. Just as he finished speaking, he found himself contradicting his earlier words. Not to mention the reward of the unlimited training card. The 30,000 points alone were enough to entice him. He was in dire need of points. Unlocking Heisei Brother and Second Brother required a staggering 100 million. When would he amass such a sum? Based on the system's outlined tasks, it seemed that major events would yield the most points, yet with his current skills, surviving such events was uncertain. He might end up just collecting his reward at the afterlife. Thus, Kewen decisively turned and approached Dick. I don't know where else to go. As a newcomer, I'm a Kamen Rider. Please take care of me. His swift transformation from aloofness to a subservient demeanor nearly tested Dick's restraint from striking him. Upon hearing Kewen announce his name, Dick chuckled. Kamen Rider? Where's your horse? Your motorcycle? So, you truly have wings being called Nightwing? Dick fell silent. It was futile to engage further. After being subjected to the system's relentless quips, Kewen's ability to mock had also improved, adopting the system's style of concluding conversations with a single line. Follow me. After a moment of silence, Dick finally spoke. Leaping onto the streetlight, he didn't bother to unlock Damien. Instead, he hoisted him onto his shoulder and proceeded toward a nearby alley where his motorcycle awaited. Just as Kewen prepared to follow, a notification about the system's usage limit echoed in his mind, causing the G3 armor enveloping him to gradually become transparent and vanish, revealing him clad in a Deadpool outfit with a pseudo-invisibility mask. It seems you have quite a few secrets hidden beneath. Do you require a ride? Observing the armored figure of Kewen, who bore an additional layer of disguise, Dick couldn't help but admire his notion of double insurance. However, he was perplexed by how Kewen managed to engage in combat while donning a mask. Kewen himself confessed ignorance, asserting that he felt no discomfort whatsoever while clad in his armor, even with the 2 layers. No need for that. I run swiftly and can keep up, he stated, attempting to mask his awkwardness at being momentarily unarmored. In truth, he was uncertain if he could indeed maintain the pace. Well then, give it a try, Dick replied, no longer pressing the matter. He secured Damien and twisted the throttle, propelling the motorcycle, a marvel of Wayne's advanced technology, forward like an arrow. Kewen, compelled to follow, found himself surprisingly able to keep close behind Nightwing's motorcycle without losing much ground. Perhaps it was due to having exhausted his E-grade repair card minion. But he was able to maintain a steady distance and felt little fatigue. This astonished Kewen, as he had never perceived his physical attributes as particularly formidable since acquiring the show-enhanced physique. His speed, merely a notch above that of a sprinter, clocked at 7 seconds for 100 meters, and in terms of strength, he felt no discomfort wearing the heavily weighted G3 armor while delivering tremendous damage. Most of his time was spent in human form, dealing with petty thugs, with little opportunity to showcase his abilities. Yet now, as the time for his G3 armor transformation had arrived, he astonishingly sustained a speed of 7 seconds per 100 meters for 5 minutes without any sign of fatigue. This left him bewildered, even feeling he could push himself further and ponder other matters. System, could you elucidate this for me? I'm a bit confused, he inquired. It's quite simple, the system responded. Your inherent advantages from the enhanced physique remain largely untapped. With the Showa modification, one can typically deliver a ton of punch force. Yet, you insist on donning armor or merely striking with a blunt object, a rather embarrassing approach. Modified humans are still human, they aren't impervious to bullets. Isn't armor meant for protection against such threats? Kewen protested internally. How cowardly can you be, host? The system retorted. You may not believe it, but if you were to unlock the golden fruit for me now, I would dare to confront Darkseid directly. Ah, host, please pay attention to the road. A sharp turn is ahead, the system reminded him, pulling Kewin back to reality. With a powerful leap, he cleared a truck that had suddenly emerged from the intersection. Dick observed Kewin's performance in the rearview mirror and silently nodded in approval. At least for the moment, Hansen's performance was commendable. The motorcycle came to a halt outside a warehouse belonging to Wayne Enterprises, which had now become Dick's private domain. Many of his equipment repairs and creations took place here. After parking the motorcycle and hoisting Damien, Dick gestured for Kewin to follow him upstairs. Kewin shrugged without a word, trailing behind, eager to hear what this 30,000-point mission entailed. Chapter 19. This task has been completed. The warehouse was vast, and the second floor had been transformed by Dick to serve dual purposes, rest and training. He carelessly tossed Damien onto the sofa before retrieving a medical kit to tend to his own wounds. As he attended to his injuries, he cast a glance at Coven, who was aimlessly wandering about his room. Removing his eye mask, he revealed his true identity and sauntered over, extending his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself again, Dick Grayson, NCPD." Coven couldn't help but scoff at the tendency of heroes in the new 52 DC universe to announce their identities. In this world, superheroes generally knew each other's true selves. For instance, the Justice League's core members were well aware that Batman was the financial backbone of the DC universe. They had no qualms about spending his wealth, especially since they were all rather impoverished. However, after Aquaman Arthur joined the League, Batman's status as the wealthiest had been somewhat diminished, given that Aquaman reigned over the seven seas, with treasures far surpassing those of Batman. Coven was taken aback by the realization that this penchant for self-identification was not exclusive to the 8 main heroes. Now Dick was doing the same. After voicing his thoughts, Coven understood that maintaining silence about the impending mission was unwise, so he reluctantly shed his final layer of disguise. The death mask and the mask vanished into thin air, revealing his true self. "Coven, Midtown High," he simply stated, awaiting Dick's instructions regarding his intentions. Nodding to acknowledge Coven's name, Dick approached the sofa and addressed Damien. "I know what you want, and I will assist you, as I am also involved in this case. However, you must adhere to my directives. If not, Batman will come to retrieve you tonight. Do you understand?" Damien, aware of his precarious situation, could only begrudgingly nod in response. Dick then untied him, allowing Damien to remove the rag that had been stuffed in his mouth, glaring at Dick in displeasure. Unfazed, Dick retrieved a dossier from a nearby shelf and presented it to both Damien and Coven. "This contains information regarding the Hellfire Gang. I had sent Middle to the intensive care unit, yet their operations continue unabated. They still use the Hellfire name to facilitate the sale of stolen goods and have even taken up the human trafficking trade. So?" Dick's voice turned steely. "I aim to uncover their channels and apprehend those supplying them. This doesn't seem like something that can be accomplished in just a few days." Coven interjected cautiously. "Moreover, I doubt your boss, Batman, would overlook this matter. After all, an operation capable of providing such a large number of individuals must have a solid backing or formidable strength. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. How could they still be thriving today?" Coven was no fool. The scale of such an operation suggested the involvement of a significant multinational human trafficking syndicate, one that could not possibly exist without the support of legitimate power or substantial strength. Given that the Justice League has now been established, Kewin prefers the backing of the legitimate world. However, this appears to be an exceedingly cumbersome task. How could the system possibly allocate only 30,000 points? Dick elucidated this to Kewin, acknowledging the complexity of the endeavor. "It is impossible for just the 3 of us to complete it. I am aware that Batman also intends to seek clues from Cobblepot. I do not aspire to uproot the vested interests behind this, but at the very least, I do not wish to witness such occurrences in Naxino City again." Well, Kewin now understands why the system allocated him merely 30,000 points. Given the small fry present in Naxino City, with a bit more effort, he could manage to handle them. However, with Dick, a formidable ally, leading the charge, Kewin is content to remain in the background and avoid overexerting himself. Kewin harbors no concerns regarding Dick. The latter seems amiable, and having chosen the path of a superhero, he cannot turn a blind eye to the issues plaguing his city. His only apprehension lies with Damien, who is quite the troublemaker, the sort who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Who knows if he commands. "So, you wish for me to follow your lead? Do you know why I left Gotham?" Damien, arms crossed and seated on the sofa, protested. "Oh, calm down, young one. You do not wish to return to Gotham just yet. Although Nightwing is here, he has yet to escort you back. So consider this a brief respite where you can lend a hand. I believe Nightwing will not be as stringent as Batman." Noticing Dick's frustrated expression, Kewin hastily interjected, adopting a vastly different tone from his earlier confrontational stance with Damien. He chose to speak kindly, recognizing that a little gentleness could facilitate better communication with the impetuous child. Indeed, upon hearing Kyun's words, Damien, who had been irked, gradually calmed down, reflecting on the impending punishment awaiting him upon his return to Gotham. Damien deemed it wiser to linger in Naxino City for a few more days. After all, the duration of his stay would not alter the nature of his punishment. How did you manage to quiet him? Dick was taken aback by how swiftly Kyun had pacified Damien's emotions, curiosity evident in his tone. Could you not discern that I merely spoke kind words? Everyone enjoys a compliment, you see. For heaven's sake, could you two refrain from whispering in my presence? I'm not deaf. Despite recognizing that Kyun's words were merely flattery, Damien found comfort in them for reasons unknown. However, discussing such matters in front of him felt inappropriate. I shall be more cautious next time. Damien had no retort. The subsequent events became markedly simpler. Since Damien currently had no place to stay, he would temporarily reside with Dick, while Kyun awaited Dick's signal. Although Kyun had not shared his contact information with Dick, given Dick's competence. If he were unable to manage this, his time spent with Batman would have been in vain. So what shall our next course of action be? If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. In such a hurry? I have school to attend. Powerful justifications always manage to find an excuse for idleness. Dick had not sunk so low as to dissuade a student eager to pursue their education. He nodded, indicating that Corey could take her leave. Once Corey departed, the previously pleasant atmosphere began to chill. Although Corey advised Dick to be conciliatory, he found it impossible to speak kindly to Damien. And he believed Batman would struggle in this regard as well. Where shall I sleep? On the sofa. The doghouse? Absolutely not. My bed is not suitable for children. What? Are they all abstract paintings? Dick remained silent. Chapter 20. The influential one. Wow, you are truly captivating. Is he your brother? In Dick's residence. The mischievous young lad Damien was being affectionately cradled by the competent and striking Detective Claire. Although he was already a 15-year-old, to Claire, Damien's youthful visage and slightly stubborn expression stirred a surge of maternal instinct, leaving Dick feeling quite awkward beside them. Yes, he is my adoptive father's son. Dick responded with a hint of embarrassment upon hearing Claire inquire about his blood relation to Damien. He's adorable, Damien, nestled in Claire's embrace, turned to glance at the utterly indifferent Dick, his eyes glinting with a subtle menace, signaling that if Dick did not rescue him soon, he would take matters into his own hands and incapacitate Claire. Only then did Dick step forward to gently pry Claire's arm away. All right, Claire, what brings you here? Dick was also curious as to why Claire would seek him out, given they were not yet close enough for such visits. I know you're involved in the Hellfire Gang case. The chief asked me to inform you that you can investigate or apprehend, but only within the confines of Naxinor City. Furthermore, I've been dispatched to supervise you. By the way, Middle will be transferred from the intensive care unit tonight. The chief wants you to oversee Middle's security to prevent Nightwing from causing any trouble. Claire explained the reason for her visit, oblivious to the fact that Dick was indeed Nightwing. Her directive to guard Middle was essentially leading Nightwing directly to him. Originally, Dick had been contemplating how to infiltrate the hospital to have a heart-to-heart with Middle, but now, he could enter openly, albeit with a few smoke bombs in hand. So, this is the nature of your visit? Yes, Claire responded, momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation. All right then, you should head to the precinct. I need to discuss a few matters with my brother. Until later. With that, Dick exhibited the characteristic demeanor of a resolute man, firmly ushering Claire out the door before closing it behind her, leaving her standing outside in a daze. It seems your father's assessment of you is somewhat exaggerated. Is this how you treat women? Rude and thoughtless, Damien commented from the sofa. That depends on the person. I've never been fond of engaging in such frivolous exchanges with colleagues, Dick retorted. Have you expressed the same sentiment to Barbara? Damien continued to expose Dick's past indiscretions. Caught off guard by Damien's revelations, Dick paused, shook his head, and let out a wry smile. It appears Alfred has shared everything with you. He's a respected elder. He remembers all the events involving you, and even has photographs, Damien replied. Make sure to send my regards to Alfred when you return. That's your responsibility. I'm not one for conveying messages. What's our next move? Should we involve that Kevin from last night? Yes, I'm currently looking into his information and preparing. Tonight, you two may need to serve as a diversion. Contemplatively nodding, Dick made his way to his room, retrieving a box emblazoned with the emblem of Wayne Technologies. After undergoing a tryout of security checks, fingerprint, voice, and iris scans, the box finally unlocked, revealing yet another marvel of Batman's advanced technology, a computer. Upon entering the name Kyun, Dick swiftly unearthed Kyun's fundamental personal information. Social media platforms like Facebook and YouTube, where most individuals register, were replete with Kyun's data. From this rudimentary information, Dick quickly procured Kyun's contact number and dialed without hesitation. During lunchtime, Kyun observed a call from an unknown number. After a moment's deliberation, he chose to answer. Who is this? Hello, Kyun. We have an operation tonight at 10, at the city hospital. Huh? Hello? Just as Kewin responded with a casual "huh," the call abruptly disconnected. Somewhat exasperated by Dick's swift summons to duty, having anticipated a longer respite, Kewin felt a twinge of annoyance. Nevertheless, the task at hand must be fulfilled. He figured he would simply follow Dick's lead tonight, with a seasoned veteran guiding him. He presumed he could accomplish this high-profile mission along with any side quests that might arise. That evening, under the pretense of playing basketball, Kewin departed early, meandering towards the city hospital. Before he could even procure a drink from a nearby convenience store, Dick suddenly appeared, yanking him into a nearby alley. There, clad in his uniform, Damien awaited their arrival. "Hey, could you refrain from tugging at my clothes? They're rather expensive," Kewin grumbled as he wriggled free from Dick's grasp. "I asked if you could at least don your uniform before coming over. Strutting into the hospital like this, are you unaware that there are cameras everywhere?" Dick rubbed his temples in disbelief. This rookie seemed utterly oblivious to the basic tenets of being a superhero, nonchalantly wandering about as if surveillance were merely decorative. "And what are the cameras? I'm just a random passerby. Why would you be scrutinizing footage for someone playing the hero? Besides, this is a uniform, isn't it?" Kewin retorted, equally frustrated. It seemed Dick doubted his professionalism, yet Kewin was not a trained expert. Were it not for that insufferably proud system, he would be at home, indulging in slothful repose. With a huff, he muttered under his breath, summoning his death armor and G3 suit, which enveloped him instantaneously. After witnessing Kewin's seamless transformation, Dick chose to refrain from further comment. It was evident that Kewin possessed a unique ability to change attire at will, allowing for such carefree wandering. "All right, suit yourself. I've been assigned to oversee the perimeter of Midler's operation. The police in Noxino City are merely aware of my presence here. They are oblivious to you and Robin. Thus, your task tonight is straightforward. Create a commotion around the hospital. I've caught wind that Midler's associates plan to extract him, so you two need to restrain them. Make enough noise to attract the police's attention. I'll handle the interrogation of Midler." "That sounds manageable, but do you have any intel on when those thugs might arrive? We can't just stand on the rooftop all night, can we? Rest assured, it will be no later than 11 o'clock. Now, prepare yourselves." Dick, aware of Kevin's concerns, administered a dose of encouragement. After imparting this information, Dick stepped out of the alley and ventured to a nearby convenience store to procure some snacks to bring back to the hospital. Justifying his exit as a quest for a late-night meal, one cannot return empty-handed. "Hey, what are you still doing here? Are you planning to wait for someone to discover you?" After Dick departed, Damien observed Kevin squatting there in a daze and, feeling somewhat impatient, uttered a remark. He then retrieved his grappling hook from his belt and shot it towards the towering building above. Utilizing the hook's momentum, he made several agile leaps to reach the rooftop, where he provocatively gazed down at Kevin, seemingly eager to challenge him in a race to ascend. In contrast, Kevin merely shed his G3 armor and extracted his phone along with the spider memory device. After connecting the two, he effortlessly propelled himself upwards to the rooftop, exuding an air of nonchalance. Witnessing Kevin's calm maneuvering and then glancing at his own grappling hook being reeled in, Damien silently resolved to petition Batman for a redesign of his grappling hook upon his return. This was indeed an unfair advantage. Chapter 021. Another wave of forces upon the rooftop. Kewin and Damien braved the night wind, awaiting the intrusion of middle subordinates into the hospital. Damien appeared at ease, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, whereas Kewin lacked such patience. After standing idle for a brief moment, he succumbed to boredom, reaching for his phone to peruse various applications. However, he found no allure in social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. As for mobile games, Kewin had never indulged in such pastimes. Despite being in a nation with unparalleled internet speed, he struggled to derive any amusement from his device. Thus, he wandered aimlessly on the rooftop, observing the composed Damien, and could not help but marvel at the formidable combat prowess of the Batman family. Look at himself, unable to remain still for even 2 minutes, while Damien remained tranquil, exemplifying the stark contrast between a novice and a master. "Is this your first time lying in wait to capture someone?" Damien's sudden inquiry interrupted Kewin's thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. Could you repeat that?" Kewin replied, bewildered that the mischievous child had initiated a conversation with him. "I asked if this is your first experience with such an ambush. How did you previously confront these pests?" Damien reiterated. "Well, I generally wandered aimlessly, confronting them head-on, knocking them down, and then vanishing," Kewin explained. Essentially, unless he had the assistance of gadgets from the 000 world, such as the eagle, grasshopper, or octopus, his strategy for combating crime was straightforward: engage if encountered, otherwise return home to rest. This simplistic approach left Damien, who had undergone elite training under Batman, utterly perplexed. It seemed excessively laid back, as if Kewin were merely indulging in the experience of a superhero's life. Given this, why not embrace it? Damien continued. I am aware of your background. Your father is quite prominent in Naxino City. You have never encountered hardships in life, meaning you could easily thrive without concerning yourself with such messes. Who could argue with that? Just a month ago, I was ensnared in the comforts of my home, trapped in a monotonous routine. I have no idea why I am here, standing against the wind at this late hour, waiting around. It seemed Damien had struck a nerve, prompting Kuwon to open up, venting his frustrations accumulated since his unexpected journey over the past month. Since he was merely waiting idly, he seized the opportunity to share his grievances with an attentive listener. So, your abilities are not innate but rather a consequence of some unforeseen incident? Damien mused. I surmise your armor possesses self-awareness and can impose certain penalties to compel you into actions you might otherwise resist, such as death. However, I am curious, if this armor is bound to you, would it seek another host should you perish due to an accident? In truth, it is the son of Batman, who, merely from the grievances poured forth by Kuwon, has managed to deduce the latter's circumstances quite astutely, setting aside the notions of time travel and systems. Kuwon's situation has been entirely discerned by Damien, particularly with that final remark, whether, in the event of his untimely demise, the system would seek another host within the DC universe. A gleam of eager anticipation shone in Damien's eyes, sending a shiver down Kuwon's spine. How could he have forgotten that the individual before him is the legitimate heir to the League of Assassins, possessing intellect that far surpasses his own? With just a few simple quips, Damien has already unraveled Kuwon's predicament, rendering any further jest moot. Relax, newcomer. Such tedious experiments are beneath me, Damien said, observing the momentary speechlessness of Kuwon, who found himself at a loss for words. Damien, with a mischievous grin, proceeded to elucidate further. In response to Damien's explanation, Kuwon maintained a relatively safe distance, prioritizing his own well-being. Damien, bemused by Kuwon's cautious demeanor, questioned the necessity of such seriousness. It's astonishing that a coward like you would attain superpowers, he remarked. Had Kuwon been privy to Damien's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly have raised both hands in agreement. Seriously? You can't be this timid, newcomer, Damien said with a hint of exasperation. I'm inherently timid. Without this armor, I wouldn't dare venture outside. Kuwon candidly admitted, his frankness leaving Damien momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally articulated, I believe that everyone arrives in this world with a purpose, much like you. Yes, perhaps you undervalue yourself, but there are facets within you, undiscovered by even your own awareness, that this armor has revealed. Listening to Damien's unexpected change in tone, Kuwon felt somewhat bewildered. Why had he suddenly embarked on a philosophical discourse? Was this a skill possessed by all members of the Batman family? Did you know? From the moment I was born, my mother told me I was destined to be a leader. Yet, upon being placed under Batman's tutelage, some of that clarity began to blur. A leader may not be my fate, but perhaps being a hero is my true calling. It is possible that within you lies the potential to become a hero, which may explain the sudden gift you have received. Please, spare me the melodrama. O bearer of teenage angst, I've graduated from that phase. Let us ponder instead why it is nearly 11:30 and those underlings of middle have yet to arrive. Kuwon promptly sought to terminate Damien's philosophical musings, wary of being swayed by his words. Moreover, glancing at the time on his phone piqued his curiosity. Earlier, Dick had assured him that the troublemakers would not arrive later than 11 o'clock. Yet, here they were, two individuals idly conversing atop the rooftop, while the streets below, save for the convenience store still in operation, lay eerily deserted. It seemed Dick could not have anticipated that his informant's intelligence was indeed accurate. The problem lay in the fact that the individuals seeking middle were no longer the same crew as before. In a street not far from the Naxino City Hospital, several sedans were parked in an alley, where a group of individuals donned in grotesque masks were diligently scrubbing the bloodstains from the vehicles. Judging by the scene, it appeared that the original occupants of the cars were in grave peril. After completing their grim task, one of the masked figures, wearing a Frankenstein mask, inspected his Uzi submachine gun, confirming that it was fully loaded and in perfect working order before issuing commands to his comrades. Listen up, boys. From this moment on, we are members of the Hellfire Gang, and our mission is to rescue our leader, Middle. Understood? I get it, boss. But do we really need to escalate things this much? With the firepower we have, we could easily take on SWAT. One of the junior members hesitated, feeling somewhat apprehensive. For them, brandishing firearms was a part of the lifestyle, but risking their lives for someone they barely knew seemed excessive. This was Gotham, and Gotham. They could brazenly enter a hospital, but Naxino City had a far superior law enforcement presence. Fool. While we may not know Middle well, he controls a vital channel that allows him to thrive in Naxino City. Do you think he gained a quarter of the North District by chance? He has been doing favors for others. Now that Middle is compromised, his benefactor needs a new representative. by capturing Middle and seizing his channel. We can become the next representatives ourselves. If we succeed, we need not fear the scale of our actions today. Understood? Understood, boss, came the reply. Haha, then let's prepare. The police will never anticipate such a large group of us. Hurry up, perhaps we can return in time for the party. A chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the gang, and they swiftly piled into their sedans. As the 6 gleaming silver cars roared to life, their modified engines thundered like a storm as they sped out of the alley and onto the main street, recklessly racing forward. A few thrill-seekers even leaned out of the windows, firing their weapons into the sky. Such a cacophony inevitably caught the attention of Kevin and Damien. Observing the audacious convoy barreling toward them, Kevin raised an eyebrow. It was his first encounter with such blatant lawlessness outside Gotham. Damien had always believed that street racing was a phenomenon exclusive to Gotham. I suppose these must be the troublemakers Nightwing mentioned who are headed for the hospital. But at this rate, it seems we won't even need to stir up trouble ourselves, Kevin remarked, clad in his armored gear as he gazed at the reckless gangsters. I beg to differ, Damien retorted, deftly tossing a bat-shaped batarang. It soared through the night sky, striking the tire of the lead sedan. With a resounding explosion, the batarang, equipped with a small explosive device, detonated upon impact, causing the speeding vehicle to lose balance and flip violently across the pavement, transforming from a sleek machine into a heap of scrap metal. For the occupants, surviving the ordeal was a mere stroke of luck. Did you have to be so ruthless? Observing the car that had rolled over for several weeks, Kuan couldn't help but offer a silent tribute for those inside. Rest assured, they are still alive. In response, Damien drew his weapon and aimed at the 5 vehicles ahead that had slowed down due to the crash of his comrade. When the accident occurred, they knew someone had come to disrupt their plans. As they halted to ascertain what had transpired, they naturally spotted Damien swinging down from the building. With a furious shout, they opened fire at him. When the gun was trained on him, Damien inexplicably performed a roll in midair, evading his original landing spot, which was promptly met with a hail of bullets. This was a band of ruthless criminals. Taking refuge in a blind spot, Damien redefined his assessment of these assailants. The ability to predict landing points and fire in advance was not something mere street thugs could accomplish. What is happening? Quickly, someone come with me. The police stationed at the hospital, drawn by the commotion, began to mobilize. At this moment, Dick, responsible for overall security, finally began to issue orders. Remain calm, Bob. Take 2 men to the first floor and report back on the situation. Jalen, Eddie, you are to secure the elevators and stairs, and Claire, lead a team to guard the corridor. Although he was unaware of why Damien and Kuan were so delayed in their actions, Dick was determined not to miss this opportunity. While Damien and Kuan were preoccupied with the chaos outside, he directed all available police forces to withdraw, leaving only himself behind. Chapter 022. Interrogation at midnight. 5 cars were positioned across the road at the entrance of the Naxino City Hospital, forming a formidable barricade. A group of masked thugs took cover behind the vehicles, firing at the caped figure darting across the rooftop. Damn it, it's Robin. Where's Batman? Despite several rounds of gunfire, they failed to hit Damien, who retaliated by throwing a few batarangs, striking his own comrades. Upon seeing the batarangs embedded in their companions, they realized they were dealing with the exclusive weaponry of Gotham's Dark Knight, prompting them to scream in terror. Though they were undeterred by Robin's presence on the rooftop, they feared the unseen Batman lurking in the shadows, uncertain of where he might emerge to etch an unforgettable memory into their minds. Unbeknownst to them, it was merely Damien and Kuan present, with Batman nowhere in sight. As they continued to aim their weapons at the rooftop, a sudden clamor of metal colliding with the pavement echoed from a nearby alley. A figure clad in blue armor burst forth from the alley, charging with immense force towards the nearest car. The tremendous impact sent 2 unfortunate thugs, leaning against the vehicle, flying through the air, tumbling onto the ground. Their contorted limbs signaled the severity of their fall. What the hell is this? The sudden assault rendered the car barricade ineffective. The armed thugs temporarily abandoned their search for Damien on the rooftop, redirecting their fire at the armored figure before them. The sound of bullets ricocheting off the G3 armor rang out. Although the G3 armor was known as the weakest in the Heisei series, it was still formidable against mere gunmen. Kuan, unfazed by the incoming bullets, seized the chassis of a nearby car and, utilizing the strength of his G3 armor and his own physical prowess, heaved the vehicle over, depriving the thugs of any cover. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Damien seized the opportunity created by Kuan's actions. With a grappling hook, he ensnared an unfortunate thug, piercing through his shoulder blade and dragging him skyward. The anguished cries of the suspended thug only incited the remaining criminals to unleash a torrent of ammunition towards Kuan. However, for Kuan, clad in his armored suit, such damage was virtually negligible. Now we find ourselves less than 50 meters away from the Naxino City Hospital. witnessing the blue-armored figure overpowering the thugs at a distance of 150 meters. While his origins remain a mystery, we can observe Gotham's Robin actively participating in this fierce gunfight against the criminals. In the eastern district of Naxino City, Jeremiah Danvers, the head of the Danvers household, sat on his sofa, intently watching the television as diligent reporters covered the unfolding gun battle at the hospital. As Professor Jeremiah Danvers, who adopted Kara, had long regarded her as his own flesh and blood, he was acutely aware of her capabilities. Whatever Superman could achieve, she could as well. This damn city, he hoped, would not lead Kara to overthink. With a frustrated press of the power button, Jeremiah cursed under his breath and prepared for sleep. Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, Kara, whom he worried about, was far from slumbering. For Kryptonians, sleeping on Earth proved to be quite a challenge. Their super hearing allowed them to perceive sounds from every corner. Although they could block out such disturbances at will, if they desired to listen, it was as effortless as breathing. At that moment, Kara sat at her desk by the window, her gaze fixed outside. In truth, her supervision and X-ray vision allowed her to see through multiple barriers. Directly observing the scene at the hospital, though she could not discern the identity of the masked figure, Coven, it seemed that the G3 armor contained lead, which Kryptonian X-ray vision could not penetrate. How exhilarating! It was akin to watching a live broadcast as Kara witnessed Coven decisively handling the thugs, while Damien on the rooftop managed the cleanup, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. Inside the hospital, Middle, now in a regular ward, was roused by the gunfire outside. As he opened his eyes to the pitch-black room, an inexplicable panic set in. No one understood his predicament better than he did. He had yet to be taken into custody, which undoubtedly meant that his benefactor was orchestrating something behind the scenes. At least until he divulged his contacts, he was safe. Yet, how long could this safety last? Perhaps today would mark its end. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from the shadows to cover his mouth, silencing him, while Dick, transformed into Nightwing, appeared before Middle. "Good evening, Middle. You seem to be quite popular." Middle stared in horror at Nightwing, never expecting him to materialize at such a moment. Desperately, he pressed the emergency call button beside his bed, but to no avail, as if the hospital contained only him and Nightwing. "I ask, you answer. Understand? Blink if you do." Middle blinked fervently, and Nightwing released his grip. "Tell me, where does your trafficking channel originate?" "I knew you would ask that. But do you understand that if I reveal this secret, I will die? If I keep it, I can survive." A sigh of relief escaped Middle. As long as Nightwing posed that question, he was safe until an answer was given. "Your mind is still sharp. Do you believe your benefactor will protect you? Or do you think those gunshots outside are here to save you?" "Wrong. They are here to ask you the same question I am. However, unlike me, their methods of inquiry will be less refined. They haven't arrived yet because my friends are helping to keep them at bay. If you truly wish to be rescued, I can have my friends let them through. Listen to those gunshots. Uzi, shotgun, Colt. The firepower is fiercer than that of the station police. Can you guess how they will take you away?" Nightwing spoke slowly, yet with each word, Midler's complexion grew increasingly pallid. The truth in Nightwing's statement was undeniable. As a superhero, he bore the authority that rendered any inquiry harmless to Midler. However, Midler was acutely aware of the rules of the underworld. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes, and the absence of malice is a sign of loyalty. Yet he understood the number of enemies he had accumulated. Now that he found himself in dire straits, he could only imagine how many were waiting to feast upon his misfortune. But what benefit is there in telling me? It all leads to death. Tell me, and I assure you that within the next week, you will witness the news report the apprehension of everyone linked to your channel. Your benefactor will also be made aware of the Nishino City Police's stance on human trafficking, extinguishing any aspirations in Nishino City. Can you guarantee that? Do you even have a choice?" After a moment of silence, Midler realized his predicament was dire. He had no chance of redemption. Perhaps life in prison was better than death, as it still offered a glimmer of hope. However, his secrets had lingered too long, and his benefactor's patience was wearing thin. Without him, the supply chain would not falter. It was merely a matter of not wanting to sever that lifeline. Yet, having repulsed him, Midler knew that even if the chain were severed, his fate would be sealed. Such was the mindset of those in power. A truth Midler understood all too well. "Fine, I will tell you." Gritting his teeth, Midler conceded. "A wise decision. Speak, I am listening. The matter at hand is rather intricate, and I cannot retain all of it in my mind. I have concealed everything related to this in the basement of Hellfire Bar. Specifically beneath the desk phone in my office. There is a combination lock. The code is 52368521. An astute plan, Midler. Have sweet dreams, my friend." Upon acquiring the secret from Midler, Nightwing offered a faint blessing. With a swift motion, he vanished from Midler's sight, and mere seconds later, the darkened infirmary was illuminated. While footsteps echoed in the corridor, as if the previous silence had merely been a figment of Midler's imagination. Chapter 023, Pursuer. The door to the hospital room swung open, and Dick, accompanied by several officers, stormed in. Meanwhile, the nearly traumatized Midler looked at the tardy police with a newfound sense of warmth. Before the officers could inquire about the situation, Midler exclaimed loudly, "Hey, get your officer over here. I have everything to say. I'm applying to be a witness. My name is Dick Grayson. Tell me what you want to know." Dick was taken aback by how Midler had been so intimidated that he not only divulged his secret identity, but also intended to inform the police, thereby hedging his bets. Nevertheless, this was beneficial, for it ensured that Midler had not concealed any vital information from him. Unbeknownst to Dick, Midler recounted everything he had just shared with Nightwing. And after a silent comparison, Dick nodded in satisfaction, finding no discrepancies. "Claire, take a few people to the location he mentioned and retrieve that evidence. I'll take a few officers downstairs," Dick instructed his beautiful partner after confirming the information. "All right, I'll head there. Just be careful," Claire replied, gathering several officers and setting off, while Dick led a group of officers downstairs, heading towards the site where Corwin and Damien were dealing with the thugs. About 200 meters from the hospital, Corwin and Damien were engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the criminals. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the thugs abandoned their plan to forcibly take Midler from the hospital and prepared to retreat. However, Corwin had sabotaged their means of escape, and the streets were devoid of traffic. No one was foolish enough to approach the scene of the gunfire. Corwin simply pursued these unfortunate individuals from behind, while Damien followed above. When the moment was right, he lunged forward, seized one of them, and hurled him skyward. Damien then used his grappling hook to bind the thug, suspending him in midair, both enjoying the game immensely. "Robin, stop playing around and wrap it up. We need to get to Hellfire Bar and retrieve what we need from Midler's office." Dick's voice crackled through Damien's earpiece. Slightly bored, Damien rolled his eyes at the command. With a forceful flick, he discarded the thug who was meant to dangle in the air into a nearby dumpster. He then retracted his grappling hook, swiftly taking down the panicked criminals who could only flee on foot, leaving even Corwin, who was still relishing the thrill, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. It was a rare chance to dominate the opposition, yet they were denied the satisfaction of a true blowout. "Nightwing has sent word. We need to head to Hellfire Bar before the police arrive," Damien explained while collecting his grappling hook. "Fine," Corwin shrugged helplessly, glancing at the time. It had only been 15 minutes. His armor still had 5 minutes of operational time left. After a moment of thought, he disengaged the G3 armor and donned his secondary disguise for the upcoming mission. As Corwin shed his armor, Damien refrained from further words, reloading his grappling gun and propelling himself towards the direction of the Hellfire Bar. Meanwhile, Corwin erupted with astonishing speed and agility, his dark Death Tyrant suit perfectly blending with the shadows of the night. The two of them raced towards the Hellfire Bar, one soaring above and the other below. "Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the minimum requirements for the Rising Fame task by dismantling 3 criminal organizations. With half a month remaining, you may choose to submit your task or continue. The rewards will be reassessed based on your final task completion progress." The system's prompt echoed in Corwin's mind as he sprinted. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to continue. After all, accumulating points was of utmost importance, and such a beneficial task warranted further effort. While pondering over the system's reassessment, Corwin and Damien arrived at the Hellfire Bar, once the favored gathering place in Naxino City, now fallen into disrepair following the disbandment of the Hellfire Gang. Stealthily, they entered the dimly lit establishment. Following Dick's directions, Damien discovered a hidden compartment in Middle's office desk. After inputting the password, a small concealed door opened, revealing a notebook and a tablet inside. The tablet, devoid of any password protection, suggested that Middle might have feared forgetting it himself. Exchanging a glance, their curiosity piqued. They opened the notebook and tablet. The names and transactions detailed within sent shivers down their spines. Each significant financial exchange indicated the trafficking of dozens of young girls from around the globe. Various abduction locations were listed, illegal immigration spots, schools, parks, detailing where it was easier or harder to strike, all within Naxino City. This notebook and tablet encapsulated the darkness lurking beneath the surface of Naxino City. An intricate web of transactions formed a network of profit, igniting a fire of rage even within Corwin, who typically thrived in murky waters. These scoundrels, driven by greed, had reduced these blooming young girls into mere commodities, sold worldwide. He shuddered to imagine the fates that awaited them. "We cannot take the notebook and tablet. The police are also after these," Corwin remarked solemnly. "That is not an issue. I have already copied the data from the tablet. However, I did not bring my phone for the notebook," Damien replied. "Spider, I rely on you." With a swift motion, his palm opened, and Spider's memory unit fused with his phone, capturing all the information from the notebook. What shall we do next? Kewin inquired after completing the task. In Gotham, at this juncture, we are merely beginning. Would you care to experience Gotham's nightlife? Damian asked, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he twirled a bat-shaped shuriken. Gazing at Kewin. With the utmost pleasure. Tonight, I find myself quite restless, Kewin replied with a wicked grin, fueled by the anger ignited by the revelations in the notebook. He yearned to unleash the pent-up fury within him. So, as the landlord, whom do you intend to target? Damian offered the notebook to Kewin, inviting him to make a selection. Let us focus on this individual, the Mad Dog Abik, who resides merely 3 blocks away. Let us proceed. We shall leave the notebook and tablet for the police. Once the next target was determined, Damian casually tossed the notebook into the safe, ensuring that no traces were left behind, and departed from the Hellfire Bar, heading towards the territory of Mad Dog Abik. 3 blocks away, Abik was reveling with his cohorts. Surrounded by scantily clad women, raucous music, and the sounds of heavy breathing, with white powder scattered across the tables, creating a scene of unbridled debauchery. Abik, a man of African descent, epitomizes his nickname. He is a mad dog, biting anyone who crosses his path. His associates are no less formidable, and thus, few would willingly confront him unless absolutely necessary. As a result, Abik has established himself as a dominant force in the Northern District, claiming a warehouse as his source of income. However, just days ago, his warehouse was raided by the police, and due to the incident involving Kevin, his financial lifeline was severed. Consequently, he gathered his gang to indulge in drinking and merriment, entirely disregarding the fate of his dismantled enterprise. His subordinates, too, were disinclined to question why their leader appeared utterly unperturbed about the future. Those who dared to inquire had already met their demise in the cellar. With their leader unafraid, they saw no reason to court misfortune. Revelry was their chosen path. Suddenly, as the revelers were lost in their intoxication, the lights extinguished and the music ceased. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, 2 spheres flew through the window, and a thick haze swiftly enveloped the room. The sound of 2 doors being smashed open followed. And before they could recover from the effects of drugs and alcohol, they were met with a devastating onslaught. Kevin and Damian burst in without uttering a word, launching directly into an assault on the scoundrels. Damian, trained by both the League of Assassins and the Batman, excelled in combat within the shadows. Although he adhered to Batman's no-kill philosophy, the techniques inherited from the League included methods that inflicted suffering worse than death. As Damian's blade sliced through the throng, each adversary that felt an unsettling disconnect in their limbs. Kevin, too, found his task simplified. The enhanced perception granted by his observation haki rendered the darkness as bright as day. Armed with a wooden sword enveloped in armament haki, he struck at the most vulnerable points of the criminals. The sounds of agony and screams became the symphony of the night, as each foe attended to by Damian, and Kevin was left incapacitated, rendered permanently maimed, incapable of perpetrating further evil, and now burdened by the fear of retribution. Ah, I knew you would come. As Kewin and Damian unleashed their most ferocious tactics against the scoundrels, a boisterous laugh echoed from the shadows. Kewin felt a colossal figure lunging towards him from the mist, fists thickly covered in fur colliding directly with his chest. Despite the protection of his armor, Kewin felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle, his body unable to resist the force, crashing into the nearby sofa. The smoke was partially dispersed by the gale produced by those fists, revealing the assailant's face in the moonlight, a rhinoceros-like creature. Abik, you are an Esper. Damian, witnessing this nearly 3-meter-tall being, felt a surge of trepidation. It was illogical for such a creature to remain confined to a single block. Unexpected, little bird. Where is your guardian? It seems I can learn from Gotham's Joker how to make the fearsome Batman feel pain. Ha ha ha. You are welcome to try. Damian prepared himself for battle upon realizing that Abik believed his identity as an Esper ensured victory. After all, he was the son of Batman. Robin, let me take over. Kewin's voice resonated from the wall as he donned the G3 armor, charging directly at Abik. It's merely tattered armor. Watch me dismantle it. Abik scoffed at Kewin's seemingly inadequate G3 armor, swinging his massive fist once more towards him. Undeterred, Kewin retaliated with a punch. The collision of flesh and metal produced a thunderous sound. Abik recoiled, clutching his bleeding right hand, while Kewin's G3 gauntlet crumbled, exposing his fist beneath. It was evident that the exchange had not favored Kewin significantly. G3 damage level, 1, 3, the system prompted in his mind. Indeed, as an armor, the G3 was the weakest in the Heisei series. If merely relying on the G3 armor to withstand Abik's assault, Kewin stood little chance. However, he possessed the power of armament haki. Armament haki was a remarkable ability. granting one the means to combat elemental users while providing enhanced defense and delivering more damaging attacks, akin to true damage. Kyuin had directly infused his fists with armament hockey, and combined with his inherently modified physique and the G3 armor's enhancements, he successfully inflicted genuine damage upon Abik while damaging his own gauntlet. Once more, glancing at his damaged gauntlet and the throbbing pain in his fist, Kyuin shouted in fury, charging forward to engage in close combat with Abik. G3 damage level 2, 6. G3 damage level 5, 8. G3 damage level 9, 8. G3 damage level 13. Hearing the system report the degradation of his armor, Kyuin fought with reckless abandon, clashing violently with Abik, who, spurred by his own injuries, retaliated fiercely. With each devastating blow, Koban struggled to endure the excruciating agony of his flesh tearing apart, while the G3 armor adorning him gradually succumbed to disrepair amid the relentless clashes. G3 armor damage exceeds 50, usage time expired, unable to maintain combat functionality, compulsory recall for repairs, estimated time, 24 hours, cost, 20,000 points. Oblivious to the deteriorating state of his armor, Koban continued to pummel the now incapacitated Abik. His enhanced physique and the power of the armed color sufficient to reduce Abik to a mere wretched heap. Kamen Rider. Koban. Enough. You are going to kill him. Observing the fierce exchange between Koban and Abik, Damien sensed something amiss with Koban's condition and hastily approached, striking Koban sharply on the head with his blade. The intense pain finally broke through Koban's frenzy, and as he gazed at his bloodied fists and the grotesque form of Abik before him, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Chapter 024, Rising Fame Indeed. When Kyuin finally retrieved his consciousness from the grip of Damien, he found himself in a dire state. His fists were stained with blood, and before him lay Abik, sprawled and spewing blood uncontrollably, his visage a grotesque blur of flesh. Witnessing this pitiful sight, Kyuin felt his knees weaken. Had it not been for Damien's timely support, he would have collapsed to the ground. A sudden wave of nausea overcame him. Ignoring the blood on his hands, Kyuin rushed to the nearby restroom, succumbing to the urge to vomit. The brutality of the encounter weighed heavily on him. He was, after all, merely an ordinary person, unable to reconcile with the psychological toll of the situation. The ghastly condition of Abik proved too much for him, and he retched violently. Must you be so inelegant? Damien observed with exasperation as Kyuin heaved in the restroom. It was Kyuin who had acted impulsively and dealt the most severe blows. Now, he was the one experiencing the most intense aftermath. This is the first time I've rendered someone to such a state. Do you not have a shred of sympathy? Kyuin lamented, unable to suppress the tumult within him. As he continued his battle with the toilet, Damien could only shake his head in silence, reassured that Abik was still alive, thanks to his superhuman resilience, which spared Kyuin from the burden of guilt. However, the prognosis remained uncertain. Why is that? Kyuin inquired. Let me see, Damien replied, crouching before Abik and prodding his face with a stick. Ah, shattered jaw, left eye dislodged. No hope there. Both arms are crushed, 3 ribs fractured, and one has punctured a kidney, likely necessitating removal. The knee joint is obliterated. Congratulations, you've effectively rendered this individual a level 3 disabled person. Listening to Damien's clinical assessment, Kyuin's lips twitched in disbelief. Such injuries seemed to spell certain death, yet Damien casually regarded them as mere level 3 disabilities. Was he jesting? Please. Your opponent is a superhuman, one with a mutated physique. The hallmark of such beings is their remarkable vitality. What would be fatal to an ordinary person likely loses its lethality against them. The most critical injuries you've inflicted are to his eye and kidney. With the current medical advancements in his constitution, full recovery is entirely feasible. Damien shrugged, suggesting that Kyuin was overly dramatic. He had faced countless individuals of this ilk alongside his father, Batman, in Gotham, and was well aware of their formidable resilience. Typically, their encounters aimed to incapacitate rather than pummel them like punching bags that required specialized equipment, unlike Kyuin's direct approach in his armor. As Damien elucidated, Kyuin's initial discomfort at having inflicted harm began to dissipate. He splashed water on his face, donned his mask once more, and approached the scene anew. Some gazes were filled with complexity as they looked at Damien, a mere youth seemingly unfazed by the gruesome scene before him, yet audacious enough to critique his own circumstances. Kevin found himself at a loss regarding how to approach Damien, particularly aware that thoughts of slaughter still lingered in the boy's heart. Why are you staring at me like that? Damien remarked, feeling irked by Kevin's scrutiny. Nothing. It's just that this guy is left here to rot. Kevin pointed towards the barely conscious Abik lying on the ground. Rest assured, he is still alive and well. But allowing him to remain with only one eye is rather unkind. I believe he should learn a lesson, Damien mused, stroking his chin, before lifting his dagger and preparing to thrust it towards Abik's groin. However, Kevin intervened, saying, "Let me handle this. You're only 15. Don't dwell on such dark thoughts. Try to embrace the light." With a resigned sigh, Kevin took the dagger from Damien and, suppressing his discomfort, plunged it into Abik's groin. Even in unconsciousness, Abik emitted a wretched cry, fainting once more. After executing this act, Kevin instinctively stepped aside to retch, while Damien approached to pat his back supportively. "Go on, let it out. You'll get used to it," he reassured. Soon, after Kevin and Damien tidied up the scene, aside from the fleeing summoned women, the remaining deranged members of Abik's gang lay sprawled about. Once they deleted Abik's name from their phones, the two vanished into the night. As for the police, who arrived shortly after Kevin and Damien, they found in Middle's office a book filled with incriminating evidence. Claire, with keen awareness, made a backup before taking it out, only to hear gunfire erupt 3 blocks away. By the time they arrived, they could only see Abik, rendered incapable, lying there with a knife still embedded in his body, while the rest were left barely alive. This time, Claire revealed no disdain towards Kevin and Damien's actions, rather. Upon witnessing Abik receive the most excruciating punishment of his life, she pretended to casually kick his wound, then, with a hint of disdain, said, "All right, folks. Take these scoundrels away. Bob, take 2 men to carry this one down. Call an ambulance. If he can be saved, then save him. If not, grant him a swift end to spare us the disgust." "Yes, officer." Officer Bob and another colleague handled Abik like a lifeless dog, showing no semblance of kindness as they carelessly moved him. The notorious list of crimes was evident to all, and they understood that Abik was but a cog in the wheel of that vile enterprise. They harbored a profound loathing for his deeds. In every household, there exists a child, and the actions taken by some have irrevocably shattered the hopes of families. At that moment, several colleagues were moved to tears. Bob understood that their children had been abducted years prior. At that time, the city of Naxino was far from the tranquility it enjoys today. Even the offspring of police officers were not immune to such tragedies. Bob himself had a daughter, and he was acutely aware of the anguish that such loss entails. Thus, he felt no compunction in dealing with Abik, one of the architects of this calamity. With his colleagues, he seized Abik, grasping him firmly, and with a forceful heave, flung him against the nearby door before applying handcuffs. "Enjoy the remainder of your life, scum." He spat at Abik, his indignation palpable as he stormed away. Meanwhile, Kevin and Damien soon parted ways, returning to their respective homes. Kevin made his way back, while Damien headed to Dick's residence. After several twists and turns, Kevin finally arrived home, collapsing wearily onto his bed. The scene of his earlier confrontation with Abik replayed in his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. When had he become so ferocious, reducing a man to a mere punching bag? As he lay there, lost in thought, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to murmur urgently, "System, what did you say during my reckless encounter?" "Host, your G3 armor has sustained 50 damage. A mandatory recall has been initiated, and 20,000 points will be automatically deducted for repairs, requiring 24 hours, the system reiterated. Hearing this notification again, Kevin felt a sharp pang of despair. He had been eagerly accumulating points to unlock a primary mount, and now his hard-earned 100,000 points had dwindled by 20,000. Indeed, when one allows emotions to take control, reason and intellect often vanish. "You've charged me 20,000 points for this inferior G3 armor. Are you certain you haven't swindled me?" Defeated once again by the system's response, Kevin chose to cease further dialogue with it, muttering a curse under his breath before proceeding to freshen up. He then lay down on his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber, the exhaustion of both mind and body rendering him devoid of any desire to move. All he wished for was a restorative sleep. As Kevin drifted into sleep, Damien returned to Dick's abode. Dick, who had played a peripheral role in the events of the night, arrived home late to find Damien asleep on the couch. He could only smile wryly, gently pulling the blanket up over him. To the outside world, the turmoil of the night was far from over. The police, having obtained the transaction records and lists from Middle, were taken aback by the extent of the darkness concealed within the city. As enforcers of the law, their singular duty was to bring these culprits to justice. While the officers were fervently agitated, the chief understood the gravity of the situation, with so many individuals involved. He needed to report to the mayor. For the citizens who witnessed the live news broadcast late at night, featuring the formidable partnership between Ku-1 and Damien, as they valiantly subdued the criminals in the hospital, there was but one realization. Their city had birthed its own superhero. When Damien, embodying the persona of Robin, shouted Kamen Rider into the air, they grasped the identity of their city's champion. Kamen Rider? Where's his motorcycle? Who cares? The name alone resonated with an undeniable coolness, a sentiment shared by all. Chapter 025, Mission accomplished. After a night of restlessness, Kuwen resumed his routine existence, oscillating between breakfast and school, greeting the day with a sense of normalcy. The sights along the way had become a part of his daily life, and he was gradually acclimatizing to this unfamiliar world. Yet today, he noticed a shift in the discourse among his peers. The sole topic of conversation was the enigmatic Kamen Rider. Seated in the classroom, Kuwen listened as his classmates animatedly recounted the events of the previous night, where he had, as a superhero, effortlessly subdued a group of armed robbers. The accolades and expressions of astonishment enveloped him, filling his youthful heart with a sense of pride. After all, he had played a part in vanquishing evil. If good deeds go unnoticed, what value do they hold? Emil, what do you think lies beneath the mask of the Kamen Rider? It's so cool. As Kuwen basked in the praise, Kara's voice jolted him back to reality. Damn, how could I forget about her? The sudden reminder of the uninitiated Kryptonian brought him back to Earth. What he had accomplished seemed trivial in comparison. Once Supergirl made her debut, the dynamics of Nisino City would shift dramatically, transitioning from petty crimes to epic confrontations, with an influx of cosmic beings. The thought of this diminished his earlier elation. It is only natural to feel a sense of defeat when one realizes that their efforts are inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. However, in preparation for the future, he had to carry on with his tasks. Without points, his prospects would grow dire. I hope Kara doesn't debut too soon. Give me some time, he muttered, glancing at the sunny girl animatedly discussing superheroes with her sister. He silently prayed for more time to enhance his abilities. Once he unlocked his full potential, he would find solace. The day passed in an unremarkable manner, and by nightfall, Kuwen stealthily made his way to Dick's residence once more. With the G3 armor still under repair, he donned a makeshift outfit, complete with a high-quality mask and a wooden sword. Where's your armor? Dick inquired upon seeing Kuwen's current disguise. It's broken and being fixed. This will have to suffice for now. But is there still an operation to undertake tonight? Kuwen asked, curiosity piqued. With the police having gathered sufficient evidence, the path ahead seemed straightforward. Tracing the leads would be simple. Even if some powerful individuals attempted to evade justice through financial means, the business climate would likely suffer. What need would there be for a so-called superhero? Dick felt a hint of awkwardness at Kuwen's questions. The police chief met with the mayor this morning. This incident implicates too many high-ranking individuals. The mayor ordered the chief to handle it delicately. Those controlling the main industries in Nisino City will merely be shuffled around, perhaps coerced into paying more, while those without connections will be easily apprehended. A sordid transaction indeed. Damien expressed his dissatisfaction with a remark, yet Kevin remained unfazed. After a night of contemplation, he had come to terms with the inevitability of the situation. The names inscribed in the notebook were far too numerous and diverse. Should they be revealed, it would undoubtedly tarnish the public trust in the city's government, greatly affecting the operations of the entire metropolis. Even the mayor would be hesitant to conduct a thorough purge openly. Dick chose not to comment on Damien's critique, acknowledging that the government had its own considerations, and placing oneself in their position did not guarantee one's ability to manage affairs effectively. Regarding the mayor's stance, I cannot say it is entirely commendable or entirely condemnable. However, from my personal perspective, allowing those who have committed heinous acts to escape unscathed would be a profound disservice to our secret identities. So, are you planning to target a few of the most audacious individuals for a proper reckoning? Kevin countered. Furthermore, the police remain unaware of our backup plans. Therefore, if we were to create a ruckus in the territories of those who have overstepped their bounds, feigning an accidental discovery of their sordid dealings and bringing it to light, the city government would surely have to respond, as no one desires unforeseen incidents. Listening to Dick's words sent a shiver down Kevin's spine. Was the Batman family truly this cunning? They profess to understand the government's position, yet when it comes to action, they exhibit no ambiguity whatsoever. Please don't look at me like that. If these individuals are allowed to go unpunished, it would be the gravest error. Especially since their misdeeds extend beyond mere human trafficking, there are many more shocking revelations yet to surface. Dick glanced at Kevin, somewhat exasperated. Alas, Kevin had distanced himself by 3 meters, making Dick feel as if he were the villain. Haha, I believe you. I believe you. So, which establishment is it tonight? Just one? Tonight's workload is somewhat substantial. There are 3 establishments, and we can only address these 3. Any more, and it would disrupt the operations of the city. Dick flipped through the transcribed notebook, circled 3 names, and then casually discarded the notebook into the sewer. No further information was necessary. Afterward, Dick and Damien deployed their grappling hooks, utilizing the force of the launch to unfurl the gliders concealed beneath their arms, soaring through the night alongside Damien. Kevin merely cast a mildly displeased glance before setting off on his own, leaping between buildings. Having undergone several days of rigorous training, His body had begun to adapt to the demands of such athletic movements. The trio navigated the cityscape, swiftly arriving near a warehouse belonging to a corporate building. They halted, observing the warehouse personnel laboring through the night. Dick furrowed his brow. The configuration of automatic weaponry and the laxity of personnel patrols signified a formidable challenge. LexCorp? They have also become entangled in this industry, which is rather unexpected. I recall that they seem to have amassed considerable wealth solely from the energy sector and high-tech industries. Observing the name of this enterprise, Kevin was somewhat taken aback. Lex Enterprises, the most renowned technology firm in DC, possesses a level of cutting-edge technology that could rival that of the esteemed Wayne Enterprises. It should not be associated with something as lowly as human trafficking. As a subsidiary, Lex Enterprises cannot be involved in every aspect. They outsource certain tasks, focusing solely on their annual profits. However, the allocation of personnel and the level of firepower present pose a challenge. Dick explained with enthusiasm that such dense security around the enterprise they intended to target was quite perplexing. Regarding this matter, I believe I have a few strategies. Taka, Kevin called out, and the patrolling Taka descended in response, landing in Kevin's palm. Both Dick and Damien gazed at the descending Taka with curiosity. They had not anticipated Kevin's capabilities. Bring the octopus and locusts to create some chaos down below. Upon receiving Kevin's command, Taka soared back into the skies, and shortly thereafter, the remaining 9 companions joined from various directions, descending towards the warehouse. Their diminutive size allowed them to evade the notice of the patrolling personnel. The 10 little creatures maneuvered past the guard's field of vision and infiltrated the warehouse, and within moments, the brightly lit space was engulfed in darkness. Artificial intelligence. Did you create these little gadgets? Kevin mused. If I had that kind of intellect, I wouldn't be in high school. I'd have already enrolled in Harvard or MIT. With a self-deprecating remark, Kevin prompted Dick and the others to prepare. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ensuing chaos, they swiftly took down the adversaries. Following Kevin's jest, Dick and Damien fell silent, brandishing their weapons as they glided through the air. They initiated their assault with smoke grenades, launching into a decisive confrontation. The battle concluded in under 10 minutes, as the trio, adept in nocturnal combat, overwhelmed their opponents who had lost their vision. Casually prying open a crate, they discovered a substantial cache of firearms hidden within. Just this one alone was enough to quench their thirst for action. Clandestinely stockpiling heavy one evening, Kevin, accompanied by Dick and Damien, successfully dismantled 3 criminal gangs, allowing him to experience the thrill of engaging in combat without armor. Side mission completed. The host assisted Nightwing in combating human trafficking in New Sinnoh City, gaining notoriety. 6 criminal organizations have been dismantled, with 13 days remaining. Shall we continue? No. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Kevin decisively clicked no. According to the side mission's guidelines, Dick had already achieved the goal of crippling the nefarious human trafficking network in New Sinnoh City. Whether he would continue partnering with Kevin remained uncertain, and Kevin felt he had already reaped enough benefits, not wanting to risk encountering formidable adversaries. Mission status: acclaimed, evaluation B. As a masked rider, you have repeatedly taken advantage of others' efforts. Your character requires adjustment. Given your fleeting sense of justice, I shall begrudgingly grant you AB this time. Rewards: side mission, 30,000 points. 1 uncensored monster training card. No time limit. Acclaimed, B-level evaluation, 60,000 points. 3 lottery chances, and 1 drive ambulance. Upon hearing the rewards allocated by the system, Kevin was nearly moved to tears. 3 lottery opportunities, along with a seasoned driver-S ambulance, in addition to 90,000 points. He had truly struck gold. Chapter 026. The moment of parting and the lost drive. You seem rather exhilarated. Observing Kevin's barely contained excitement as his body trembled in response to the system's reward notification, both Dick and Damien inquired with a hint of peculiarity. After all, what was so thrilling about having eradicated 3 criminal organizations consecutively? Indeed, the first time in. Forgive me, eliminating such filth. I believe I have ample reason to boast. Kevin, nearly revealing too much in his enthusiasm, quickly corrected himself. Dick and Damien chose not to dwell on Kevin's slip of the tongue, instead preparing to depart as they noticed the approaching police below. By the time they returned to Dick's residence, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Despite possessing the physical resilience of a Showa-era cyborg, Kevin still felt the weight of fatigue pressing upon him, yearning to turn back and nestle into the warmth of his own bed. However, that was not an option at present. Having dismantled the largest factions involved in human trafficking in Naxinor City, it signified that Damien's holiday there was drawing to a close, and it was time to return to Gotham. I have booked a train for Gotham at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will take you back to find Alfred, Dick remarked, handing a glass of juice to Damien. Do as you wish. Accepting the juice from Dick, Damien turned away in irritation, sipping his drink in silence. Witnessing Damien's childish display, Kewin couldn't help but chuckle. This version of Damien resembled a child, his perpetual frown suggesting that the fault lay not with him, but with the world itself. Why carry such burdens? Life is fleeting. If one does not seek joy, is it not self-imposed discomfort? It seems you have made your arrangements. So I shall take my leave. Dick, if you don't mind, may we converse for a moment? Noticing that he was no longer needed, Kewin prepared to depart, offering a farewell nod to Dick. Intrigued by Kewin's invitation, Dick followed him as they approached the door. Kewin glanced back at Damien, still engrossed in his juice. Before addressing Dick, although this is your family matter, I would like to offer a suggestion. When time permits, take Damien out to unwind. He is a good boy, albeit somewhat obsessive. I suspect Batman may not know how to engage with a child of his age. We have both been through this, so it would be beneficial to converse with him more. Wow, your concern for Damien is quite the revelation. Dick teased. What are you saying? It's merely a concern for you. Life is challenging. Seek out moments of joy rather than dwelling in darkness. With that, I bid you farewell. Enjoy your journey in Gotham. After providing Dick with a couple of sips of chicken soup, Kewin chose not to engage in further conversation and swiftly departed. On his way back, he endeavored to recall the DC comics he had perused, for it appeared that this world leaned more towards a harmonious fusion of animated films, comics, and television series, rather than being tied to an expansive cinematic universe yet to unfold. Kewin was uncertain whether a cataclysmic event akin to the Injustice League would transpire. Yet he believed in being prepared. At the very least, he needed to ensure that Dick and Damien cultivated a good rapport. If a scenario were to arise where Robin were to slay Nightwing, it would indeed spell grave trouble. Yes, Kewin had come to a realization. He was indeed quite laid back. If it weren't for the system, even knowing he had entered this fantastical DC realm, he would refrain from attempting to alter the trajectory of his fate. Survival would be the order of the day. If he lived, and if he perished, so be it. That was destiny. However, with the existence of the system, which compelled him to undertake various perilous tasks, Kewin understood that evasion was futile. Regardless of the circumstances, he would inevitably be ensnared in the maelstrom of DC's grand events. And he suspected he had already found himself on the radar of the Justice League and Batman. Given this situation, it was prudent to accumulate points and unlock the Knight's suit, thereby enhancing his chances of survival. In the Heisei era, aside from Decade, the upper limit had generally been reached, but in the Reiwa era, aside from the unfinished Zio, there were countless avenues yet to be explored with the remaining 9 riders. Coupled with his own tricolored mastery training system, he possessed the capability to contend with Uncle Dill. Enough of this. I shall return and assess the rewards from this endeavor. He mused, clearing his mind of those disparate thoughts. As Kewin leapt through the buildings, he returned home and commenced tallying the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. The drive ambulance was undoubtedly a valuable asset, having saved him numerous times when the experienced driver was on the brink of demise. However, Kewin remained unclear whether this little apparatus could be utilized independently, as the seasoned driver could do so due to his possession of the drive belt, while he himself had nothing. System, can this ambulance be utilized independently? Indeed, host. Each speedster vehicle is equipped with an autonomous intelligence program and does not require the drive belt for operation. The system's explanation offered Kewin some reassurance. Otherwise, summoning a speedster vehicle only to find it ineffectual would have been rather embarrassing. Without further delay, he seized the opportunity while he still had some energy and prompted the system to utilize his 3 chances at the lottery. With the 3 reels adorned with the Dream Vegas emblem from the seasoned driver spinning in the void, it seemed that ever since the initial 5 unsuccessful attempts, Kewin's luck had been rather favorable as he consistently drew commendable items. Congratulations, host, you have drawn nothing. Kewin now harbored serious doubts about whether the lottery was being manipulated by this nefarious system. Just moments ago, he had felt fortunate, only to be met with the system's rather sardonic notification. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a single lost driver. It can be carried with ease or placed within the system's space for summoning. Congratulations, host, you have exhausted your 3 chances at the lottery. Before Kewin could utter a curse, he was overwhelmed by the system's 2 pieces of news, one exceedingly favorable and the other terribly disappointing. The misleading driver, a splendid item from the W world used for transformation, boasted a built-in microphone feature. However, the issue lay in the absence of a memory card. Without it, he could not even utilize the microphone function. How delightfully cruel this contraption was. Goodness, system, this is truly inconsiderate. At least provide a memory card. This item serves no purpose other than to flaunt. Such is the nature of luck in lotteries. However, you may purchase one. How ludicrous. If I could afford it. Would I need to shout? Gazing at the W Series memory cards, each costing an exorbitant million points, Kuwen felt tears welling up. Especially the eternal memory card of the villainous Knight E from the theatrical version, which shared the same point value as the esteemed Heisei brother. Kuwen expressed his vehement condemnation on behalf of the Main Knight Protection Association. Cursing under his breath, Kuwen placed the misleading driver back into the space. He had hoped to break free from the curse of the G3 armor, but it seemed he would have to endure a while longer. With a sense of disillusionment, he examined his current possessions: tin cans from the 3 eggs, the speed war vehicle from the seasoned driver, and the misleading driver from W. Along with a rather useless original minion training card with no time limit. With no superior knight armor, he decided to compensate with the tricolor dominance and clicked to use it. The familiar sound echoed, accompanied by 15 combat minions, only slightly altered in attire. Each adorned with a bone emblem, charging towards him wielding cleavers. As he attempted to block with his armed color, a pained scream escaped him as a combat minion struck him, sending him flying. Damn it! Is this what you call a minion? System, are you toying with me? Clutching his bleeding arm, Kuwen couldn't help but curse. Oh, I neglected to inform the host earlier. The training card you previously used summoned minions of the lowest combat tier. As a villainous organization that has thrived from the Showa era through to the Heisei theatrical versions, do you really believe that the combat power of these minions is so trivial? These are elite bone combatants, with strength 10 to 15 times that of an average person. You may consider them super soldiers. Otherwise, do you think the title old rogue of Showa is mere fiction? Host, you must strive harder. Listening to the system's sarcastic remarks, Kuwen found himself devoid of any inclination to curse. After all this time, he realized he was still at a level where he could only combat super soldiers, and could even be countered. The comparison was disheartening. Without a moment's hesitation, Kuwen summoned the high-fidelity Toya Lake, nullified the gravitational environment, enveloped himself in armed color, and charged directly at the 15 original super soldiers, embarking on a grueling night of training. Chapter 027. My name is Wanderer. Last night, the police, responding to an anonymous tip-off, conducted a raid on 3 enterprises suspected of harboring illicit goods in Naxino City. Inside, they uncovered a substantial cache of heavy weaponry alongside a trove of data related to human trafficking. It is difficult to fathom such darkness lurking beneath the surface of Naxino City. Eyewitnesses reported that the warehouses were struck by Nightwing, Robin, and the Masked Rider. Further details will be provided in subsequent reports from our station. In the classroom, Kuwen Zheng, having endured a brutal night at the hands of the super soldiers, lay listlessly on his desk, watching the news unfold on television. The system had unflinchingly imparted a sobering truth. His abilities barely allowed him to contend with super soldiers, placing him at a marginally elevated level within the power hierarchy of the DC universe. A confrontation with a formidable adversary would surely spell his demise. Thus, as he observed reports of his so-called heroic actions, Kuwen Zheng felt no joy, instead pondering whether it would be wise to adopt a more low-key approach to avoid attracting vengeful foes. Let them report as they wish. There will be no shortage of headlines for them to handle in the future. He muttered to himself as he rose from his desk and stepped outside for some fresh air. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 11 o'clock. He surmised that Dick had likely returned to the quaint Gotham City with Damien. Contemplating this, Kuwen Zheng decided to immerse himself in the system's realm, eager to inquire about certain matters. System, may I ask if the items I acquire can be transferred to others? He inquired. Except for the night forms and transformation items redeemed by the host, all other auxiliary items may be freely transferred at the host's discretion, including the tricolor hockey cultivation system. The system replied. Upon hearing this, Kuwen Zheng's excitement surged. If he could indeed bestow the tricolor hockey upon others, he could simply hand it over to the master and forge an army of superhumans, allowing him to indulge in idleness indefinitely. However, the system cautioned against such an action. While it is true that the tricolor hockey is fundamentally grounded in human physiology and should theoretically be cultivable, the physical constitution of beings in the DC universe differs significantly from that of the pirate world. The latter has essentially unlocked the genetic locks of the human body, whereas the former has not. Therefore, attempting to transfer the tricolor hockey would likely result in mass fatalities without any beneficial outcome. The system's explanation extinguished Kuwen Zheng's desire to gift the tricolor hockey to the master, although he was still curious to witness the spectacle of the master unleashing the tricolor hockey upon the likes of Superman. Alas, it seemed that would not come to pass. Alright, enough of the explanations. Please allocate 10,000 points for me and assist in redeeming the canned goods from the 3 eggs set, land, sea, and air. Exchange as much as possible. With 10,000 points, Kevin acquired 50 flying eagles, locusts, and octopus canning robots, all stored within the confines of the system's space. Gazing at these peculiar items, he pondered the necessity of arranging a more conventional courier to deliver them to Gotham, especially since there was no express service akin to SF Express available here. Transporting these items posed a significant dilemma. Alas, a trip to Gotham was out of the question. The waters there ran too deep, and one misstep could spell disaster. With a resigned murmur, he acknowledged that figuring out how to send these items had become quite a conundrum. Gotham? Are you planning to visit Gotham during the holidays? That is hardly an advisable destination. A familiar voice chimed in beside him. Upon noticing the two sisters drawing near, Kevin felt a wave of exasperation. Why must they always intrude? Did they possess an uncanny ability to see through everything? Indeed, it was none other than the aspiring duo, Kara and Emil, who had recently taken to seeking out Kevin for conversations. Kevin, preferring to evade them, had been engrossed in dialogue with the system and failed to notice their approach. Could you repeat that? I have no recollection of ever stating that I would visit Gotham during the holidays. By the way, why do you two incessantly seek me out for conversation? Do I appear particularly idle or naive? Kevin, who had been dozing off in class, was utterly bewildered by the situation, outright asking them, as if oblivious to their intentions. Did he truly come across as such an earnest individual? With summer vacation officially commencing next week, everyone was contemplating how to spend their time, whether to revel in leisure or secure internships. And as a male, you are the most agreeable person we have encountered. Compared to the swarm of sycophants trailing behind us, conversing with you feels far more comfortable, Emil remarked, gesturing towards the cluster of classmates who occasionally cast glances in their direction. With a resigned shrug, Kevin signaled his disinterest in competing for their attention. I sincerely appreciate your admiration, ladies, but I have no desire to serve as a human shield for you. So farewell. Under the sisters' slightly forlorn gazes, Kevin made his exit, only for the group of boys to promptly approach, encircling the sisters once more. After maintaining a prudent distance from Kara and the others, Kevin finally sensed the oppressive atmosphere dissipating. Being in the presence of a female superhero weighed heavily on him, as he was still at a novice level. However, he had not anticipated that simply being a compliant, unremarkable individual would draw Kara's attention. Summer vacation. He had almost forgotten that this perk was still available to him. Yet, considering that Nightwing had vanished with Robin, he pondered whether he should continue in his pursuit of crime fighting. Kevin was inherently lazy. As long as the system had not assigned him any tasks, he was the type to merely join in when witnessing a crime. If nothing was happening, he would simply opt to return home for a nap, as sleep held far greater importance than accumulating points. As a practitioner of a laid-back philosophy, Kuwin had long since come to terms with everything. Perhaps the system within his mind had discerned the essence of his character. Before he could extricate himself from the rare moment of being devoid of tasks, the system had already bestowed upon him a mission. Mission title, Urban Legend, The Path of the Night. The Kamen Rider is not merely a guardian of peace for a single city, but a warrior dedicated to safeguarding human freedom. Mission requirements. The host must visit a minimum of 4 cities, leaving behind a reputation for combating crime in each locale. Time limit, 3 months. Mission evaluation, to be determined based on the host's performance. Good grief. Upon hearing the stipulations and hints from the system, Kuwin was utterly speechless. He had been contemplating how to alleviate the boredom of summer vacation by seeking out gangsters in the city of Naxanor to engage in some mischief or, at the very least, retreating to his home to revel in the joys of a sedentary lifestyle. Little did he expect the system to assign him a task urging him to venture outdoors. Was this not a game at his expense? What does one need for such excursions? Money. Moreover, he would have to go alone. If his parents disapproved, would he not be doomed? Curse it. In this day and age, even a reclusive homebody is not spared from scrutiny. Is there no law left? Frustrated by the demands of the system, Kuwin mused that perhaps this was the price he had to pay for having underestimated the young lady earlier. Chapter 028. The First Stop, Central City Mom. There's something I wish to discuss with you. During dinner at home, Kevin hesitantly broached the subject with his mother, Scarlett Chio. What is it, son? Just speak your mind. Scarlett replied, observing her son. She had never noticed the shyness in him before. He had always been straightforward in their conversations. Was he perhaps experiencing a delayed adolescence? Unbeknownst to Kevin, Scarlett had already sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, since Kevin was generally well-behaved, she attributed his current demeanor to typical teenage changes and thought little of it. Well, summer vacation is just a week away, Kevin continued. I wish to venture out a bit to prepare for next semester's SAT, so I need some financial support. Of course, it's fine if you can't provide it, just allowing me to go would suffice. As he spoke, he hardly believed his own excuse, casting a hopeful glance at his mother. Scarlett contemplated for a long moment, then set down her chopsticks and said, Personally, I do not agree with your plans. This is America, not our homeland. In our homeland, I would have no objections to where you wish to go, especially since you're already 18. However, here, I cannot permit it. That said, my word alone does not suffice. You need to discuss it with your father. If he consents, I shall remain silent. Upon hearing Scarlett's response, Kevin felt as though his plans had been dashed. As an only child, he sensed that while his father, Jonathan, was not overly indulgent like many parents of only children, the notion of allowing him to travel alone seemed precarious. Would he truly have to embark on an adventure of solitary departure? That felt rather daunting. Just as the discussion between mother and son was unfolding, Kevin's father, Jonathan Chio, returned home. His weary demeanor left Kevin at a loss for words. What is going on? What are you two discussing? Jonathan inquired, despite the fatigue etched on his face. He made an effort to shake off the day's weariness as he settled onto the couch. I want to take a trip during the summer vacation, but Mom disagrees. I need your approval, but seeing how tired you are. I didn't want to ask too soon. Sure, go ahead, Jonathan replied, nodding in agreement without a moment's hesitation. The swift turnaround left Kevin momentarily stunned. Jonathan, Scarlett exclaimed, somewhat exasperated by her husband's decisiveness. This is America. Aren't there enough gun-related incidents here every day? Jonathan glanced at his wife and gestured for her to remain calm. I understand your concerns, dear, but as we often say in our homeland, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. There will always be dangers. But this could be an opportunity for him to grow. Son, how about we make a pact? All right, you say. In matters of finance, we harbor no objections. However, we require a daily review of your billing records. Should I discover that you have ventured into inappropriate locales, such as Gotham, I shall promptly freeze your card. You will then swiftly return to me, lest I be compelled to enlist others to retrieve you. Is this arrangement acceptable? Feeling the intensity of Jonathan's gaze, Kevin experienced an inexplicable flutter of anxiety, sensing that his father might have discerned something amiss. Yet, after some contemplation, he reassured himself that as long as he navigated his parents' scrutiny, everything would be manageable. The prospect of a frozen credit card? In America, where cashless transactions reign, he could always resort to engaging a few thugs for a bit of financial assistance. Once he confirmed the feasibility of this plan, Kevin refrained from further discourse and simply nodded in agreement. Deal, Dad. With his summer freedom confirmed, Kevin understood that he had secured half of his objective. As for the tasks assigned by the system, he would handle them as they came. The only rigid requirement was to explore 4 cities, a feat he had no qualms about accomplishing. Whether he engaged in combating crime within those cities would depend on fortune. Should he encounter it, he would act. If not, he would simply enjoy the journey. Time swiftly passed, leaving only a week before his tenure at Central City High concluded. During this interval, Kevin occasionally ventured out, seizing opportunities to confront petty criminals. He executed a series of refined maneuvers, an unexpected strike, a search, a call to the authorities before making his exit, or retreating into the confines of the system's realm to endure the training of super soldiers. Upon encountering a super soldier clad in black uniform, adorned with a skeletal emblem, Kevin unleashed a powerful blow with his reinforced wooden sword, sending the soldier soaring through the air with a resonant crack. The force of his strike produced a sonic boom, contorting the soldier into an irregular shape. Yet, Kevin's grip on the weapon trembled slightly. Each super soldier possessed combat prowess exceeding that of an ordinary human by 10 to 15 times, akin to viewing them as a Captain America, albeit lacking his formidable fighting skills. Otherwise, given Kevin's physicality, he would have crumpled within a minute. Observing the remaining 10 super soldiers on the battlefield, Kevin felt a twinge of frustration. He was evidently not cut out for heroism, despite selecting combat specialties and benefiting from the enhanced physique of a Showa-era modified individual. He had struggled for 3 consecutive days against the 15 super soldiers, now finding himself at an impasse with these 10. Cursing his predicament, Kevin closed his eyes and activated his observation powers, encompassing the 10 combatants within his perceptual reach to anticipate their forthcoming actions. With resolve, he sprang into action, his movements appearing preordained as he adeptly evaded each strike aimed at him by the remaining super soldiers. Meanwhile, wielding a wooden sword imbued with haki, he thrust towards the vital areas of the combatants. At this moment, the enhanced physique of the modified individual came into play. Hewen, feeling the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, summoned a surge of energy and forcefully struck one combatant's forehead, sending him flying. The remaining 9, caught off guard by this initial assault, were similarly dispatched by Hewen's relentless strikes. After accomplishing this feat, Hewen finally lowered his sword, dispelling the haki's enhancement, and stood there, blade in hand. Congratulations, host. You are now capable of contending with 15 Shuka super soldiers. Even in the DC universe, you have transcended the ranks of mere mortal heroes, the system proclaimed, devoid of genuine praise. Listening to this lukewarm assessment, Hewen found himself too fatigued to retort. after all his efforts to fell those 15 Shuka super soldiers. The system merely categorized him as having barely escaped the ranks of mundane heroes. Were all mortal heroes in the DC universe merely demons clad in human guise? System. May I inquire if the next training session will maintain this same scale? 15 Shuka super soldiers? Huan inquired, brandishing his wooden sword. Not necessarily. It could involve Shuka red combatants, leaders, or even Galangji, or perhaps undead. It's entirely random, the system replied. Well, that was a pointless question. It would be preferable to maintain the current stroke of luck and continue summoning Shuka super soldiers. Galangji could be dealt with, but the undead were a different matter altogether. Even donning the G3 would result in obliteration. Who could decipher the system's classification of levels? With a casual gesture, Huan disengaged from the mental training room, returning his consciousness from the system's realm to his own body. All right, today's lesson concludes here. Following this, you will enjoy an extended 3-month vacation. I hope you make the most of it. Until next semester, everyone, announced Ms. Brena, signaling the end of the final class of the first semester. Prompting cheers from the students. Huan, drenched in sweat and stifling yawns, prepared to gather his belongings for departure. Huan, are you all right? You look utterly exhausted, Kara, seated beside him, remarked with concern, noticing his sweat-drenched appearance and weary demeanor. Thank you. I simply did not sleep well, he replied. So, regarding our previous conversation, are you planning to travel during the break? Indeed. I plan to visit Metropolis with my sister to see my cousin. Would you like to join us? Kara's eyes sparkled at the mention of Metropolis, where the Superman was her only blood relative on this earth. It was a rare opportunity, and she welcomed the idea of bringing a few friends along. No thanks. I'll be heading to Mid-City. Farewell. Chapter 29, Central City in mid-June. Central City, located in Missouri, USA, experiences its most bustling period. For many years, it has consistently ranked among the foremost cities in America, serving as a hub of commerce, architecture, and art, often referred to as the gem of the Midwest. However, with the continuous evolution of the economy and the reallocation of resources, Central City has lost some of its former glory. Nonetheless, it still possesses irreplaceable advantages, such as Central City University, one of the finest institutions in the DC universe, and the Central City Medical School, both of which significantly enhance the city's reputation. Furthermore, the S.T.A.R. Labs branch is also situated here. Most importantly, this city is the home of the world's fastest man, the Flash, who acts as its guardian. Cool. Indeed, seeing it live is different from watching it on television. The Flash truly embodies the spirit of Central City. At Central City Airport, a young boy, alone and burdened with a backpack nearly as tall as he is, dons a pair of sunglasses while holding a map emblazoned with the lightning emblem. As he gazes outside, he cannot help but marvel at the road signs adorned with the same lightning symbol. It is often said that DC's aesthetic leans heavily towards the dark. Yet Kevin feels that seeing is believing. At least in Central City, which serves as the bastion of the Justice League and the Flash, he perceives no signs of darkness. In a place where even the city logo bears the symbol of the Flash, how could one harbor animosity towards its hero? What a terrible director. Steering the Justice League films astray. In his mind, Kevin muttered a complaint about the director who had transformed the Justice League films into his own style. He then boarded an airport bus to the youth hostel he had reserved. Hello, I have a reservation from the 15th to the 28th. Here is my identification. Could you kindly check it? After disembarking in the city center, Kevin navigated to a multi-story apartment building, pushed open the door, smiled at the beautiful receptionist, and handed over his identification. It must be said that the 3 types of hockey each have their own utility. The observation hockey and armament hockey provided Kevin with considerable assistance in completing tasks assigned by the system. As for the Conqueror's hockey, which is said to intimidate minions and clear large areas, he did not find it particularly impressive. However, in terms of communicating with the opposite sex, its effects were indeed quite remarkable. The receptionist, a quintessential American girl, appeared to be slightly older than Kevin, with some lingering freckles on her face. Yet, in Kevin's aesthetic view, her figure and demeanor warranted a commendable score of 75. Upon encountering Kevin's smile, this fairly attractive girl blushed slightly, shyly accepting his identification. After confirming his check-in information on the computer, she returned it along with a complimentary bottle of soda water. Hey, how much is the soda water? What does this gesture imply? My mind is wandering again. Holding the bottle of soda in his hand, Kevin momentarily lost his train of thought. Taking a while to regain his bearings, he declined the front desk attendant's offer for assistance, opting instead to grab his large backpack and make his way to his designated floor. The room was impeccably clean, as a youth hostel within a multi-story apartment building. It boasted 3 levels, with Kevin residing in a single room on the 2nd floor. From the balcony, he could gaze down upon a swimming pool, accompanied by a spacious courtyard adorned with several tables and chairs for those who enjoyed smoking, as well as a barbecue grill, serving as a tool for festive gatherings. In contrast to so-called star-rated hotels, Kevin preferred the ambience of youth hostels, where travelers from all corners of the globe congregated, sharing tales of their homelands, the people they encountered, and the amusing events they witnessed. When hunger struck, he shunned the hotel's delivered meals, choosing instead to venture to a nearby supermarket to procure ingredients for his own culinary creations. He could also invite others to share in the experience, unbothered by whether or not he knew them. After all, fleeting encounters might lead to everyone packing their bags and embarking on their next adventure by morning. The sun-drenched city, perhaps a brief slumber was in order, relishing the warmth of the sunlight. Kevin remarked on the splendid weather in the city center before placing a lounge chair on the balcony to bask in the sun's embrace, drifting into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already 7 in the evening, and the communal area on the first floor buzzed with conversation. Clearly, this June was a favored time for many to revel in leisure. The influx of guests at the hostel attested to its genuine online ratings. After a quick tidy-up, Kevin prepared to descend in search of sustenance. "Oh, you're on duty again. Business seems to be thriving," he greeted the front desk attendant, the same young lady who had checked him in earlier that day. "Indeed, with the holiday season upon us, many have come to explore this area. Have you eaten?" Her radiant demeanor brightened in response to his warmth, and they began to converse. "Not yet. I was just about to find something to eat. If all else fails, I'll cook for myself. By the way, are there any recommended eateries nearby? Is this your first visit to the city center?" "Yes. I've heard it described as a city of sunshine." "Indeed. We have our superhero, the Flash, who always appears in your most perilous moments." "Like Superman?" "Precisely. Much like Superman." As Kevin and the front desk attendant exchanged stories about their respective cities, the newcomer gleaned much from her insights about the city center. He learned of a past era when the city experienced an explosion of superhumans, a chaotic time that could rival Gotham. It was only through the collaboration of the Flash and Star Labs with the city police that the city center regained its current semblance, and during this tumultuous period, the Flash gradually earned the trust of its citizens. The explosion of the particle accelerator suggests that Central City is indeed connected to the narrative of the television series, albeit in a somewhat ambiguous manner. Comparing it to the plots I have watched, aside from the origin story being somewhat similar, the rest has deviated significantly from the original path. For instance, I did not hear any news regarding Reverse Flash from the receptionist. And even Harrison Wells was conspicuously absent from the reports in Central City, indicating that this particular storyline does not exist here. This revelation gave me a sigh of relief. Had I known that Reverse Flash still posed a threat in this realm, I would have turned on my heel without hesitation. An adversary capable of reaching speeds several times the speed of sound, adept in various lethal techniques of super speed, would render me utterly defenseless before I even realized his presence. "I presume you are here to visit the Flash Museum, correct?" "Huh?" Lost in thought, I failed to catch the receptionist's words and looked up at her in puzzlement. The Flash Museum, the most renowned structure in Central City, is one of the finest sites in the United States, much like Central City University. "Indeed. A museum named after the Flash certainly piques my interest." "Well, you are in luck, as tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of the Flash Museum. You may even have the chance to see the Flash himself." "Wow, that is truly splendid news. Thank you very much for the information. Until we meet again. Goodbye." Chapter 030, The Flash Museum. When Kewin returned from a nearby stall, the youth hostel was already bustling with travelers from around the globe. He recognized backpackers from various countries, and among them were a few compatriots joyfully conversing in their native tongue. The sound of this familiar language stirred a sense of warmth in Kewin's heart. Carrying the juice and snacks he had purchased, he approached them directly. "Is this your first time in Central City? You must try these." As someone fluent in Mandarin, Kewin seamlessly integrated into their circle without appearing out of place. "Oh, thank you. Are you also from our homeland?" The young travelers, only slightly older than him, welcomed Kewin's generous spirit and were pleased to share a moment with a fellow countryman in a foreign land. "Homeland? Oh, not quite. I've settled here. My grandfather lived here, so I've only been back to our country once during my childhood," Kewin explained as he responded to their inquiries. "Your Mandarin is quite standard." The tourists from their homeland expressed admiration for Kewin's fluent Chinese, recognizing that it is rare for someone who has lived abroad for an extended period to maintain such proficiency. Until Kewin revealed his status as a Chinese American, they would not have assumed he was a resident. "I can also speak Cantonese," Kewin added, noticing their admiring glances. With a playful tone, he boasted, "I was gifted with a talent for languages, effortlessly switching between Mandarin, English, Japanese, and Cantonese. I can easily handle you adventurous souls on your first outing." Thanks to Kewin's innate linguistic talent, he quickly bonded with this group of compatriots. gaining insights into the state of his homeland within this DC universe, regardless of the world he originated from or this DC realm. Both nations remained in a state of relative opposition, with his homeland still utilizing an internet blockade. Those outside were unaware of the happenings within, while those inside could only glean information about the outside world through circumvention. Seizing the rare opportunity to connect with fellow countrymen abroad, Kewin was eager to learn more. What? Over 10 million square kilometers. Kewin was taken aback upon hearing the size of his compatriot's homeland, realizing it was approximately 400,000 square kilometers larger than what he had known. Isn't that basic geography knowledge from elementary school? His compatriots regarded him with skepticism, finding it peculiar that Kewin seemed unaware of such a fact. However, this was not entirely his fault. While he had researched the specifics of the DC world's geography, he had only skimmed the surface. Knowing that his Earth bore little difference from the original, he had not delved deeper. Thus, when confronted with this astonishing figure, it was only natural that he was momentarily taken aback. No, wait. I recall the world map featuring that large rooster, and I did not see any new feathers sprouting. Kewin meticulously reflected upon the world map he had observed, recognizing that his homeland remained an indomitable rooster standing proudly in the east, indistinguishable from the world he inhabited. Had he forgotten the creeping pestilence nearby? During the tumult of war, the elder generation, under the leadership of the 10 heroes, had boldly invaded their native territory, compelling their emperor to sign treaties of territorial concession and reparations, even dragging the emperor back home for a public trial, culminating in a live execution before the eyes of the nation. The spectacle was undoubtedly exhilarating. Were it not for the assertive victories of that era, would they possess such strength today? A compatriot regaled Kewin with a version of history that left him bewildered. The glorification of his country seemed to present a narrative vastly different from what he knew. Yet, there was something undeniably thrilling about it. Upon further contemplation, Kewin found the reasoning sound. In his own world, political and national strength might have rendered such actions impossible. Yet this was DC, where Superman was merely the most renowned among superheroes, not the sole existence of such beings. After all, how could a civilization with a history spanning 5 millennia lack formidable figures? In light of this comparison, Kewin understood that many historical events could not be measured against those of his own world, particularly with the presence of superhuman individuals capable of altering the balance of battle. Speaking of superhumans, Kewin inquired about the situation concerning his homeland, asking, "Surely our country must have its share of superheroes, yet why have I not seen any news about them?" "My friend," he was told, "the purpose of superheroes is to combat crime. However, our nation's police force and citizens are no pushovers. Moreover, with our stringent gun control laws, the most one might encounter would be a few firearms during a major gang conflict, which a special police unit could easily manage. The presence of superheroes would only complicate matters. Were it not for the rarity of superheroes in our country, we would not have taken the opportunity to visit Central City and explore the Flash Museum. After this, we intend to visit Metropolis to see the Hall of Justice, where the Justice League resides on Earth." This reasoning was compelling enough to leave Kewin speechless. It seemed logical. The existence of superheroes corresponded to those wielding superpowers or advanced technology in the realm of crime. Yet, the regulations within his own country suppressed the emergence of such circumstances, rendering superheroes unnecessary. At this thought, Kewin felt a pang of despair. Was it too late for him to change his nationality and relocate? Perhaps. If the system could not identify any potential targets for missions, he might lead a life of leisure without concern. Well, this rationale was indeed quite realistic. Regardless, welcome to the land of superheroes. However, I must advise you, after visiting Central City, it would be prudent to return, for while Metropolis does boast its share of superheroes, the dangers there are considerably heightened. Good night. Kewin felt it his duty to caution his compatriots regarding their intentions to venture into Metropolis. After all, in the Metropolis where the formidable superhero resides, the difficulty can effortlessly shift from trivial to hellish. Who knows if one might encounter the Flash engaged in a fierce battle with cosmic villains upon arrival. If such a situation were to arise, there would be no sanctuary for one's tears. At least Central City offers a semblance of safety. Bidding farewell to his compatriots in a foreign land, Kevin finally returned to his room to rest. The following day, awakening naturally, he picked up his Nikon camera, adjusting it to manual mode with a shutter speed of 1/1000. He was eager to witness just how fast the man renowned as the world's swiftest, the Flash, truly was. Acquiring a Central City travel guide from the front desk, he followed the instructions to board the bus heading to the Flash Museum. Nestled in the heart of Central City, directly opposite the City Hall, the museum's exterior soon came into view through the bus window. A grand statue of the Flash, approximately 3 meters tall, stood at the entrance, captured mid-sprint, surrounded by bolts of lightning. Upon disembarking, Kevin purchased a ticket and followed the directional signs into the museum. Once inside, he comprehended why the Flash Museum is heralded as a must-visit attraction across the United States. The first floor featured a vast exhibition hall adorned with an array of peculiar weapons, each accompanied by textual descriptions detailing their historical context and the Flash's encounters with various adversaries. As he approached, a nearby guide would press a button beside the display, activating a holographic projection. The menacing visage of a criminal would transform into a captured lamb amidst a flash of yellow lightning, while the Flash, clad in his crimson attire, would offer a brief smile to the camera before vanishing once more. The video was brief, lasting no more than a minute, as inscribed at the museum's entrance. You can save everyone in a flash. Marvelous. Observing the holographic displays, Kevin couldn't help but express his admiration. All the equipment here was crafted by the pinnacle of DC's Star Labs, including the weaponry on display, which, despite merely mimicking form, represented the extraordinary technology that had only existed in films until now. Kevin realized this experience was worth every penny spent. Look, Uncle, is this what you used to do? Truly cool. Just as Kevin prepared to capture some photos of the Flash Museum, his acute senses caught a conversation that nearly caused him to drop his camera. Chapter 31. The Flash. When Kevin heard the words spoken behind him, he instinctively turned around. Not far behind, within a mere 10 meters, stood a couple accompanied by a young man of similar age to himself. Certainly, this young man could not be their child, otherwise they must have married at an exceptionally early age. The male figure towered slightly over Kevin, sporting short hair and an attractive demeanor. The female, a quintessential representative of European descent, stood beside a young man who, being a head shorter than Kevin, had chestnut hair and was animatedly chattering while pointing at the exhibition display, immediately revealing his restless nature. Upon confirming that his ears were functioning properly, Kevin deduced that the senior young man before him must be one of the founding members of the Justice League, the fastest man alive, Barry Allen, the Flash. By an inexplicable impulse, Kevin pressed the shutter towards Allen, prompting Barry, who was admonishing his fiancée Iris for scolding his nephew, to glance in Kevin's direction. Undeterred, Kevin approached the illustrious member of the Justice League, boldly showing Barry the photo he had just taken. Such a lovely trio. Is this your child? Kevin inquired. Absolutely not. I'm not married yet. This is Iris West, my fiancée. I am Barry Allen, with the CCPD. This is my nephew, Wally West. Barry introduced his two relatives to Kevin. Kevin replied, I hail from Nashiner City. I'm visiting my favorite city during summer vacation. Nashiner City? Good heavens, Kevin. Did you come all by yourself? Wally, I recall you turned 18 after June. Look at Kevin. Iris exclaimed upon hearing that Kevin was traveling alone. She then cast a disapproving glance at her oblivious nephew, wishing fervently that this same-age visitor might lead her troublesome nephew away, allowing her to enjoy a moment of intimacy with her fiancé. Perhaps sensing Iris's silent plea, Kevin interjected, Excuse me, this is my first visit to Central City, and I am not well acquainted with the Flash Museum. Could you kindly enlighten me about the villains defeated by the Flash? Oh, it would be my pleasure. Wally, it's time to make a friend. I leave it to you. Come along, Barry. Iris responded without hesitation, promptly grasping her fiancé's arm and steering him in another direction. Before departing, Barry offered Kevin an apologetic smile. Observing Iris's maneuver, Kevin couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that once out of their heroic garb, these superhumans, who appeared godlike in public, also dealt with their everyday tribulations, which was rather refreshing. At least it suggested that the chasm between heroes and ordinary individuals was not as vast as it seemed. My apologies, my friend. It appears I require your assistance as a tour guide. Glancing at the somewhat displeased Wally beside him, Kevin could only apologize awkwardly. What? I wanted to chat a bit more with Uncle Barry. Wally, feeling abandoned, retorted rather bluntly. I can only say you have poor luck. You chose the wrong time to seek out your uncle. Why? Because you shine too brightly. After uttering a phrase universally understood by the single, Kevin proceeded to another display. While Wally, now realizing the implication of Kevin words, followed him with a somewhat sulky expression. He understood the situation and could hardly reproach Kevin. After all, he had indeed become a colossal light bulb. No wonder his aunt was hastening away. So, you hail from Nashina City. I've heard that your city has also seen the emergence of superheroes, known as Kamen Rider. Am I correct? What does he look like? Faced with Kevin, who seemed to be of the same age, Wally found it easier to strike up a conversation, directly inquiring about the anecdotes from Kevin's city. In truth, there should be two superheroes in Nashiner City, one named Nightwing and the other Kamen Rider. However, I have yet to see Kamen Rider's visage, so I cannot describe his appearance. Well, I still think the Flash is the most dashing. Kevin shot Wally a glance, labeling him as a diehard fan. And that was irrefutable, since he was not very familiar with Wally. Kerwin could not ascertain whether the boy conversing with him had acquired the same super speed as Barry Allen and become Kid Flash, after all. A zealous fan does not become conceited merely because they gained opportunities akin to their idol. Instead, they tend to idolize them even more fervently. As Kerwin pondered how to extract some useful information from Wally, the curator of the Flash Museum approached the central exhibit. Lightly tapping the microphone to draw the attention of the gathering crowd, including the affectionate Barry and Iris. "All right, Iris, it's my turn." Hearing the commotion from the exhibit, Barry, who had been savoring a tender moment with his fiancée, prepared to depart. "Don't be so hasty. There is still a minute until George finishes speaking. Can't we enjoy this final moment of joy?" Iris grasped Barry's hand and pressed her lips to his, and they shared an intimate kiss, oblivious to their surroundings. At the exhibit, Joe West, the honorary curator of the Flash Museum, observed the growing crowd below and commenced his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to see you all gathered here. Among us are citizens from Central City and friends from across the globe. We all endured the invasion 2 years ago, during which 7 superheroes rose to save our world. Central City boasts one such hero who rescued the world. In honor of his contributions to Central City and the world, we established this museum. This year marks the first anniversary of the Flash Museum. Let us all cheer with the loudest voices, Flash." With the curator's final cheer, the crowd gathered below erupted in unison, calling out for the Flash. A streak of yellow lightning darted through the vision of the onlookers. And beside curator Joe West appeared a superhero, clad in a vibrant red metallic bodysuit adorned with a single-fold yellow lightning emblem on the chest. Yellow lightning motifs encircled the elbows, and the waist featured a reverse yellow lightning design. His yellow boots and aerodynamic decorations by his ears accentuated the ensemble. The striking lines of his physique were interlaced with black or gold accents, exuding an undeniable charisma. "Greetings, everyone." As the audience erupted in cheers, Barry, separated from Iris, instantaneously transformed into the Flash from his lightning ring, greeting each individual with a vibrancy that resonated through the air. The applause thundered as each person had come to witness the appearance of one of the 7 Titans of the Justice League. And Barry's spectacular entrance ensured that their attendance was not in vain. However, Kevin remained silent amidst the cheers. As the curator began to speak, he adjusted his camera and focused on the stage, capturing images until Barry emerged as the Flash. His observation hockey enveloped the stage, yet even so, the 1/1000 shutter speed only managed to capture a fleeting yellow line cutting through the crowd, followed by an image of the Flash on stage. The feedback from his hockey was even more astonishing. To Kevin's perception, the moment before the stage was empty and the next. The Flash materialized as if conjured from thin air. "Shit, this speed is utterly insane. What is the point?" Comparing the photographs with his hockey's feedback, Kevin concluded that the Flash's speed was indeed akin to that depicted in comics. If he ever encountered this formidable figure, it would be futile. Even unlocking HP armor would be worthless, as the Flash would initiate at sublight speeds, leaving Kevin unable to even catch a glimpse of him. Moreover, even if he never faced the Flash himself, the Flash's nemesis, Reverse Flash, was no trifling adversary either. A rival capable of matching the Flash would pose a significant challenge. How could he ever contend with such a foe? Following this, whatever the Flash spoke about on stage, Kevin found himself disinterested, regretting his choice of Central City as his first stop, as it only served to undermine his confidence. Chapter 32. The Origin of Kid Flash. The Flash arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. As a globally renowned superhero, his presence alone is worth the price of admission. For him, signing autographs is a trivial matter. Many young girls hardly have time to approach him with their posters before the Flash has already completed their signatures. And even Kevin finds the name Flash scrawled on his shirt. "Damn," Kevin exclaims upon seeing the marker's inscription on his clothing. "What's wrong?" Wally, whose poster has just been signed, excitedly shouts the Flash's name. Upon hearing Kevin's exclamation, he turns to inquire. "This is AJ." Kevin points at the logo on his shirt, feeling a pang of sorrow. It is a garment he has worn for less than half a month, now marred by the Flash's hasty autograph. "What? Are you planning to erase it?" Observing Wally's eagerness to plaster his poster on his own face, Kevin wisely chooses to relent. He cannot afford to confront an overzealous fan. The signing event concludes rapidly. After all, when faced with the world's fastest hero, many cumbersome processes are rendered remarkably simple. Signatures take but a second, and photographs are snapped in mere moments. He can capture individual shots with everyone in under 3 seconds. Can you believe it? Had it not been for a collective anniversary photograph at the end, this meet and greet could have concluded in 3 minutes, making it the briefest fan interaction in history. With his signed poster and action figure in hand, Wally is elated, completely oblivious to Kevin's presence as he strikes poses for selfies. The departure of the Flash causes the once crowded throng to thin. Everyone came to see him, and now that he has been seen and signatures obtained, The display stands lose their allure. It is far better to visit the next attraction. Wow, the crowd is thinning. Where is and Iris? I need to find them and show off. Wally's self-talk prompts Kevin to ponder. Could this fellow still be an oblivious youth without the speed force? Entirely unaware of Barry's secret identity? What, then, did his earlier statement mean? Kevin finds himself perplexed yet unbothered. This matter is not his concern. And unlike other time travelers, he has no intention of disrupting the narrative, as he is entirely ignorant of the plot of this DC universe. Its storyline remains a blank slate, rendering any actions he might take irrelevant. Following closely behind Wally, he witnesses Barry and Iris caught in a passionate kiss. Kevin, accustomed to solitude, finds such displays unremarkable, while Wally, blushing fiercely, casts a glance at this uninitiated boy who has yet to become Kid Flash, unable to suppress a chuckle. I told you, you're too conspicuous. Now you understand? Having witnessed this display of affection, Kevin prepares to make his exit, but noticing Wally still lingering, he grabs his collar and pulls him along. Don't worry, there will be times when you'll be the one feeding the dogs. Currently, Wally, an ordinary individual, finds himself unable to resist the formidable strength of Kevin, who forcefully drags him away. As the Flash, Barry naturally notices Kevin's actions and silently admires his approach. Wally's relentless persistence is both admirable and exasperating, especially since he is a devoted fan of Barry. Hey, can you let go of me now? Wally finally manages to extricate himself from Kevin's grasp once they exit the museum. Kevin, having no intention of continuing to engage with Wally, waves his hand and prepares to depart. Where are you off to? Wally inquires, harboring no ill feelings toward this chance acquaintance. The mere fact that Kevin has ventured alone to Central City earns Wally's respect. Just wandering around, taking some photos, catching a few thieves. Until we meet again, I hope you become the person you aspire to be. At least leave me a way to contact you. Wally exclaims. I trust you will find me once you become who you wish to be, Kevin replies, dismissively waving his hand as he departs with a sprightly gait. Markedly different from his earlier demeanor. Damn it, I still have missions to complete. Being seen with you would surely attract the attention of the Flash. Kevin mutters under his breath, glancing at the city map in his hand and heading straight towards the most neglected area of Central City. Since the system task requires him to leave his mark in the cities he traverses, he recognizes the need to achieve something noteworthy. However, Kevin does not intend to unleash his robotic minions in this territory, as it is the Flash's domain, and with Star Labs nearby. Who knows how many satellites are observing the area? At that moment, he has no desire to draw attention to himself. The idealistic notion quickly dissipates as reality sets in. Standing before a storefront in the most neglected part of Central City, Kevin observes police cars patrolling every 15 minutes, causing a headache to brew. Is this really American policing? Their efficiency is astonishing. Kevin struggles to comprehend the situation. He had anticipated a chance to catch a few petty thieves and perhaps confront some robbers, thinking he could complete his task with relative ease. However, the overwhelming police presence transforms his plans into mere fantasies. He watches in awe as two officers sprint past him at breakneck speed, swiftly apprehending a suspect and placing him in handcuffs before escorting him to their patrol car. The seamless execution of their duties earns Kevin's respect, though he cannot fathom why this area, purportedly plagued by high crime rates, is so heavily patrolled. Is there a leadership inspection taking place recently? This marks Kevin's first visit to Central City. The convenience store owner, a gregarious African-American, recognizes the bewilderment on Kevin's face. You know this city is protected by the Flash, right? He is the fastest man alive. Essentially, no one dares commit crimes in Central City because the moment you slip your wallet into your pocket, you might find yourself in a cell at the Central City Police Department the very next second. The words of the convenience store owner left Kevin at a loss for how to convey the frustration brewing within him. Even if one did not possess the ability to run at light speed, merely moving at supersonic speeds would suffice to patrol this city multiple times over. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from engaging in actions that would cause them unnecessary hardship. However, it is evident that if the Flash handled all matters, the police would become redundant. Following that damned alien invasion, since the Flash became one of the founders of the Justice League, he had little time left to manage Central City. Consequently, to prevent public disappointment, the police of Central City exerted their utmost efforts to combat the disturbances plaguing this area. As you observe now, I dare say, only Metropolis rivals Central City in terms of safety, and one must be grateful for that alien incursion. The owner's explanation caused Kevin to abandon his aspirations of making a name for himself here. After all, he could not possibly vie with the police for their livelihood. What a predicament. Sighing, he realized he had wasted yet another day. Noticing the ominous clouds overhead, he mumbled to himself, hailed a taxi, and departed for the youth hostel where he resided. Located at 156 First Avenue, East District of Central City, This was the residence of the Flash, Barry Allen, and his fiancée. Earlier that day, Kevin had met Wally West, the young speedster, who was currently in his second-floor room. Clad in a vibrant yellow bodysuit accented with red on his arms and legs, Wally's mask did not cover his mouth, revealing his chestnut hair and adorned with small red lightning bolts on his ears. "I am the future protector of Central City, Kid Flash," Wally exclaimed, striking a pose in front of the mirror, hands on his hips, reveling in his own bravado. As he casually experimented with various heroic stances, Wally felt undeniably impressive. Haha. I should go find Uncle Barry and give him a fright with this suit, he thought, eager to share his excitement. After some contemplation, he realized that Barry was the only one home, still engrossed in evidence analysis. Resolute in his intention, Wally stealthily ascended to the attic, planning to surprise Barry. In the attic, Barry was immersed in his personal laboratory, analyzing evidence while the rumble of thunder echoed above. The noise stirred memories within him. 2.5 years prior, it was under similar weather conditions that an accident bestowed upon him godlike abilities. The speed force, this fifth fundamental force that defies the laws of physics, had rendered him the fastest person on Earth. Yet, such power came with a price. The speed force altered Barry's cognition, movement speed, and neural responses, placing him in a realm entirely distinct from ordinary individuals. When he tapped into the speed force, a single sentence spoken by an average person could stretch out to an hour or more in his perception. Thus, when he ran, he experienced profound loneliness. If he did not slow down, he could not even hear the calls of his teammates through his earpiece, as their voices could not keep pace with his speed. Another stormy day, he mused, watching raindrops converge along the edge of the skylight, before returning to his work. As a forensic investigator, he possessed the ability to expedite his tasks with remarkable speed, yet he refrained from doing so, for upon completion, he would be ensnared in the solitude of idleness. The attic door creaked open gently, and Wally, adorned in his custom-made Kid Flash costume, stealthily entered. Upon spotting Barry diligently engrossed in his work at the table, Wally hastened forward and exclaimed, "Surprise." However, Barry remained unfazed. As a speedster, how could he possibly be startled by a sudden intrusion? "Wally, shouldn't you be in the living room watching television at this hour?" Barry replied without turning his head. "Come on, I'm 18 now. Who watches those childish cartoons?" Wally retorted. "Uncle Barry, why don't you share with me your stories of collaborating with the Flash?" Wally held a deep admiration for his future uncle, kind-hearted, principled, and erudite. More importantly, he had worked alongside his idol. Such an uncle was simply incredible. "All right, let me regale you with tales of your beloved Flash," Barry conceded, but then paused, noticing Wally's peculiar attire. "Wait, what's with that outfit?" Unable to resist Wally's enthusiasm, Barry turned around and was taken aback by the sight of Wally's snug costume. "I designed it myself. The guardian of Central City's future, Kid Flash. Isn't it cool?" Wally boasted, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. "Cool," Barry acknowledged, impressed by his fiancée's nephew's choice of attire and prepared to recount his heroic exploits. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated through the night sky, and a bolt of yellow lightning burst through the attic skylight, striking Wally, who stood merely 2 meters away from Barry. The electric shock propelled Wally backward, sending him crashing into a collection of jars and bottles Barry had set up for his experiments. As Wally collided with the cabinet, the jars tumbled down, spilling their contents upon him and triggering a curious chemical reaction. At that moment, Barry finally grasped the nature of this unexpected jest from the forces of nature and shouted, "Wally!" Chapter 33. The escape of the gorilla in Central City. Within the confines of Iron Mountain Prison lies the Superhuman Detention Zone. This facility was established following the catastrophic explosion of the particle accelerator, a response to the surge of superpowered criminals in Central City. Equipped with advanced technology and apparatus provided by Star Labs, this prison is specifically designed to contain these extraordinary offenders, who have exhibited remarkable combat skills and utilized high-tech weaponry over the past 2 years. At that moment, alarms blared throughout Iron Mountain Prison as the vigilant guards, armed with high-energy impact guns and electronic force field shields, patrolled the premises with meticulous precision. They monitored each cell closely, ensuring order was maintained. In the central hub of the prison, Warden Winchester observed his colleagues at the control panel, noting the beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, an indication that the situation was dire. "What's the status, gentlemen?" he inquired. "Sir, it's rather grim. A lightning strike has caused a short circuit in cells 1 and 3, rendering them unresponsive to the control terminal. We need personnel to conduct manual operations there," came the urgent reply. Winchester's expression darkened. As warden, he understood the nature of the inmates housed within Iron Mountain. Sending someone to manually reboot the system would be akin to leading lambs to the slaughter. "Are there any records for cells 1 and 3? Pull them up," he ordered. "Sir, Cell 1 contains the Gorilla Grodd, while Cell 3 houses the subjects of Grodd's restoration experiments. Damn it. Seal all exits, activate the neural wave suppression devices, and recall the maintenance personnel. Notify the Flash. Winchester barked, issuing a flurry of commands as the operator scrambled to comply. Sir, we lost contact with the maintenance team. Then close the gates immediately. Hold out until the Flash arrives. Despite his concern for the lost colleagues, Winchester knew he had to prioritize the safety of those still alive. Coldly issuing the order to shut all exits. The operator, understanding the gravity of the situation, pressed the red button on the control panel. In an instant, the prison, once a fortress of iron, erupted into chaos as alarms blared and gates descended, sealing the facility. The guards, who had intended to patrol each cell, hastily retreated to their posts. In the unresponsive cells 1 and 3, a group of towering gorillas, their wild eyes flickering with a spark of humanity, gathered closely. They gazed upon their leader, a massive white gorilla, who gripped a guard's neck with one hand while the other pressed against the guard's forehead, eyes closed in concentration. The captured guard's gaze turned vacant as he struggled futilely until he fell still. With a casual flick, the white gorilla discarded the guard as if he were a mere rag. Opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the sealed gate at the end of the corridor. From the fallen guard's body, he retrieved an identification card, swiped it, and entered a password, causing the once-locked gate to swing open. Roar. The white gorilla let out a thunderous roar, gazing at the tempestuous weather outside, savoring the scent of freedom. Grasping his weapon, he declared, "Let us seek vengeance upon the Flash. I, Grodd, shall lead you to victory." The white gorilla, no, it should be said Grodd, voiced human language in his furious bellow. Behind him, the other gorillas seized weapons from the fallen prison guards, arming themselves and following Grodd as they charged toward the distant central city. The Iron Mountain prison, akin to a fortress, had lost its intended purpose amidst the storm, becoming a cage where the guards had trapped themselves. In Central City, at 156 First Avenue in the East District, Barry gazed at Wally, who lay unconscious atop a counter, struck by lightning. Panic surged within him. The extreme heat and pressure of the lightning could easily reduce a person to char. That Wally still retained his physical form was a stroke of fortune. Yet, this did not imply that all was well. In his flustered state, Barry even forgot that the immediate priority should be to take Wally to the hospital rather than attempt rudimentary first aid. Just as Barry's fingers were about to touch Wally's body, a surge of yellow lightning erupted from Wally, jolting Barry upright. Upon contact, he sensed a new consciousness entering the Speed Force, closely intertwined with his own. Observing Wally, who lay there unharmed yet unconscious, Barry made a startling connection. Surely, you jest. Iris must be intent on killing me. As someone who had traversed this path, Barry recognized the familiar scene all too well. His nephew appeared to share the same destiny. Wally had been chosen by the Speed Force. It was indeed a prophetic realization. While contemplating how to access the Speed Force and draw Wally's consciousness forth, Barry's phone vibrated on the table, its screen flashing a red lightning bolt. Rushing to answer, he heard the voice of his friend Cisco. "Barry, hurry to Iron Mountain Prison. Grodd has escaped. Damn it, when it rains, it pours." Barry thought, recalling an Eastern proverb as he realized his nephew lay there, unaware of his fate. "Cisco, come quickly to my house. There has been an incident." "What?" "It's Wally. He has been chosen, just like me." "Damn it. Bring Caitlin to look after him. I'll go after Grodd." With that, Barry activated the Speed Force, descending the stairs to retrieve a blanket to cover Wally. "I am so sorry, Wally." With a simple apology, Barry donned the lightning ring that lay on the table. He reached forward, and the Flash's metallic suit, utilizing spatial folding technology, erupted in fragments from the lightning-shaped ring. A flicker of lightning danced in Barry's eyes as he transformed into a radiant figure enveloped in this metallic attire. Swiftly adorned, Barry became a streak of lightning, departing from his abode, a golden flash racing through the heart of Central City, heading straight for Iron Heights Prison. Just as Barry departed, a swirling void unexpectedly materialized in the attic, from which a man and a woman emerged. The man wore goggles and gloves, while the woman possessed silvery hair and sapphire-like eyes, exuding an aura that deterred any intruders. The duo gasped upon seeing Wally unconscious on the ground. "Oh my God." Barry was not joking. Wally has truly been chosen by the Speed Force. It appeared to be genuine. Scans indicated that Wally was imbued with an immense quantity of Speed Force. Indeed, he had become what he referred to as the Kid Flash. Caitlin held a tablet, examining Wally's body, where the model displayed an abundance of yellow luminescence. What does this mean? First, Barry was struck by the Speed Force and became the Flash. And now his nephew Wally has been hit by lightning and transformed into Kid Flash. Is the Speed Force capable of bestowing legacies? Could Barry's family be evolving into the Flash family? Cisco felt somewhat frantic, although he had gained the ability of Vibe due to the particle accelerator's influence. He would prefer to be struck by lightning than to compare his powers to Barry's Speed Force. Who can say for certain? Perhaps Barry was indeed chosen by the Speed Force, and it might truly become the Flash's legacy. Cisco, your mouth is quite the oracle, he mused, observing the unconscious Wally. Caitlin and Cisco felt utterly helpless. Being chosen by the Speed Force meant that only the selected individual could awaken their consciousness. Ordinary people had no means to intervene. Even Barry had remained unconscious for 6 months. Who knew how long Wally would lie there? Unbeknownst to them, their frequent mentions of Barry in the Flash stirred Wally's unconscious mind. His eyelids fluttered in rhythm with the cadence of Cisco and Caitlin's conversation. I believe we should take Wally back to Star Labs. Once Barry deals with Grodd, we can devise a way to explain things to Iris. Indeed, it's surprising that even Barry, the Flash, has someone he fears. The two jested, and Cisco leaned down to lift the unconscious Wally, ready to open a portal back to Star Labs. Suddenly, Wally's eyes flew open, startling Cisco, who nearly stumbled. Before he could react, Wally, like Barry, transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, vanishing from their sight. Cisco and Caitlin exchanged bewildered glances in the now empty attic. And after a moment of silence, Cisco finally asked, "What do we do now? What else can we do? We need to find Barry." Realizing the situation, Zysyke swiftly determined the location of Iron Mountain Prison and activated the portal, transporting himself and another to that very place. Chapter 034 The fastest man on Earth. At this moment, Iron Mountain Prison found itself in a state of complete lockdown due to the formidable gorilla, Grodd, severing the energy supply station prior to his escape. The superhuman criminals, who were meant to be secured behind electronic locks in their cells, found themselves liberated as the power ceased. Although Winchester's, the prison warden, had closed the passages, the individuals confined within were predominantly those who had strayed from the righteous path and possessed the cunning necessary to unlock their cells. In the 2nd District, a section designated for the incarceration of criminals who, while lacking superpowers, relied on their exceptional criminal intellect and advanced technological weaponry, posed a significant threat, second only to the superhuman offenders in the 1st District who had inflicted considerable damage upon Central City. With their high intellect, these criminals recognized the opportunity for escape presented by Grodd's induced blackout. Freed from the constraints of electronic locks, they ingeniously fashioned makeshift tools from mere spoons and clothing to unlock their cell doors. At the closure of the gate, one of the Flash's nemesis, Captain Cold, Leonard Snart, stood before a numerical keypad, absent-mindedly contemplating his next move while holding a deceased guard's access card. "Hurry up, Snart. If you fail to unlock that door, your head will meet a fate akin to that of our unfortunate friend," growled the murderous criminal, Steele, naturally strong and endowed with a brutal disposition. His violent nature rendered him a relentless killer. His formidable physique and bestial combat instincts had once left the police utterly beleaguered, particularly during the early days of the Flash's career. However, after honing his abilities, the Flash had effortlessly subdued Steele, sentencing him to Iron Mountain Prison. Now, due to this unforeseen incident, Steele had resorted to slaying a guard in hopes of escaping. "Calm down, Steele. Had it not been for your impulsive act of violence against that guard, we would already be free," Snart retorted, his mind racing to decipher the door's code. Meanwhile, at the command center of Iron Mountain Prison, a flash of yellow light darted through the numerous barriers, effortlessly arriving before Winchester's and his anxious team. "How dire is the situation, Winchester's?" Barry inquired, his voice trembling with urgency. "Thank heavens, it's the Flash. The situation is utterly disastrous. Grodd and his henchmen have made their exit, and due to the sudden lightning strike and Grodd's interference, the prison's energy station has lost all power. The control terminals that govern each sector are inoperative, leaving us powerless except for the final gate, which is still functioning. I can't even ascertain how many of my colleagues we've lost." Winchester's expression was marred by grief. Although this catastrophe was unforeseen, Iron Mountain Prison had implemented protective measures against thunderstorms. Who could have anticipated that this particular storm would incapacitate the entire protective system, resulting in immeasurable loss? "I shall proceed to restart the energy supply of the station. The prisoners in Sector 1 and Sector 2 are under my purview. You will organize the necessary personnel. Once I have restored power, we will regain control of the regulatory area. I am aware." After finalizing the plan, Barry vanished from Winchester and the other site and arrived at the energy station powering Iron Mountain Prison. His right hand vibrated at high speed, red and yellow lightning coalescing upon it as he aimed for the designated point. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of red and yellow lightning struck the energy station, infusing the dormant facility with a surge of formidable energy. The cooling system rebooted, and the rainwater that had settled atop the station evaporated into mist due to the intense heat. The once desolate Iron Mountain Prison was now ablaze with light. The barbed wire crackled with electricity, and the searchlights illuminated the surroundings. The dark confinement area regained power, prompting Winchester in the control center to issue commands to his colleagues at the first sign of restored electricity. Initiate Level 1 alert, instructing these individuals to return to their designated areas and release the gates of Sector 1 and Sector 2, allowing the Flash to teach them a lesson. Indeed, in Sector 2, Snart attempted to input a series of numbers, and the gates that were supposed to close began to open. Simultaneously, light flooded the dark prison once more. Gazing up at the illumination that shone like daylight, Snart took a step back, retreating to his cell. The others, elated, brandished the weapons of slain guards, preparing to escape Iron Mountain Prison. Snart, what are you thinking? Are you trying to be a model prisoner? Steel Cable observed Snart's return to his cell, utterly perplexed by his actions. It was too late. He has arrived. Who? The Flash. As Snart uttered this ominous name, the prisoners in Sector 2, intending to leave, discovered a figure clad in a red metallic suit at the exit. The familiar colors ignited their ire. It was none other than the architect of their imprisonment. The fastest man alive, the Flash. The Flash approached them from the exit, his figure multiplying as he advanced. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, until, in a matter of moments, he manifested duplicates equal in number to the prisoners of Sector 2. One of the Flash's doppelgangers glanced at Snart, who remained in his cell, slowly dissipating into thin air. The remaining doppelgangers faced the escapees, solemnly declaring, "You have 3 seconds to consider. Lay down your weapons and return to your rightful places. Do not compel me to take more drastic measures." A similar scene unfolded in Sector 1, where superpowered criminals, Sharkman, Steel Beam, Tar Pit, Pied Piper, Weather Wizard, who had been captured by the Flash over the past 2 years, found themselves facing a version of him, the Speed Force Doppelganger. A skill Barry had developed as the Flash over these 2 years enabled him to create a manifestation of himself, provided his speed reached a certain threshold. Enhanced by the Speed Force, his quickened mind allowed him to control these emanated doppelgangers. Damn it, this must be a hallucination. With so many people around, there is no need for fear. Freedom is tantalizingly close, yet obstructed by the malevolent Flash. As a group of unruly individuals, how could they possibly acquiesce? They believed that the Flash they faced was merely an illusion created by his incredible speed. Thus, they launched an assault against Barry. However, Barry swiftly demonstrated that in the presence of the fastest man in the world, sheer numbers offered no advantage. Dozens of lightning bolts darted through the crowd, rendering the criminals, who should have been charging forward, suspended mid-air. It was as if a rewind button had been pressed, returning them to their cells. The electronic locks clicked shut once more. The prison doors secured tightly, and the devices that suppress superhumans activated, transforming these miscreants back into ordinary individuals. The Flash's doppelganger, responsible for this feat, gradually faded away, leaving only the original Barry, whose steps were slightly unsteady as he leaned against the wall, panting. The exertion of creating Speed Force duplicates was considerable for him. In the past, he would replenish his energy with specially formulated high-calorie chocolate after such an endeavor. However, in his haste to respond, he had forgotten to bring any. Furthermore, outside awaited Grodd, an exceptionally intelligent gorilla capable of mental manipulation and telepathy, along with his band of henchmen wreaking havoc. He needed to rush to confront them. Just then, a portal opened, and the beleaguered Cisco and Caitlin stumbled through. Upon seeing Barry, their first words were, "Flash, it's bad. Kid Flash has awakened." What? At the revelation from Cisco, Barry's legs felt weak beneath him. He knew that when Iris returned home to find the chaos and the absence of Wally, he would be in grave peril. Chapter 035, The Rise of the Planet of the Apes. As Cisco and Caitlin arrived, they brought with them unsettling news that overwhelmed Barry, who was already feeling drained. However, Cisco, ever observant, quickly discerned that Barry was suffering from a significant depletion of his speed force. With a single hand, he activated a portal and, alongside Caitlin, assisted Barry back to the Star Labs. Once they settled Barry onto a table, Caitlin hurriedly placed specially formulated high-calorie chocolate into his mouth. After a moment of voracious consumption, Barry regained his composure. "Cisco, what on earth happened? How could Wally just vanish?" Barry immediately inquired of his friend. How could a boy struck by lightning possibly disappear under the watchful eyes of 2 seasoned superheroes? "We believe that Wally may have been stimulated by certain keywords, which accelerated his acceptance of the Speed Force and caused him to awaken prematurely," Caitlin explained somewhat awkwardly. "Keywords? Like the Flash and Barry Allen? I suspect that even in his unconscious state, Wally still idolized the Flash. So when we divulged your secret identity in your attic, Wally awakened. I apologize." Listening to Caitlin's explanation, Barry was at a loss for words. The tenacity of a fervent fansville was astounding. How could it be that Wally emerged from the Speed Force realm when he himself had languished in the Star Labs for half a year without such an advantage? Guys, I think I found Wally, Cisco announced, scanning for Wally's traces on the satellite control terminal in Star Labs. He brought up a channel on the screen. Just moments ago, at 11:15 p.m., a paranormal phenomenon occurred at the Central City Library. Subject-specific books on the second floor are moving at various bizarre speeds. And a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon has yet to be found. The screen displayed a stack of books from various disciplines on the floor, illuminated by a yellow glow, which caused the stack to shift to another location. Observing the situation on the large screen, Cisco promptly opened a portal and leaped through, followed closely by Barry and Caitlin. The portal opened directly on the second floor of the library. As Barry and the others exited, they witnessed books in motion, with flashes of yellow light darting by. Okay. Barry, can you explain the current situation? Cisco queried, utterly perplexed. His eyes could not keep pace with the speedster, leaving him with only the sight of books shifting, while the rest remained a blur. It's Wally. He is utilizing the enhanced cognitive abilities granted by the Speed Force to absorb knowledge from various subjects. You cannot see him because he is moving at such high velocity, although he hasn't yet mastered the Speed Force's ability to create duplicates. His speed is already sufficient to read all the books simultaneously. Barry elucidated, recognizing Wally's state as a fellow traveler on this journey. Are you saying Wally has nearly reached sublight speeds from the very beginning? Caitlin questioned, incredulous. Just for this moment, when I first awakened, I dashed to the other side of the earth in a heartbeat, didn't I? It took extensive training for me to achieve the speed I had upon my initial awakening. Let us proceed. With Wally here, there is no cause for concern. Moreover, at this moment, we are of no assistance to him, as he is utterly oblivious to our presence. In his eyes, we likely remain as we were the moment we stepped through the portal. The phrase "the speedster possesses infinite loneliness" is no jest. When a speedster enters a state of superspeed, the world around them becomes relatively motionless. The anguish of being the sole being in motion amidst a static universe is a terrifying solitude. Now, Wally has transformed into a speedster akin to himself, and Barry is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. As the portal reopened, the three departed once more, intent on locating the escaped gorilla, Grodd. After their exit, the persistent yellow flicker in the library began to blur, as if a figure were gradually becoming visible. Upon returning to the Star Labs, the trio activated the lab's satellite system to conduct a global search for Grodd's whereabouts. Barry was reluctant to engage in a global search at superspeed. The Earth harbors numerous hiding places, and even at light speed, he could not meticulously search every nook and cranny, which would be a torment. Furthermore, utilizing superspeed across the globe would inevitably alert his comrades, and he did not wish to mobilize the entire Justice League over a gorilla, a rather embarrassing prospect. Is it truly impossible to locate him? Barry inquired, observing Cisco's furrowed brow at the computer terminal. Grodd was a subject of military experimentation to create a super soldier, possessing intelligence on par with Einstein. Not to mention, he also wielded abilities of mental manipulation and telepathy, with a cadre of enhanced intelligent gorillas at his command. Evading satellite detection would be a trivial endeavor for him. Meanwhile, Caitlin, confirming the damage at Iron Heights prison via her tablet, lifted her gaze to her companion. Barry, I have some rather dire news. Grodd took something from the evidence room before escaping. What is it? Barry asked. A freeze gun, Caitlin replied, displaying a high-tech image on her tablet. The freeze gun, the signature weapon of Leonard Snart, the Captain Cold of Central City, operates at near absolute zero temperatures, proving exceptionally effective against speedsters. Barry had suffered considerably from this weapon during his early days as the Flash. Upon viewing Caitlin's intel, Barry realized that Grodd must be heading straight for him. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to seize a weapon specifically designed to counter him. Without delay, I will conduct a citywide search in Central City. Cisco, use your abilities to uncover any information on Grodd's whereabouts. Understood, I will get right on it. With that, Barry transformed into a streak of light and departed the Star Labs. Meanwhile, due to the sudden thunderstorm, the criminal activities in Central City were momentarily interrupted, prompting Captain Cold to abandon his plans to promote his name amidst the rain-soaked streets, as he lacked the unwavering resolve to pursue criminals in such inclement weather. On a rainy day, what could be more delightful than staying indoors, indulging in shows, playing games, and munching on chips? Only a fool would venture outside to seek trouble with the underworld. Because of the rain, the backpackers who had initially planned to explore found themselves chatting in the common area on the first floor. Staying in their rooms would be monotonous. It was far better to emerge for a meal, engage in conversation, and share lighthearted banter, especially since none of them knew each other, rendering any inflated tales harmless. As for Kewen, he was not particularly fond of mingling, yet he did not isolate himself in his room. He took a stool and settled outside the door, gazing at the torrential downpour, quietly listening to music while sipping on a Corona. This sensation was truly exhilarating. It is not the rain that is beautiful, but the eaves where we once sheltered together from it. Listening to Jay Chou's songs on a rainy day felt remarkably fitting. It was fortunate that the world had Jay Chou, for without him, something essential would seem amiss. As the melodies streamed from his phone, Kyun found solace in this simple existence, enjoying his favorite tunes, accompanied by a bit of beer, while watching the gentle rain cascade outside, evoking a refreshing sense of clarity. Suddenly, amidst Kyun's enjoyment of this rare tranquil atmosphere, several beastly roars echoed through the rain, their volume overpowering the music. Even the backpackers engaged in lively conversation inside fell silent. As if a mute button had been pressed, their gazes fixed on the misty rain outside with a mix of bewilderment and fear. Another roar erupted, louder than the last. And the gathered crowd began to lose their composure. It was implausible for everyone to be hallucinating. The only explanation was that an unknown beast truly lurked in the hazy rain-soaked night. Restlessness began to spread among them, after all. The notion of an undisclosed beast, perhaps more than one, hiding in the rainy darkness was not something that could be easily accepted by any rational individual. The reason they remained clustered together was that they felt a sense of security in numbers. Retreating alone to their rooms seemed a far swifter route to peril. Outside, Kyun too ceased the music, stowing away his headphones. He gripped the empty beer bottle tightly, activating his observation hockey to its fullest extent. Undaunted, he stood outside, gesturing for the backpackers to remain calm and not to act recklessly, as he stood guard alone. Before long, Kyun sensed a massive humanoid figure intruding into his observation range. A large, fur-covered hand extended from above the eaves, reaching for him. Anticipating the attack, Kyun swiftly dodged, swinging the beer bottle he held at the enormous hand. The glass shattered, exposing the sharp edges of the bottle, which now aimed at the beastly appendage. As the bottle fragmented, Kyun's hockey-infused strike turned it into mere shards, causing the owner of the hand to emit a pained howl and retract. Before Kyun could fully regain his bearings, two massive figures descended before him, their immense bulk causing the rainwater on the ground to tremble upon impact. "Hello, King Kong," he muttered, observing the two gargantuan silverback gorillas before him. In an instant, one of the gorillas, its hand still stained with blood, lunged ferociously toward Kyun, feeling as if struck by a small vehicle. Kyun was propelled through the shattering glass door behind him, crashing against the wall. With a roar, the two massive gorillas unleashed their fury upon the terrified onlookers. They obeyed their leader's command and came forth to exact vengeance upon these humans. Chapter 036. Do not approach. The furious roars of two silverback gorillas at the entrance sent the bewildered adventurers into a panic. They had just witnessed the young man, who moments before stood at the door, being sent flying by a single swipe from the beast. It was evident he was beyond saving. As ordinary individuals themselves, they had a grim understanding of their imminent fate, and thus, their first instinct was to scream and flee. The cacophony of screams irritated the gorillas, who, following their leader's directive, prepared to execute a massacre of the humans before them. Agitated, they strode into the inn, their massive forms blocking the doorway like two towering mountains, sealing off any hope of escape for the terrified crowd. With no chance of survival, the panicked individuals huddled in a corner, watching as the gorillas approached ominously. Suddenly, from the hole in the wall created by the earlier assault, Kyun emerged with a dramatic flying kick, clad in his G3 armor, shimmering brilliantly in the lightning-lit night sky. With a powerful kick enhanced by his armament, he struck one of the gorillas squarely in the face, eliciting a pained retreat. The second gorilla, momentarily distracted by its companion's misfortune, fell victim to Kyun's GM-01 handgun, which he pressed against its chest, unleashing a barrage of bullets. At such close range, even without expertise in marksmanship, Kyun was assured of hitting his target. The gorilla that absorbed the full brunt of Kyun's gunfire fared worse than its fallen comrade. 30 high-caliber bullets penetrated its body, wreaking havoc within. With a final, anguished roar, it collapsed, a gaping wound the size of a fist appearing in its chest. "Quick, call the police and return to your rooms." The chaos that had ensued was quelled by Kyun's sudden onslaught. The crowd fell silent, their curiosity piqued by the armored figure in blue who had so easily dispatched the formidable gorillas that had instilled such dread. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Those beasts aren't dead yet," Kyun exclaimed, exasperated by the dazed expressions of the onlookers. His words jolted them into action. They hurried upstairs to their rooms, retrieving their phones to call for help. Meanwhile, Kyun remained vigilant, observing the gorilla recovering from his kick, as well as the other, who was attempting to rise while clutching its bleeding wound. "What kind of physique allows you to withstand specialized bullets meant for Galenki?" Kyun grumbled inwardly, placing the GM-01 aside and drawing forth his destructive sword, infusing it with his armament. With the bullet reloading process taking 5 minutes, he wisely refrained from confronting the monstrous gorillas with a mere wooden sword. The destructive sword was the true path to victory. Though one is aware that in the DC universe, the difficulty of one's city replication may shift unexpectedly, Kerwin had long since steeled himself for the challenge. If he couldn't defeat even 2 hulking gorillas, he might as well forego the mission and await his own obliteration by the system. Come on, you bastards. With a fierce roar, Kerwin initiated the assault, wielding his destructive sword imbued with armament hockey, and thrust it towards the gaping wound he had inflicted upon one of the gorillas, enhanced by his modified physique and the G3 armor. He charged out with the severely injured beast, while the other gorilla hastily pursued. With a decisive slash along the prior wound, he carved a grotesque gash into the creature. But the pursuing gorilla retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at him. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Kerwin chose not to evade. Instead, he pivoted the destructive sword to use the wounded gorilla as a shield, bracing himself for the impact of the blow. The tremendous force sent Kerwin hurtling backward. Yet the sword in his grasp, aided by that very momentum, sliced upward from the abdomen to the face, creating a grievous wound that spanned nearly half the beast's body. This time, the gorilla did not rise again. It lay lifeless, its exposed brain and blood spilling onto the ground, washed away by the rain. Having endured the gorilla's punch, Kerwin rose from the ground, firmly clutching the destructive sword, ready to confront the remaining foe. G3 armor damage, 10, as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Kerwin felt a pang of frustration. The gorilla's punch had inflicted a significant dent in his armor. With a few more hits, he would be forced to face the beast unprotected. MMP, this is truly a tough battle. Cursing the gorilla before him, Kerwin readied his sword for another attack. The gorilla, enraged by the fate of its companion, pounded its chest and charged at him. Just as the two were poised to engage, a flash of yellow light streaked in from a distance. Bam! With a single strike, the impact generated a shockwave that dispersed the misty rain, sending the gorilla flipping in a 720-degree spin before collapsing, unconscious. As Kerwin prepared to charge, he beheld a figure materializing before him, its indistinct form sharpening into a vivid yellow, a familiar visage. Kid Flash, he inquired with a tone of surprise. You know me, indeed. The figure before Kerwin was none other than Wally, recently struck by lightning. Stimulated by the words of Cisco and Caitlin, Wally had awakened prematurely, still grappling with the swift currents of the speed force coursing through him. In the immediate aftermath of his awakening, he had raced to the library, eager to unravel the mysteries of his newfound abilities. When Barry and the others arrived at the library, Wally was acutely aware of their presence. However, still immersed in the speed force, he could not reveal himself, remaining hidden as they departed. Until he could stabilize his own situation, Wally, who had gleaned some information from Barry's earlier conversation, finally made his appearance in Central City. He intended to assist his uncle, the Flash, Barry Allen, in defeating the formidable gorilla, Grodd. However, he was taken aback when someone called out to him before his self-chosen alias had even made its debut in Central City. I go by Kid Flash, full name. As he prepared to introduce himself to what appeared to be another superhero, Wally thought better of it. Now is not the time for an identity reveal. The situation remains unresolved. Hearing Wally's intention to disclose his identity, Kevin quickly interjected. What are you doing? This isn't a blind date. I just helped you. Wally, somewhat irked by Kevin's interruption, retorted. The thing is, I could take him down without your help. And waking up, he pointed to the gorilla behind him, who was shaking its head and preparing to rise. Just as Wally was about to turn and deliver a supersonic punch, his uncle, the Flash, appeared before him, unleashing a flurry of supersonic strikes upon the gorilla. The beast, which had been about to shout, collapsed once more, this time utterly incapacitated. Uncle, Flash, how did you get here? Wally exclaimed, nearly letting slip a secret but quickly corrected himself. I received an emergency call, Kid Flash. Now, return. Barry's mood was somewhat irritable. Grodd had sent his minions rampaging throughout Central City. A group of genetically modified gorillas with intelligence was more than enough for Barry to handle. Yet, the most troubling aspect was Grodd, the leader, who remained elusive. Now, with his nephew arriving to assist him due to acquiring super speed, Barry felt exasperated. You're going to get into trouble. What will happen to my wedding? Why? I can help you. Look, I've become Kid Flash, and people know about me, Wally exclaimed, gesturing towards Kevin, who had been watching the scene unfold and gave a naive wave to the Flash. Hello, kid. I don't care how you know Kid Flash. But before anything else, you both should head to Star Labs and be obedient. With that, the Flash vanished without waiting for Wally or Kevin, leaving Kevin to grumble. At least take me to Star Labs first. How am I supposed to get there? However, Barry was already out of earshot. Wally then turned to Kevin, whose apprehensive expression made Kevin's heart skip a beat. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Kevin remarked. That was the Flash speaking. We need to listen. Sensing Wally's mischievous intent, Kevin quickly emphasized the Flash's words. Regarding the concept of listening, I believe we have a different interpretation. If we manage to deal with these gorillas before heading to Star Labs, that would also be acceptable. Did you just mix up the order of the words? There's nothing to worry about. Come, let us go together. Meeting is fate, said Wally, as he approached Kevin, eager to take him along. Hey, how would you know where those gorillas are? Use your brain. At that moment, the damaged reception area had a radio still broadcasting a news alert. Attention. The city center is under attack by numerous gorillas. Citizens on 6th, 7th, and 8th Streets are advised to stay indoors and secure their windows and doors. Kevin felt like crying. He had foolishly provoked fate. Meanwhile, Wally wore a sincere smile and said to Kevin, "See, now we know where to go. Come on, I'll take you there." He then moved closer to Kevin. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't come near me. Stay back." As Wally approached step by step, Kevin transformed into a state of panic, ready to flee. However, his speed was no match for Wally, who swiftly appeared by Kevin's side, placing a hand on the back of his neck. With a flash of electricity, Wally propelled both of them toward the city center. In the rainy night, only the hostel with its shattered door remained illuminated, telling tales of the events that had unfolded there. Chapter 037. At last, I can change my belt. In the heart of the city, the political nucleus of Central City, where the City Hall and the Flash Museum reside. What was once a bustling urban center now reverberated with chaos. A group of formidable gorillas, having escaped from Iron Mountain Prison, wreaked havoc everywhere. Their immense strength and bulletproof hides rendered them impervious to the police's firepower. With casual might, they hurled nearby vehicles at the officers who dared to shoot, drowning the air in explosions and screams. People scurried for cover as the agile gorillas ascended a towering building, surveying the frantic individuals below from their lofty perch. A flash of yellow lightning streaked by as Wally forcibly ushered Kevin into the vehicle, offering him a brief taste of the Speed Force's exhilarating acceleration. However, as soon as they came to a halt, Kevin could no longer suppress the discomfort in his stomach. Finding a spot on the rooftop, he removed his mask and promptly succumbed to nausea. "Wait, you're that guy from this morning? So you're the Kamen Rider," Wally exclaimed, his surprise evident as he caught sight of Kevin's face during his moment of distress. "Damn it, was that intentional? Why did you have to make me experience this sensation of speed? I almost hurled in my mask," Kevin retorted, disregarding his identity being exposed, unleashing his frustration at Wally. While he had once admired the Flash's prowess on screen, Kevin now vowed never to envy the speedster again after his first-hand experience. The surreal feeling of the world standing still while he moved alone left his senses disoriented, resulting in his immediate bout of sickness upon stopping. "Apologies. It was my first time bringing someone into the Speed Force. But since I brought you here, let us tackle these gorillas together," Wally quipped, displaying no remorse for Kevin's predicament. "I'll handle the gorillas. You need to rescue people," Kevin insisted, reapplying his mask as he began to delegate tasks. "Why?" Wally questioned, incredulous. "Because you're the speedster. Get those people to safety, so the police can focus on dealing with the gorillas. Can't you see they're trying to organize the evacuation? You think you can take on those gorillas?" Wally shot back, unimpressed. "Of course not in this state." "But I can switch forms to buy some time until you've secured everyone," Kevin replied, eliciting a puzzled look from Wally. Ignoring Wally's confusion, Kevin concentrated, summoning the G3 armor back into the system space. "System, activate the Lost Driver." The unit he had won in the last lottery materialized in Kevin's hand. He affixed it to his waist, and the system elucidated its function in his mind. Equipping the Lost Driver, characteristics compatible with all T2 memory series from A to Z. But only while the host is wearing the Lost Driver. The unique binding ensures that, unless the host voluntarily relinquishes the transformation, it cannot be forcibly taken or destroyed. This feature is rather commendable. With a playful jab at the system for the peculiar setting of his Lost Driver, Kewin retrieved his previously owned spider memory, which he had been using as a prop for his mobile device, given that he lacked a trump card memory. He inserted the spider memory into the slot, following the script he had observed. Upon insertion, a spark of electricity erupted from the belt slot, causing the spider memory to be ejected back into his hand. "What? A failure to transform? I was merely adhering to the narrative." Kewin pondered, as 1,000 questions echoed in his mind. "Host, I genuinely recommend that you elevate your intelligence. The spider memory you are utilizing is a foam memory, intended solely for prop use, and cannot facilitate a transformation." The system within his mind expressed exasperation at Kewin's apparent lack of common sense, astonished at the existence of someone so naive. "Does this mean I must rely on the G3 armor? That could be perilous." At this moment, Kewin found himself engulfed in the system's space, while in the outside world. Wally observed Kewin, who stood motionless after the bizarre belt had ejected what resembled a USB drive back into his hands. "What on earth is happening, my young friend?" Within the system's realm, Kyun continued conversing with the system, initially believing he could use the spider memory, only to realize it was merely a foam memory, rendering transformation impossible. He was at a loss, contemplating whether to don the G3 armor and confront a horde of gorillas, knowing he would likely be stripped bare within minutes. In fact, host, there are alternative methods. Sell the G3 armor and expend points to upgrade the spider memory in your possession to the T2 version. Thus, you could utilize it for transformation and as a prop. Wait, you can do that? What a schemer. Please, system, expedite the upgrade. At this juncture, Kyun was too preoccupied with the urgency of transformation to ponder why the system had calculated everything so meticulously. The pressing situation outside demanded his immediate action. Understood. The shattered G3 armor can be exchanged for 50,000 points. The host currently possesses 180,000 points, after deducting 150,000. The transformation of the spider memory to T2 will require 200,000 points. Commencing upgrade. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, you have escaped the G3 curse. Without the inclination to absorb the system's commentary, Kyun's consciousness returned, and he once more pressed the bottom of the spider memory as dictated by the narrative. Spider? Where did that voice come from? Wally, intrigued yet startled by the sudden sound effect, cautiously scanned his surroundings, while Kyun calmly uttered the transformation command. The spider memory was reinserted into the slot, and suddenly, a multitude of white spider webs materialized, encasing Kyun in a cocoon. This unforeseen turn of events left Wally utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. As the silken cocoon enveloping Kyun began to transform, a pair of golden gauntlets pierced through the top, and with a forceful tear, Kyun emerged, showcasing his new persona as a Kamen Rider. The appearance mirrored that of the singular Ace transformation, yet his arms and legs shimmered in gold, while a goldens adorned the bioskin on his left chest. And additional gold stripes embellished his facial armor. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Kamen Rider W Singular Transformation Series, Spider Form. Award, 500,000 points. This transformation derives from the Earth memory of the Spider Memory Core. Punching power, 10 tons, kicking power, 20 tons, explosive speed over 100 meters for seconds. Jumping height, 100 meters. Special feature, capable of launching biological spider silk from any direction within a 50-meter radius, with a tensile strength of 50 tons, possessing unique capturing capabilities. Lasting 2 hours unless released by the host's will or forcibly torn away. No other means exist. Unlocking the Heisei series Rider's unified characteristic, idealism. As long as the heart remains unyielding, theoretically, the danger level can be elevated without limit. With the successful exchange of the G3 artificial knight armor and the activation of the singular lost driver, the system's voice alongside the data for spider form resonated within Kyun's mind. Although it felt prolonged, only a minute had elapsed in the external world. Now, this resembles a true Kamen Rider. The task of saving lives is entrusted to you. Leave these gorillas to me. Setting aside the system's point rewards for the moment, Kyun felt a rush of exhilaration at the attributes of spider form, particularly the final aspect of idealism. Could a rider devoid of this principle even be considered a rider? No, that would merely be a farce. With a firm pat on Wally's shoulder, Kyun activated the formidable leaping ability bestowed by spider form. He launched himself from the rooftop, soaring over several buildings and landing directly in the plaza of the city hall. Wally, momentarily dazzled by Kyun's flamboyant display, finally regained his senses and, witnessing Kyun's steady landing, exclaimed, "Cool. This guy's transformation is incredible." Without delay, he transformed into a flash and raced towards the city hall to assist the police in the evacuation of the crowd. In the plaza, the exhausted Central City Police, engaged in the conflict, paused their fire as they beheld the peculiar figure descending from the sky, adorned with a belt. Joe West, the commanding officer on site, mustered his courage to inquire, "Who are you?" Still acclimating to his new form, Kyun turned to face Joe. "Me? I am Kamen Rider. Leave the ensuing matters to me, officer. You all should assist Lightning Boy with the crowd evacuation." With that, Kyun touched the W antenna atop his head, pointing his right hand towards the gorillas perched atop the buildings, recalling the iconic line he had uttered upon first encountering W. "Now, it is time to enumerate your crimes.